always interesting, isn't it, when you hear your name on the radio and you sort of go, that's me. That man has sat in a booth somewhere. He's linked up here. He never comes in here. He does it all from home. And he just sits there and goes, with Steve Allen, with Nick Ferrari. And you think, it's so exciting, isn't it? It's the only time, the only job that you ever get where they say your name on a regular basis. Almost every 15 minutes I get to hear my name, which is lovely. Nice to be company. I trust your bank holiday weekend is going particularly well. I hope you managed to get your flights away. Hope you, because you've got it. Today's the day you come back, and today is the day, I'm afraid, where you're going to hit more traffic jams. I went down to my brother's yesterday, dropped some stuff. Well, Friday, as you know, we went out for a lovely breakfast. 3 of us, a nice intimate little get. We had champagne and everything. Champagne for breakfast, honestly. How cool was that? We'd never been to this place before. I'd never been to it, although Caroline, one of the guests, thought that we had been there, but I don't remember going there before. But the maitre d's a listener. How cool. Obviously a man of impeccable taste. Impeccable taste. I'll tell you where it was a little bit later on. Plus the astonishing secrets in the making of your mobile telephone. You'd never believe it. The outcry at Welby's attack on ungodly asylum plan. Isn't this the man who, before he became Archbishop of Canterbury, used to work for an oil company? I do believe he did, actually, yes. And then got the calling. Perhaps it was sort of, divine intervention, I should imagine. Fun and game for the Sussexes. Yes, apparently they've hired a bodyguard, or bodyguards, I think. And this is somebody who used to guard Obama. Well, of course, Obama would have had loads of people. The Sussexes can't afford anything like that. And to be honest with you, I thought they were dreary in the extreme. They came over here, had a very short meeting with Her Majesty, whereas basically they probably sort of said, we're bringing the book out whether you like it or not. And now we're told that the Queen won't be doing any more public engagements. Buckingham Palace have said that she's got a little golf buggy she goes about on, and apparently inside Windsor Castle, she's in a wheelchair because she's, I think, 96 this Thursday. And I think she's remarkable. But all the stress that Harry's put on her and Moggs, I think, frankly, obviously doesn't help, does it really? She's had the Prince Andrew debacle and all a bit sad. But this golf buggy she was given, I think it's worth about 62,000 quid. Blimey, you can get a decent motor car for that, as opposed to a golf buggy. It hasn't even got sides on it. So it's very embarrassing. But no, you all managed to get away. Jonathan Shalit celebrated his birthday in a I Want to Be in America. And although we're not allowed to say how old he is, I think it's far too rude and personal to say that. What else was I going to tell you about? Oh, there were loads of, I went to, we tidied up the patio, 7 of us and a dog. The other day, emptied all the pots because we've got about 25 pots to empty, varying in sizes from sort of, foot high to along troughs and stuff like that. And so every year, no, it's a roof terrace. It's a roof terrace. It's lovely, which we all have access to. And but it's all my stuff on there. It's my furniture, my umbrellas, my pots, my everything. And we sort of cleaned all the pots out, which was a lovely thing to do, out there in a bit of sunshine. And then we filled them all up with New Earth. I bought bags and bags of New Earth, and we've still got a bag and a bit to go, so that's quite nice. We put some brackets up, so we can put some hanging baskets up. And now I ordered some more plants the other day. I'm enjoying this ordering by post thing, because they arrive in little greenhouses, and you wouldn't think that you could derive so much pleasure from plants arriving by post, because to be honest with you, I've got no idea what I've ordered. Not a clue. I think one of them was Million Bells and there's 40 plugs coming. So what I do is I space them all out, because this year I've decided riot of colour is the thing to do. I'm not going to go for any themes, whereas if you remember one year, it was all peach begonias. Which were very nice, and they lasted very, very well. But I thought, no, they don't look as exciting. I want something that's going to billow out, and look really, really good. The only thing I can't find at the moment is long-lasting lobelia, because once that goes, it ruins the whole display. But when it's in full flow, it's lovely. I've ordered as well all my Tomorite. I swear by Tomorite for bigger. This was given to me by Pete Murray years ago, who said, Tomorite, Steve, it'll work. And everybody swears by it. So I've got more people onto Tomorite. Some people, though, think it's just for tomatoes. No. It's for flowers and everything else. It's like Richard Jackson's Flower Power. He does very well with that on QVC. But Tomorite is cheaper. So I bought 6 litre, 6 1.5 litre pots. I think they're about £3.15 or something each one, which is very nice. The clouds are gathering. You've had the decent weather, which I thought it turned out to be quite nice actually. The weather. I mean, I didn't do any sunbathing, obviously, as you can imagine, but I was out in the car, bought some bits and bits. For the first time in ages, Costco was closed yesterday, and I was coming back down the motorway thinking I must nip into Costco and see if they've got anything interesting. Which they always have. I've got to go and get some more masks. I decided, talking to my driver this morning, Bodra, we were sort of saying about masks. He still wears his mask, and I think it's safer in the long run. And then I was talking to Ben, one of our security boys. He's had COVID twice. One time he was off for, seemed like ages. He didn't have the strength in bed to move. It was that bad. It laid him really low. And he knows where he got it from. Got it from the train. And the other time was when he was in a shop clothes buying, and a man behind him coughed into the back of his head. And you think, oh, God. He said, and that's where I got it from. Terrible, isn't it? Me, I'm still COVID-free. And hoping to stay that way as well. It was on this day, believe it or not, in 2018 that Dale Winton died. 2018 really doesn't, I mean, just to me it seems like yesterday. But he died quite quickly. And as you know, I came in to work on that evening, having woken up, and friends of mine had phoned me, said, don't answer your phone. And I thought, what's the matter with that? And they said, Dale's died. And of course, it comes like a bit of a bolt out of the blue when you've known somebody since they were 18. And strange enough, he'd only talked about it a short while before, about his funeral, which I thought was even more bizarre. He'd said to me, do you think people will come to my funeral? I said, well, they will to make sure you're dead. Yeah, of course. All the detractors and all the rest of it. And they did all turn up for his funeral, which I thought was quite nice. We all sort of sat there and sort of due to it. A nice white coffin, very nice. I wanted them to open it. I'd always said to him, I said, well, I'm going to make sure, we have an open casket for you. But I came into work, and it did kind of numb me a little bit. I think the programme is still available on the LBC pages. You'll find it on there somewhere, probably on this day 2018, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find. And I was fine for the first few minutes, and then all of a sudden I got this overwhelming surge of emotion which kind of took over, and we stumbled our way through, and then we got to little bits, and I was good at little bits, and my boss had already phoned me to say, listen, if you don't want to go on air, don't worry about it. I said, no, I'll be fine. And I was talking about it to the producer before the programme. The moment the blooming light comes on, go to pieces and sound like some blithering idiot or something. And then at the very end of the programme, having got through it, my producer, Chris, kept saying, you're doing well. He said, you're holding up, which of course made it worse. You never say to me, you're holding up. And because, when you know somebody that well, it's like kind of like a marriage. You know everything about that person. One time we were going to start a business together, believe it or not. God, there were some stories. But most of them he put into his biography. He said, don't ever question Steve. He knows where the bodies are buried. Which is true. I certainly knew where the bodies were buried. I knew stories about Dale, totally unrepeatable. But and then it got to the end of the programme, nearly, and the producer goes, Steve, nearly there. And I go, I'm all right. And then my big boss, the boss of Global, sent me a text saying, you're holding up really well done. And that set me off again. I went completely because it just made me worse. But, you could look back now and say, actually, the funny thing was Eddie Mayer said that it was his favourite piece of broadcasting. He listened to it time and time again because you hear somebody who's trying to hold it all together and trying to be big and brave and failing a bit miserably on odd occasion. But it came over me in like waves, like everything else. When you go to your parents' funeral, you don't really cry. I don't know why that was. It wasn't that it was expected or anything like that, because my dad died quite suddenly. My mother, we knew, was going to die, and she knew she was dying as well. And that was sort of more trying to come to terms with it. As anybody will tell you who's been through this, and most of you will have been through this at some point, you question everything. You know, where does this come from? Where does cancer come from? You know, why does it have to kill people? You know, can you live with cancer? It's sort of God, why is he not doing something? Why would you take somebody away? What's the point of that? And you ask all these questions, and then you know, people, you know, I think my mother asked about my father after he died. She didn't see him after he died. I did. And she said, does he look all right? I said, yeah, he looks really good. What else can you say? You can't say anything else. You know, he did look good. He just looked very peaceful. And the same for her. Exactly the same. But it's something that as you get a bit older, you live with it. And I've had no end of people. I've had listeners die on me, if you please. The audacity of the thing. Honestly, 1 minute feature in my ratings, the next minute, excuse me, mum's died. What? Well, bring her back to life again. For goodness sake, honestly. I've had whole families who've been listening to me for years and years and years, and they go, oh, by the way, mum died and something. And you think, oh, dear. It's so annoying, this dying bit. Really annoys me. I get very cross about it because I at the moment I'm taking a pension out because I get the state pension, and then I've got two others which I took out years ago. I mean, years ago. And I hadn't forgotten about them because I was still paying for them. I mean, like a piddly amount of money, but they've turned out to perform okay. And unfortunately, on one of them, I put a thing in saying I'd like to have it out when I'm 75. So I said to my brother yesterday, I said, we've got these things. I said, they've told us how much the plan is worth and all the rest of it. And if you leave it with them, then they'll guarantee you a certain amount of money per year. But I said, I don't want to wait till I'm 70. I said, I might not live till I'm 75. That was the worry. I was more worried about them keeping it. Because if I die before it comes out or before, you know, I've done anything with it, I lose it. Which means all those years of saving, yeah, you lose it. It's a private pension. And you can't pass this one on to anybody, which was the pain. So I thought, no, take the buggers out. And the money I could just stick in the bank. Doesn't bother me. I'll get a state pension and I'm still working and have every intention of working till I drop dead. Possibly this morning. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But it is true, isn't it? You know, you worry about different things. And then a friend of mine said, he said, when you're doing your will, he said, because I've already done my will, but I'm doing an update. He said, you will remember to tell your brother the bits I'm having. And I said, yes, because I've got lots and lots of theatre posters all up on the wall, stacked up against everything. I'm serious. I've got more theatre posters you can shake a stick at, you know, going back to the 1940s and 50s. In fact, one of them about the 1930s, I think. And I've got lots of magic because I collect magic. And it's going to be no use to my brother whatsoever. He's not going to do anything with these things. So I said, well, I shall make a mental note to tell my brother that, you know, this is all to go to my friends, which is nice. 4:15.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Hannah in Derby says, Steve, regarding jobs where you hear your own name said aloud, try being a teacher, especially an infants teacher. Trust me, you're sick of the sound of it by lunchtime. I thought they just called you Miss. I thought, you know, which would make it easier, wouldn't it, really? I'll just get to hear my name constantly on the radio, which is lovely. The police have been told to stop calling the public sir or ma'am. They have to do, you know, a generalisation now. It's ridiculous, honestly. Everything's changing, isn't it? 1 in 10 MPs are facing sexual misconduct allegations. I mean, I don't know why we should be surprised, because they're 1 in 10 MPs. I mean, it seems quite a lot, doesn't it, really? But why should we be surprised? Why would you be at all surprised? They're no different to us. Cut them, they bleed. They're exactly the same as us. They've got the same needs, I suppose, in some cases. I mean, look, who'd have thought that we'd be sort of convicting police officers for murder? Serving police officers, you know, people in position of authority. So I don't know why we'd be surprised about 1 in 10 MPs facing sexual misconduct allegations. They're all over the place. And let's not even forget about the ones who are dead. He was arrested on a few occasions. And then the word came back after he was arrested and taken to the police station. They then said, release him. And he died years ago. Everybody knew exactly what was going on. He was well known for it. But he's dead. You can't libel the dead. What's he going to do? Come back and sue? I don't think so. No. It's like sort of saying Jimmy Savile. We all knew what he was up to. Can't libel the dead. That's the whole art of it. If somebody was still alive, yes. But no, Cyril Smith was in fact, it turned into a television programme when they were investigating the children's homes he was visiting, and then they arrested him, questioned him, but they got a magic phone call at the police station, and the phone call was basically said, let him go, because he was a member of the House of Parliament. Big fat bloke he was, big fat bloke. Oh God, yeah, he was. Oh blimey! I tell you, there's a history of a lot of people as MPs, but yeah, you can't. You talk about Jimmy Savile in exactly the same way, and all these other people who've been arrested and charged. The moment they're actually dead, they make television. The BBC charged the makers of that film on Jimmy Savile to use clips of Jimmy Savile at the BBC. £80,000 they charged. £80,000 the BBC got paid, and they gave the money, luckily, to a children's charity. But 80,000 quid. Steve, are you allowed to say on radio which online company you order plants from? Yeah. Because they're the ones who do it on QVC. They sell on QVC as well. It's called Thompson and Morgan. And you just order online, and here we go. We've got 5 jumbo plugs and all these other bits and pieces, and so you can get free delivery. They do special offers of stuff, and then it just turns up through your letterbox. Most of it's free delivery, and I've ordered loads of stuff from them, and it all comes in these, like, not a blister pack, but it looks like a little mini greenhouse for all of them. And then you just water them through the top, and they grow inside there. And then when they're a reasonable size, probably about 3 inches, 4 inches or something like that, then you can plant them out. But what I do is I harden them off, which means you leave them outside on these cold evenings, and that hardens them off, apparently. If it's cold, it goes much, much better. And so that's quite good, isn't it? I quite like that idea. But as I say, I can't remember all these other plants I've ordered. I've ordered quite a few of them, so I think my baskets are going to be overburdened with plants this year. But they're not very expensive. I think I bought the other day, what did I buy? Something that normally would have been £55 and got it for £14.99. And then for £1 extra, they will spray them to make sure they don't get any mildews or anything like that. So you sort of protect them. And to be honest with you, much as I enjoy going to garden centres, I do like a garden centre. I wander about there and I think, oh, that'll be nice. And now I'm becoming much more selective over the plants I'm putting in, because I can stagger back, seriously, with like tons and tons of plants. I buy trays of them. And but anybody who does a bit of gardening or pots, if you've only got a little, balcony, you can put a couple of pots on. You can have a bit of fun with that. You can put some stuff in there that trails over it and just adds a bit of colour, something nice. Also, if you're going round to visit, your elderly parents or relatives or things like that, take them a pot plant. Far more entertaining than taking somebody a bottle of wine. Although actually a bottle of wine's quite nice at times, or chocolates or something like that. What did I take down to my brother's yesterday? A flapping fish, and it's for the cat to play with. You put it on the ground. It's got catnip that goes inside it, which cats go berserk for, and it's got a little couple of batteries. No, it's not. It's chargeable on USB port. You charge it up on the USB port, and then it just lies on the floor, and the cat will sort of touch it, and immediately it starts flapping around on the floor. It's very, very lifelike, I think. Very lifelike. So I bought that, and I bought a whole jar of little mini Easter eggs, which is good, especially as my brother's just been diagnosed as diabetic. Fat lot of blooming use. And I took them a big box of Krispy Kreme donuts, which is... I didn't know he was diabetic. He told me the other day. I said, well, welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. Actually, I haven't even checked my blood sugars today. Mainly because I can tell inside if it's going to be high. I can feel it in my stomach. People say you can't do it. I said, believe you me. You ask any diabetics, they will tell you. They know when they're ill, or you're. And I haven't eaten anything, really. I had half a sandwich. Half a sandwich, not the most exciting, is it, really? What was the other one I quite liked? Chris Tarrant has got his biography out. Chris, as you know, was with Capital Radio. He was the first £1 million a year presenter on radio. The first £1 million a year. And that was donkey's years ago. You could always tell whenever Chris Tarrant was in contract negotiations, because he would announce to everybody, including the press, that he was thinking of retiring. You knew exactly what he was doing. We used to take bets on it. I go, I bet you anything, contract's up. But he was the first £1 million a year presenter. Because people sort of say to me, oh, you know, people don't earn money like that nowadays. I thought, you're hopelessly out of touch. Of course they do. If you're bringing in an audience, you know, I mean, I'm not one of those people who earns £1 million a year, but certainly very, very satisfied and bringing in an audience. That's what it's all about. And especially on a breakfast show. If your breakfast show doesn't bring in the audience, you know, you might as well pack up and go home. But he did it. But he was talking about all the different stories, the people he met, you know, how the show worked and everything. But it's a case of anybody who works in radio, it's not a proper job. It's not a proper job. It's a case of you just do it. And you can either do it or you can't do it. If you can do it and it works and you get an audience, you're laughing for your entire career, provided you don't go gaga or a bit stupid. And, well, luckily I've only got 1 out of 2, which doesn't matter. You have to work out which one it is. But it's not a proper job. I mean, you know, you sit in a studio by yourself, staring into a void, you know, and you think to yourself, what am I doing? What do I do for a living? And you go, I talk into a microphone for a job. That's not a proper job. But Tarrant was very interesting. And the one thing he was talking about was, Mr. Jonathan Shallett's up already. Hello from Hollywood. How lovely. We went on one of those tour buses, Jonathan, when we went out there. Broke down 3 times, the tour. In the end, we started off in daylight. We ended up in the early hours of the morning. Freezing to death. He says many of my clients, because, you know, Jonathan's a super agent, earn £1 million a year. He said, that's why talent comes to me. Exactly. Perhaps I should get Jonathan to do my new contract when it expires. That'd be no, he doesn't want you. Of course he doesn't want you. Goodness sake, don't you live in Maidenhead? What's the point of that? The place that's going to flood. So anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yes. So Chris Tarrant says that they did... Wait a minute, he sent me a bit. Look at him, honestly. What are you doing with the Easter Bunny, Jonathan? Good Lord above. Gorgeous picture. But they did Help a London Child. And Chris Tarrant, this is 8:30 p.m. Sunday evening. Blimey, honestly, it still looks lovely. Chris Tarrant and they were trying to raise, I think it was £1 million. £1 million. And they got up to, I think, £920,000, and he said, we're not going to make it. You know, it'd be nice if we did. And then the producer said to him, somebody's on the line. And he said, well, who is it? They said, talk to him. And it was George Michael. And George Michael phoned up and he said, how's it going? And Chris Tarrant said to him, listen, we've got 920,000. We're not going to make the million. Maybe next year. And George Michael said, I'll make it up to the million. And that was the first of many, many donations that George Michael made to Help a London Child. He would help out people. He did it all anonymously. And he did it secretly, so that only now people are talking about how much George Michael contributed. I mean, all right, he was in a very fortunate position, but he didn't have to do that. So 8:30 Sunday evening, Jonathan Shallett is having pictures taken. Then he just sent me Amy's 60th birthday yesterday, and some of the guests of my 60th birthday party guests at Ciccione's in Hollywood. And who was there? Simon Cowell, Joan Collins. Just a little intimate gathering of some of Jonathan's favourite people. Everybody looking very glam. And it looks like, wait a minute. Yes, I think Amanda's there as well. And the gorgeous wife. Everybody looking very lovely, including Jonathan. So I'm glad you had a nice time. And we've had some rubbish here. Lauren Silverman and Amanda Holden. Thank you. Bless your heart. So Joan Collins, moi, and Katrina Shallett, otherwise known as the wife. How lovely, how lovely. But I was saying, actually, Jonathan, if you missed it, it was on this day that Dale died, back in 2018. That where the years have gone, I've got no idea. Especially as we were sort of planning. He said, you know what'll happen, Steve? He said, I'll retire, he said, out to Florida, because he liked Florida, Sarasota in particular, and Tampa and places like that. And he said, and we'll end up our days sitting on the porch, rocking backwards and forwards. It was never to be. It was never to be. But it doesn't matter. Still think about him all the time, as you do. What else we got? Oh, these... I can't wait to tell you about the secrets in the making of your mobile phone. You won't believe where half the stuff inside it comes from. It comes from all over the world, little bits and pieces. The teenage boxer, tipped to be the new Amir Khan, has been killed in a car crash. Yeah, not Amir Khan, but a boxer tipped to be him, only 18. Strangely, Sam, my AP this morning, went to see him fighting. And he said he's dead. I said, I would think so, yes. They've said he is in the paper. They tend not to make these things up. 15 Premier League stars, that must be football, have failed dope tests. But not one of them has been suspended. Amazing. And a lady called Tiffany Poole tucks into a bag of giant Wotsits, only to find one that looks like a giant willy. I mean, you know... No, they don't. No, this one does look like a willy. It really, I mean, to be honest with you, unless somebody was having it, but they're all made in a factory. I don't know how the machine could ever turn out something that didn't look right. And what about this? The £2 million sign of the century. It's a couple. They go into a jeweller's shop and they ask to see some very expensive watches, £400,000 and all the rest of it. They wanted to see the documentation with them. Totally plausible. The man goes to get the things, comes back. They then go, we'll have to think about it. They walk out. They've left the watches there. They were duplicates. They went in. They specifically wanted to look for certain. They got away with £2 million worth of watches. I mean, you have to applaud. He said he must have used sleight of hand. He said, how else could he have switched these things? More stories in a moment. It's 4:31. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Lucinda Horsley.
This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
With Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 5. It's nice to have your company. Welcome to Bank Holiday Monday. That's what we call it, isn't it? I mean, I know it's Easter Monday, but we kind of forgotten about that, haven't we? I remember listening to Ian Dale yesterday as I was driving back down the motorway. And he had a lady on who was sort of saying, you know, people have forgotten about this. It's just all about holidays. And of course it is, actually. Jonathan Shalit says, now Dale was the absolute consummate gentleman. Always behaved and dressed as a star. He knew you were never off duty if you were a public talent. Always charming and polite to any member of the public who spoke to him. Never forgot without the public, he had no career. Absolutely. He'd worked at it for long enough. He really had. He'd sort of, you know, I knew him when he was 18. That's when we, you know, sort of first met each other. And he had this insatiable urge to be on the television. He wanted to be on the television. So he knew all about, you know, the programmes he was going for. And he went for, I think it was Supermarket Sweep. They didn't want him because they didn't know who he was. Because he wasn't anybody. He was just Dale Winton, who was sort of a bit larger than life. And they really wanted Keith Chegwin. And, in fact, they wanted anybody apart from Dale. So I've told the story many times before, and Dale tells it as well. He said, at the end of it, he said, I thought to myself, I've not got this. They don't want me. He said, so I stood up. He said, and I said, listen, you will find Lord Lucan before you find a better host for this programme than me. He said, the public are sick to death of seeing the same people all the time on the television, which of course was quite true. But this was said donkey's years ago. And you should tell me, I know how this show works. I've seen it before. I can turn it into a success. And he said, thank you for your time. And he walked out of the room. And they all apparently looked at each other and went, give it to him. So for the first series of Supermarket Sweep, he was as wooden as Sherwood Forest. He didn't do anything. He just went, tin of beans, how much? And so by the time he came to the second series, he said to them, listen, let me do it my way. And they said, not too sure about that. He said, listen, let me do it'll work, I promise you. And so he then went casual. He was doing leather jackets. He wasn't wearing a suit and stuff like that. And the rest is history. He just did campy. And it kind of worked. How much is a tin of beans in your household, maybe, you know, and so it would go through and it sort of took off. And he started making lots of money. Having been at one time £30,000 in debt with no sign of paying it back. 30 grand. I mean, didn't take many game shows to produce that amount of money, I tell you. Steve, like you, I pulled all but one of my pensions into one account that can be accessed by myself and my husband. Both my sisters had cancer and survived, as the healthcare system is better than when my father died 30 years ago, says Jane. And Kim says, most folks up here are still wearing masks and socially distancing, Steve, which is reassuring, as the old spiky-headed one is still quite prevalent up here. Is that 4 years since Dale went? Yes, 4 years. Remember it so well. I haven't listened to the programme back ever. Well, I don't listen back to programmes. Somebody asked me a short while ago, they said, have you ever listened to one of your shows? No. Why would you want to? I do. Never in my life. I do it. It's like they used to have this thing after we did the show on Channel 5. At the end of the show, they then made us all sit down and watch the thing back again. Most painful experience of my entire life. So you can imagine if somebody says we're going to play back your programme. Good grief. Definitely couldn't do it. It's supposed to make you better. Well, it doesn't. You can't go over something that you've done on the radio and then make. How would you make it better? You can't. Oh yeah, but I'm what's called a freewheeling personality presenter. Yeah, I'm one of those sort of people. I could sit down and talk for the world, and that's what they pay me for, actually. Steve, I received an email from eBay telling me that my King of Kings DVD is on the way, says Connie. Can't wait to have it. It looks to me that you believe in God like me. I don't necessarily believe in God, because I think people get into the most awful discussions about religion. I like to believe that there's something there. There we go. So the tea's arriving in. I have to sort of do the knock on the door thing. Did you find the right bag? Certainly did. Well done. Thank you. It's like working in a pantomime here. It really is. It's most bizarre. But yes. So, believing in God. I mean, when I was little, I went to church. I sang in the school choir. Well, I sang in the church choir, actually, when I was 9. 9 until I was 11. And we were supposed to be paid for it, but we never got paid. We were told it was going to pay 2 and 6 a week, which was 12.5 pence in today's money. And the blooming tight-fisted vicar never gave it to us. I reckon he pocketed it and went off on holiday and things like that. But we didn't, I don't remember ever getting any money for it. And then they used to use us as well. If they wanted a choir for a funeral or a wedding, they would say there's a wedding coming up next Saturday or something, because I was a boarder at the school. So, of course, I mean, we're just grateful to get out of school. Anything to put on your cassock and surplice and sing your heart out. Cassock and surplice, that's the little dress type thing you wear. You've got the blue one that goes underneath, and then the surplice is the white thing that goes over the top of it. Makes you look like a lampshade. It's quite an appealing thing, We were only little children. We didn't know anything. But no, King of Kings is great. I mean, put it this way, Connie, at the end of it, you'll believe in anything. You believe in anything. It's just good. Jane says, just planted French beans, carrots, butternut squash, cucumber seeds in the greenhouse, and lots of flowers. Wow. And Julio, I just bought one of those fishy things for my cat, switched it on and just looked at me and walked away. Oh dear. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Lisa says, not sure how I coped before I found you. You've actually made insomnia very enjoyable, as I don't like to miss you. You're amazing. You're just amazing. Yeah, basically I put her to sleep. It works, doesn't it? Yeah, I am a good cure for insomnia. They go, listen to Steve Allen's programme, he'll be asleep in seconds. Steve, have you seen the size of Marks and Spencer's in Staines? They sell large oaks of good, big tubs of ice cream. Oh, don't worry, we have a bigger one in Kingston. We have a very, very big one. Dennis in Grantham says, I can feel the emotions and the feelings you had for Dale. What's the title of his autobiography? I can't remember. I think we shall find out, and we shall check it on Amazon. We shall find it on Amazon and tell you. It's not very expensive. There you go. It's Dale by Dale, my story. And you can get it all over the place. They've got loads. They've got a Kindle edition, a paperback, hardcover. But, yes, it was interesting, actually. Talking about, how he started off DJing in clubs, which is where I first met him, in Cheeky Pete's in Richmond, and then bumped into him at a few other little venues, and that was it. It was kind of sealed, I think. Steve, lovely freewheeling person. Did you get a roast dinner on Sunday? No, I didn't. No, I was only down in the morning. I nipped down there. They were all going out for lunch, but I had things to do. I was only going down to drop off the pension bits and pieces. And Sarah and Mouse the Greyhound in Bromley, where I was born. I'm a Bromley boy. I don't know whether that means anything to anybody nowadays. I couldn't really care less. It makes no difference to me whether you're bothered about where we're all. But people always say that. Say, where were you born? And I go, well, it was a long time ago, and I can't really remember. But I know, because it says on my passport, Bromley. And not quite Maidenhead. No, but we did live in Yorkshire, all of it. And we lived in Brentwood. We did live in Germany, and we did live in Hong Kong, and we did live in Egypt. so whatever. Bring it on, as they say. I don't know which was my favourite place to live. I'd love to go back to Yorkshire just to see what the village looks like now and what our house looks like, because I shouldn't imagine it's changed. Things don't, do they? You know, when you're little. I remember I went back to my school, which is near Chelmsford, and when I was little, it looked huge. When I went back there about a couple of years ago, it looked small. It's got a swimming pool. It had a swimming pool when I was there, and the local fire brigade used to fill their tankers up from it. So one minute there'd be water, the next minute there wasn't water. They'd sort of borrow it, coming back so they could put fires out and stuff like that. But and we all had tuck boxes, which, if you went to prep school, you'll know that had your name on the top, stenciled on, and then you'd, put your, I don't know what we put in it, actually. All sorts of, books and stuff like that you'd keep in there, and your rubbers and food. No, we were fed there. I think we went to the sweet shop once a week. Saturday morning, we'd all troop up the road like a crocodile and all line up outside the sweet shop to go and get some sweeties. Because I had 2 and 6 to spend a week, which was, I thought that was loads of money. 12.5 pence equivalent today. Same as the choir, but we never got any of that, did we? I think it was the vicar who opened the sweet shop, obviously looking to make more money out of us. But no, you'd go in there and you'd buy your shrimps and your blackjacks and your fruit salads and your gobstoppers. And if you were feeling really flash, you'd buy a bottle of Corona. Because Corona, it was a fizzy soft drink. The Corona man used to come round, not to our place, he didn't, but Corona, all different colours. There you go, Corona, family drinks. And all different colours. There was the one that looked like you'd been to Sellafield, and then there was another one which was a returnable deposit. If you looked through the bottle, you could see how much you got back on it. And because they didn't give us money back on the bottle, they knocked it off, so you paid 10 pence. 10p, 10d for those. It was it was carbonated soft drinks. Made in South Wales, actually. And I used to like the one which was cream soda. And what you used to do is pour it into a glass, and then we'd put a dollop of ice cream on top of it. And that was particularly nice, actually. So 87 depots they had. Corona was sold to the Beecham Group in 1958, subsequently to Britvic, but stopped trading as a brand in the late 1990s. What a shame. But we used to get the Corona man coming round. You could hear it. There was all bottles and everything else, and you'd rush out there going, hello, Mr. Man. And he'd go, oh, what flavour for you today? We didn't talk like that at all, actually. Can't remember what he spoke like. But you'd get your bottle of Corona, take it back inside, and we'd leave it in the fridge. It'd get really cold in the fridge. And it used to hurt the back of your throat as it went down. It was like, if ever you drink a Coca-Cola with loads of ice, it's like you get brain freeze. If ever you drink slush puppies, you can guarantee brain freeze on slush puppies. It's almost like, I'm never having this stuff ever again. It's evil and it's the work of the devil. And then blow me down the next year, you're out there, another slush puppy. And you can go to all the markets. They do all different colours. And you could just have a bit of each colour. You imagine the brain freeze on some of that stuff. I tell you, it is like being Sellafield. In the winter, you glow very nicely. It's 14 minutes to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Pablo says, Steve, was Five's company broadcast live? I blooming well hope so for the effort that was put in. Yes, of course. Broadcast live. And it was made in Stephen Street in Tottenham Court Road. You go up Tottenham Court Road, first turning on the left, you go there, and it's on the left-hand side. And they built us a studio. They built the studio, the whole complex, scene dock. They built all the dressing rooms, makeup room, everything. It was all done there, plus all the sound equipment and everything. I mean, everything was built, and seating in the studio as well, because when we were taken in to see it, after we'd all been signed up, we were watching them basically building it. And it was amazing. I have to be honest, I mean, not one of the most pleasant experiences of my life, because I was so tired. It was unbelievable. We had no time for anything, actually. Steve, I went back to see where I grew up. It's in inner city, Sydney, near the city. I couldn't afford to live there now. Funny, isn't it? You go back and you see, you know, places that you lived in years ago, and you think, wonder how much this is now. And of course, a lot of people who were born in villages, then moved out, can't afford to move back into them again because they've been gentrified. Seaside towns in particular, people buy holiday homes, pushes the prices up. Do you have a solution for hairy ears, says Baz? You can buy a little machine, actually. It's a little thing. It's you stick it up your nose or stick it in your ear and all the rest of it. About $5.99 on Amazon. $5.99. Actually, funny thing is, if you go to most hairdressers, they will do ear hair, and they'll do eyebrows. Do you want your eyebrows trimming back? You know, anything like that. They always ask me. I don't know why I haven't really got any eyebrows, but they always ask. You know, would you like your eyebrows trimmed? So I've started saying yes, just for the hell of it. Don't want to disappoint. Chris says my kids like the pina colada Corona, pineapple and coconut. Cherryade was Cherryade. Cherryade was fab. I don't think it ever saw a cherry in its entire life. And Taffy Nige from Pontyclun in South Wales says, do people in Hong Kong speak Mandarin? No, we thought Cantonese. Well, I mean, our domestic spoke... what's it? You know, it wasn't. I don't think anybody speaks Mandarin. There's all sorts of different dialects, but no, mostly Cantonese. Mostly. He says Corona Cherry Pop, the best. You see, it's funny, cherry, isn't it? I bought a thing the other day. It's like a yogurt drink, apparently very good for your gut, and it's like cherry. It's like a cherry thick yogurt. It's a drinking yogurt. I don't know what it's called. Yeah, it could be something like that. I don't know. But it's only little, not very big at all. And I bought it, and I thought, I mean, every time I drink one, I always go, oh, that's good. I can feel that doing my gut good. You mentioned Maidenhead a lot. Why? I live here. I'm here right now, and yes, I live on a hill that I guarantee will never be flooded. You've not read the Bible, have you? There's a very good chance you'll be flooded out. They dug the Jubilee River here as a flood relief in Maidenhead, and since we don't get flooding here, even when the very bad floods in England, around the corner, I tell you. Oh, death and destruction! I can see it in the tea leaves. Yes, I mention it a lot, Maidenhead, because I've driven through it. Always lock the doors. I'm not stupid, and try not to stop for anything. You know, somebody waves you down like that. No, I'm not stopping. Not in my car. Definitely not. Next thing, the blooming thing will be up on bricks, I suppose. Brian Blessed. Do you like Brian? I like Brian Blessed. He's fab, actually. He's very good. He's blasted MPs as selfish and rubbish. He didn't say rubbish, he used the C word. Phil Vickery says, morning Steve, Ciderade and Limeade were delicious. Didn't you think that Limeade looked like it had come out of a nuclear power station? It was that sort of phosphorescent kind of glow, which, but you're right, actually, it's all the things that we were drinking as kids, which you wouldn't touch with a barge pole now, would you? I mean, seriously, I wouldn't. I mean, you know, cherry... Who is it? Oh, it's in Steel Magnolias. The bloke serving behind the bar, and I think one of the characters says, oh, can I have a cherry Coke? And he goes, this is the best cherry cola ever. And he pours the ice in and pours it very seductively, you know, like how you make cherries look seductive. And he pours it out. It's the best one I've ever had. And it was lovely. But, I mean, nowadays I wouldn't have Cherryade. I would if I didn't think there was something the matter with fizzy drinks. You know, and I'm trying to be good. I mean, I've resisted mozzarella balls for quite a while, actually, now. Marks and Spencer started doing them, and they look delicious, and I thought, no, they're going to have to be deep-fried. And I can't have it if it's deep-fried. I mean, it's just going to drive me absolutely mad. Why do we mention Maidenhead? Because the producer lives in Maidenhead. Somebody's got to, haven't they? Goodness sake, honestly, even though you're high on a hill, I don't think that's going to save you. They were looking at all the floodplains and everything else. I knew somebody down in Walton on Thames. Because whenever it rains very hard up north, it comes down here. And so the height of the River Thames running through Twickenham and Richmond, I mean, goes up substantially when it rains up north because it all floods down into the Thames. I mean, it looks very pretty, but then we also have a plug that you can pull out. I can't. It's done, obviously, by the council. And it drains the Thames. All of a sudden, there's no water in the Thames. And they go through there and they pick out all the rubbish that people have thrown away. You know, like for some reason, shopping trolleys. Never understood why people were sort of doing shopping trolleys. There you go. The most popular East London towns could be underwater by 2030. Wow. Interesting, isn't it? Luckily, I'm fine. There's no chance of me ever getting flooded. No chance. Even though we do have flooding in Twickenham. But we've got the Thames barrier now. That's going to save us, isn't it, really? Steve, we had the Corona man deliver every Saturday. You got money back on the empty bottles. Bring it back. That's what I say. The best cream soda you can get now is by Bars. Yes, that's BARRS. I've seen that before. I like cream soda. But to have something with a scoop of ice cream in it. And in my day, we didn't have anything apart from vanilla. Sorry? Ice cream float. Yeah, all right. Whatever. I think that's the young person's terminology for it. We just called it a dollop of ice cream. We didn't call it a float at all. I don't want to be hip. I'm 68. Why would I want to be hip? What's the point of that? Honestly, it's like having the will to do it all night, but not really the inclination. You know, it's the same as that kind of thing. So, yeah, so the best cream soda you can get, but a good dollar. We used to actually, if we were having ice cream, we'd always have vanilla in the fridge. And sometimes my mother would buy the Neapolitan, which was strawberry, vanilla and chocolate. And then you could mix it all round in the bowl just to annoy her, you know, because then it was delicious. It would go all soft and sort of runny, and it was delicious. I do miss a milkshake in the morning. I don't know why. I wonder if you could start the day with a banana milkshake. Occasionally, McDonald's do them. Yeah, what do we eat for breakfast? What is this ridiculous thing? I remember going out with a friend of mine once. We went up to Manchester for I don't know, lost something, I don't know. And we go up there. What did he eat for breakfast? Box of After Eight. He ate a box of After Eight. And I remember thinking at the time, being a little bit narrow-minded like you are, that it's a case of, you know, why can't you have it for breakfast? Who decreed that you've got to have sausages and bacon and egg and tomatoes and beans? And who decreed that? Nobody. You can have whatever you like. You should be able to have, you know, like spare ribs for breakfast. Why not? And if I want a milkshake, I shall have a milkshake. I mean, some people have roast for breakfast or pizza. You can have a pizza. You can have anything you like. In fact, I do quite like a curry poured over mashed potato. That's very nice, actually. But not everybody agrees with me on that one. But I don't care. It's, you know. And then the producer goes, that's why you're diabetic. You know, you think, oh, honestly, Mr. Sanctimonious over there. Yeah, well, don't worry. When the floods come, you wait. He'll be banging on my door. Steve. We got a bit wet. You know, exciting. So Harry and Meghan have hired the Obama's bodyguard. Riveting. This is, strangely enough, after Harry is suing over the security. He's decided to sue them in this country, and yet I'm thinking, but wait a minute, love, you didn't have any security when you went to see your mother at Windsor, did you? You know, sounds a bit bizarre. Not your mother, sorry, your grandmother, at Windsor. So obviously all right for that one, but as I say, we all think you're being led by that ring in your nose and all the rest. I noticed how many empty seats there were at the Invictus Games. Very embarrassing. Bickering with the mother-in-law is an evolutionary trait. Both men and women were found to be far more likely to row with their spouse's mum, like warring Jennifer Lopez and Jane Fonda in the rom-com Monster-in-Law, than their own. It's thought to be down to the in-laws subconsciously taking the side of their child. I can't imagine that. Prince Andrew is to stay at the Royal Lodge in Windsor, despite apparently having no income. Well, he bought it for a few years. He paid, I think, it was about, was it 7 million? Something like that. He has it, and there's loads of other places he's got. It's a 75-year lease. And he's been stripped of his HRH status. The trouble is, he thinks he's back in the fold. That's how naive he is. That is how incredibly naive. You know, you really don't want anything to do with Prince Andrew. His name carries no weight anymore at all. He hangs around with the wrong people. He's just very, very peculiar. Scientists have created a juicy steak out of thin air. They've made artificial meat using carbon dioxide, oxygen, hydrogen and nitrogen. Oh, not sure. I've only just got used to 3D things. You can get all sorts of things made in 3D. Oh, look, here's Amanda Holden. Here she is in LA with the family. We know why. And North Korea says it's successfully tested a new weapon to boost its nuclear battle capabilities. Listen, Tubbs, I don't know why you're bothered about this. We're not going to attack you. We're not interested in you. You're a funny little man. You're a little dictator. I don't know why you're bothered about it. I'll tell you what, why don't we introduce you to our good friend Putin? Have a word with him about nuclear weapons. Ridiculous, honestly. Coffee drinkers are driving hundreds of endangered species to extinction. I spoke to Ben, my friend downstairs, the one who's had COVID, and he was addicted to caffeine in the coffee. Unbelievable, isn't it? But anyway, you know. Anyway, he's now weaned himself off it, which I thought was brilliant. Matthew says, whilst watching Easter from Kings, I noticed a few of the older choir boys looking unshaven and unwashed standards are slipping in the Anglican choir group, says Matthew. Well, I mean, some of them are getting on a bit now. You know, in the choir, you go from little sopranos. I was a little soprano, you know, runny nose now. And then you sort of grow up a bit. And for some reason, and I work with people like this, they don't bother to shave. It's an unnecessary thing to do. They just sort of kind of leave it. It's a case of nobody's going to notice the fact that I haven't shaved, you know, but I do. I couldn't go out in the morning. I really couldn't go out at all if I hadn't shaved. But, you know, if they're young, you know, they don't bother about things like that. Apparently it's supposed to be trendy. No, just look grubby as far as I'm concerned, honestly. It's a case of put some milk on it, the cat'll lick it off. It's not even like proper beard stuff, is it? It's a case of, you know, because the moment you start shaving, you have to keep shaving because it grows back twice as quickly. But, what the hell, you know. Life's a bitch and then you wake up and start work, which is good news. Anyway, it's nice to be company. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. Ozzy and his TV show and the COVID vaccine heroes. We'll tell you about them and him after the news, which is next.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. It's 3 minutes past 5. It's Bank Holiday Monday. Although, if you're a religious person, you don't look at it as a bank holiday. It's a special day, very special day. Jenny in Farringdon says, I can't imagine you living in Egypt with that heat. I was only little. We're only little. I've got pictures of me playing in the dirt for some reason. I'm easily pleased when we're children, I suppose. But I didn't bother about the heat. I was a little brown berry wandering around, you know, because I spent most of my time in my, well, it appeared to be my nappies, wandering about playing in the dirt. All right, so I was 13, who cares? You know, it's one of those sort of things, isn't it? When we were kids, says Sonny, we used to creep round the back of pubs and fill carrier bags with the returned pop bottles with the 10p return deposit value. Take it to the back of the pub and the off-sales hatch for the deposit money, then spend it on comics and sweeties. Oh, you see people nicking all sorts of things now. Steve, hope you had a wonderful Easter. Well, I'm still enjoying it. I still think there's loads of things to do today. And I'm going out for coffee with our Lynn. Sauce says, watch King of Kings again. Brilliant. You may find this interesting. Back in Iran, the Shah was known as King of Kings. So when the movie came out, they couldn't use this title, so it was changed into Eternal Light. Doesn't quite sound as exciting, does it? Stella says, we've been to Miller and Carter. They do the most delicious steaks. I haven't. No, I think I've heard of it. And Reggie says, I've just had 3 Kit Kats for breakfast. 3 Kit Kats. That sounds quite nice, actually, because they do them in all different... they do the white chocolate Kit Kats. They do all sorts of things, don't they? All sorts of things. But I'm not sure I'm going to eat Kit Kat for breakfast. I mean, there's nothing the matter with it. It's just that I wouldn't eat Kit Kat anyway, because I'm not, as I've said before, a sort of a chocolate person. I can seriously take or leave it, and I'd rather leave it most of the time. Sid Cup Julie says, lovely surprise to hear this morning. There's no one like you. No, that is true. That is true. That's probably an advantage, actually. Steve, I watched an old film called Easter Parade with Judy Garland. It's amazing how times have changed. Not a scruffy tracksuit or overweight person in sight. I was born in 1990, so I've not seen many films of that decade. Are there any classic films you recommend? Oh, God, you might as well just go and buy the box set of I tell you what you want to go and get. It's a box set of all the clips from all the big Hollywood movies over the years, and it's got everything, all introduced by the famous people of the time, like Frank Sinatra, like Judy Garland, like all these different people introducing the clips. And I shall find out what this box set is called in a moment, but it's I think it's about 3 or 4 CDs. It's not Hooray for Hollywood. It's something like, I've recommended it on numerous occasions for people. If you want to see what all these films look, listen, if you liked Easter Parade, you should go buy this box set, because that will help you completely. And it's about I bought it so many times over the years, because I keep losing bits of the DVDs. They sort of, one bit will vanish. I have to go and buy it. But it's not particularly expensive. And it's a collection of Hollywood greats. It's not called Hooray for Hollywood, is it? No, it's definitely not called Hooray for Hollywood. But it's got every star in that you can think of, from Mickey Rooney, all these people in some of these great movies. And you could see them over the years, when they've done these big things with big dance numbers. The Ziegfeld Follies is in it. I can't remember what it was called. Have a look for Ziegfeld Follies, and that might, on the same page, lead you to the name of this box set. Ziegfeld Follies was in it. I can't remember what this blooming thing's called, which is annoying me, because I keep tripping over it every day in my place, because I keep looking. So wait a minute. Ziegfeld Follies, Vincenzi. That was everybody. Oh, dear. What was the name of this blooming box set? Come on, one of you will know what it is. You're generally very good at these sort of things. So the moment you know what it is, please do tell me, because I can't remember. I can never remember these blooming things, actually. But it's a box set. It's about four CDs, four DVDs of all the big Hollywood films. You get, a few minutes clip of each one, and introduced by all the stars. And if only I can remember what it was called, but I'm sure that we will get round to it before the end of it. Somebody will write in and go, yeah, I know exactly what that film is, Steve. It's called, because it's a box set, but it's lovely. Oh, here we go. Oh dear, we're not doing very well in the Hollywood. No, show me. I know what it looks like from the front of it, and I don't think it's called the Hollywood Collection. I'm pretty certain. Although that would be a good place to start if you're looking for those sort of films, like the Easter Parades and stuff like that. I mean, Judy Garland had loads of films. So, Classic Hollywood Collection. No. Wait a minute. Not called Hooray for Hollywood. Wait a minute. Hollywood Collection, Annie Oakley. Music. Oh, my God, there's so many. Go down a bit further. That's entertainment. How much is it? Wait a minute. Go back. There you go. The complete collection, $9.99. $9.99. If you only get one box set in your life, this would be the one that you would get. That's entertainment. The world is a stage of entertainment. And it's got everybody in it. Every Hollywood star you can think of, and all the big Hollywood stars introducing the clips and telling you how they filmed stuff and things like that. It's the best thing you'll ever get. And that applies to elderly people too. It's not just for Jason and Ascot. I knew you'd know. Thank you very much indeed. So that's entertainment. And cheap for all that talent in one box set. It's very good value. It's marvellous, actually. Beats Supertramp, doesn't it? Any time, I should imagine. Spring has sprung a leak. Families returning home after the Sunnybank holiday weekend face wetter, colder weather and delays. Oh, I'm not interested. I couldn't care less. I'm just about I'm planting my thing up. There's a pizza fan. I mean, I say he's a pizza fan. He's now a convicted murderer. He shot a chef 3 times for taking too long to make his pizza. I mean, you can't believe it. Federico Pecorale is alleged to have snapped while at an outside table. It's not here. This is in Italy, by the way. I mean, you can't imagine somebody standing outside Domino's complaining about how long it takes to go through the oven. He's accused of striding into the pizzeria where he pulled out a semi-automatic pistol and blasted the owner, Yelfri Guzman. Footage of the attack is said to show Yelfri being hit 3 times in front of shocked colleagues. Last night, the chef's not dead, thank God for that. He's in a serious condition in intensive care. Pecorale is believed to have fled to take refuge with relatives before trying to escape in a taxi. He was arrested at the service station with a semi-automatic pistol still on him. He's not the brightest penny in the box, is he? And singer Will Young says he's afraid of... What do you think he's afraid of? What do you think he... Sorry? Spiders, no. No. This is a really odd one. He said, I can't... He said, even talking about them makes me feel sick. Not poor people, no. Yes, it's lolly sticks. Lolly sticks. He doesn't like lolly. How do you hold the lolly if you haven't got a stick in it? He says, I can't bear ice lolly sticks. Even talking about it makes me sick. And that's all he says. I don't know what... He's worth, they say, 14 million. But, I mean, if you can't even enjoy a lolly when you got 40, you get that sorted out. Honestly, this hot weather, I bought a lolly the other day, and it was a green twirly thing. It was quite nice, actually. So it's sort of lolly in the middle and ice lolly, and then ice cream around the outside. But it might have been a mini twister. Actually, a twister, yeah. It was very nice, whatever it was. I was very impressed by it. I thought, I'll have one of those again. And also, because they've got to be cold, these things. So... the only thing that he can have is a Calippo, where you have to warm your hand up to squeeze the bottom of the tube so it pops up out the top, because they do. But also you end up with orange lips, don't you? And Mike in Kings Langley, wondering what your opinion is, Steve, of the Archbishop getting involved with politics. Well, he shouldn't. He shouldn't. And because he used to work in the oil industry. That's what he did. And I learnt all of this from Ian Dale's programme, somebody phoning out saying what a hypocrite he is. I mean, but, it's a case of, that's what his role in life is. Not for us. Doesn't have anything he says has no bearing on any of my life. Steve, I'm a 3rd generation of fan in my family and I'm in bed with COVID. Oh, dear. Oh, that's not very good, is it? I mean, if you're in bed with COVID. So I thought if you got COVID nowadays, it's a bit like getting a sort of a cold. But to be honest with you, I don't want a cold. I mean, I've had sniffy noses and stuff like that. Apparently, lacking lads came up short in a study of international willies sizes in the paper today, landing the UK in 66th place. That's not very good, is it? Guess who's at the top? Ecuador. Let's all go to Ecuador then, shall we? Don't want to be last. Then the Cameroons, Bolivia, Sudan, Haiti, France. Even the French are better than we are. France. I mean, seriously. Germany, Australia, Spain, India, US, Japan, South Korea, then the UK. I mean, to be honest with you, the only people who are following the UK is China and Ireland. Well, that's not true. Taiwan and Cambodia. Ireland. That's just ridiculous, honestly. Definitely not true. Definitely not true. Whatever. It's 66th. I feel all depressed now. The day was looking so good. A couple duped a jeweller out of £2 million worth of watches by swapping them with fakes. The man and the younger female accomplice posed as Swiss investors interested in buying high-value timepieces at a Hatton Garden store. After being shown a bag containing 9 luxury watches, they switched it for an identical one with the plastic duds inside. The victim told The Sun he had a look at the watches and the paperwork, which he said was fine, and then he swapped the bags. I don't know how. His hands must have been like a magician. CCTV obtained by The Sun shows the well-dressed pair pulling off the scam at the store near the scene of the Hatton Garden safety deposit raid. The haul included 3 Richard Meals worth at least £400,000 each. I've never even heard of them. And plus Rolexes as well, thought to be Britain's biggest reported watch theft. The well-prepared duo booked an appointment and arrived with the dummies in a large white envelope-shaped bag, like ones used by the jeweller for presenting watches. They left saying they were sorting a bank transfer, but they didn't return. The victim looked in the bag half an hour later and discovered the con. He said he didn't report it to police at the time as he received death threats, but circulated the CCTV amongst other jewellers. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, there's one here. It's a Royal Oak, Audemars. £200,000 for a watch. I couldn't ever justify that. The Rolex Daytona is £140,000. So they managed to get away. They've got away with it. They actually got away with it. Only goes to prove, doesn't it, really? I mean, they will probably find these people, but I suspect they might have left the country already. Slightly disturbing, isn't it? 5:15 is the time.
LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So you see all manner of nice people in the building. Thank you, Mehul. Bless him, honestly. Another one of my ex-producers. They're all over the place, my ex-producers. What have we got? Have you ever heard of Joel Corry? No, Joel Corry? No. Apparently he's a singer. He's a head and heart DJ. What's that mean? What's head and heart? Is that our heart? Head and heart? I never know what things are now. Nobody tells me anything. I'm a stranger here. He might be in this building. You never know. But he's touring. Oh, it's his song. Oh, right. Oh. Typical. Yeah, because it says here he's constantly zooming around the world. He's just done a 16-week residency in Ibiza. Is that him there? Good Lord above. That's what my body looks like. Very... What? Disbeliever. My body's very much like that. Without the six-pack, it's sort of there. It's inside somewhere. It's just that, yeah, I mean, I just don't think it's necessary to show people. I never understand why people go to gymnasiums and then start sort of posing around all over the place, trying to make the rest of us feel a little bit inferior. Here's a strange story. Somebody's going to pick up on this one later on today on LBC, I can guarantee it. It's a park in honour of the Prime Minister William Gladstone, which they say should be renamed after Diane Abbott. Apparently, as part of a Labour Council slavery review, school pupils were asked to pick an appropriate new title for Gladstone Park. The former Shadow Home Secretary's name was their preference. What were they offered? I mean, if Diane Abbott's the answer, I'd love to know what the question was. 300, age 5 to 13. Well, you can't trust a 5-year-old to vote on something like that. Other names... Freedom, Peace and Harmony Park, Rainbow Park and Diversity Fields. But certainly not Diane Abbott. The woman who really, I mean, you know, I mind you, perhaps actually a park. The more I think about it, the more it seems quite appropriate, actually. But very odd. And another one here. England and Everton striker Dominic Calvert-Lewis. Now, I don't know who he is. He says his daring dress sense comes from his dad, who wore a skirt to go clubbing. Mind you, we had David Beckham wearing a skirt some years ago. Well, it wasn't a skirt, it was a sarong. And a sarong. That's what David... What's wrong? What? Don't you know what a sarong is? It's like a wraparound piece of material. You must have seen the picture of him and sort of like a toga, but not really. It just wraps around your body, and it's, you know... I'm surprised you've not got one, actually. It's the kind of thing you'd have, yeah. I'm sure there's pictures somewhere of you wearing one. I've just got this feeling. It's not all skiing, is it really, I should imagine. Today we've got the toga party. Whee! In the sauna. Crispy bacon lovers are witty, persuasive and fun-loving people. I love crispy bacon. I love crispy bacon. Those who prefer it chewy are more likely to be good-natured, kind and tidier. Chunky chip lovers are hard-working, conservative and loyal, while slim fries fans are youthful, curious and trendy. Well, there you go. Have you noticed there's nothing... You know, a psychologist who did the analysis for a pizza company says, the way we prepare our food shines a light on the type of person we are. What a load of codswallop, honestly. They do talk drivel. So crispy bacon lovers are witty, persuasive and fun. I'll disprove that one straight away. I'll show you some people around here who like crispy bacon, and believe you me, they couldn't persuade anybody to do anything, and they're certainly not witty. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Why do these people come up with this stuff? It's just as bad. The term ladies and gentlemen has been banned in the Lords. The House's inclusive language guide tells its 800 members and 650 staff to instead say one and all, folks and colleagues. Oh, God, honestly, what a bunch of nincompoops. It's just ridiculous, honestly. You just say, excuse me, miss? Hello? Hello? Oh, you're not going to answer, are you? That's what it goes like now, isn't it? That's what it goes like. Telly favourite, the Reverend Richard Coles, revealed he's been punched many times and even threatened with a machete in his time as a vicar. He retires from his parish this week after 11 years, reflecting on his time at St Mary the Virgin Church in Northants. He said, I've seen the great and good lie and cheat, and the lowly give everything they have for another. I've been punched a fair bit, threatened with a machete, spat at and ridiculed more times than I can remember. And that's a vicar. That's a vicar. Nobody got any respect anymore. Queen guitarist Brian May wants to be made a lord so he can help run the country. Well, listen, they've given it to Shami Chakrabarti. There was always a waste of space as far as I was concerned. She's now I forget what she is now. Some peculiar name. But Brian says he would also take on anti-vaxxers. Did you see the other day? Luckily, it went by without anybody getting any coverage about it. Shami Chakrabarti, Director of Liberty, self-appointed Director of Liberty, it should be pointed out. And she's a member of the House of Lords. And that's right, she's Baroness. For doing what? You have to ask yourself. We hand these things out like dolly mixtures, don't we? It really is quite amazing. Steve, I've just purchased, says Pam in Glasgow, that entertainment DVD for my dad's birthday. Thank you. I think it's an ideal present for an elderly one. Seriously. It's it'll bring back such memories, very good things. Discarded lolly sticks attract ants. They love the sugar, says Tina. Well, you don't put ants in your mouth, do you? I mean, so I don't think it's discarded lolly sticks. It's lolly sticks full per se. He just doesn't like, even talking about them he doesn't like, which I thought was sort of slightly odd. So, but mind you, different people have different things, isn't there? Ciderade and limeade were delicious, says Phil Vickery. This is, he said, look like mouthwash. If only mouthwash was like that. Always reminds me of the Mary Poppins thing, where she gives them their spoonful of sugar, and it's all different. Every time she pours the bottle out, it's a different colour, green, red, and then she gets the alcoholic version, which I thought was very good. Steve, Peter the Toastmaster in Malvern, says, well, you gave me a mention last week. My friend Chris in Jersey got in contact. Turns out he's a crazy ganger too. So there you go, you see. Who would you name the park after? I'd leave it as it is. What's he doing? Oh, right. Hot. I'm going to be hot. It's not hot at all. Steve says, Sue loved those old Hollywood films, High Society, Breakfast at Tiffany's, Singing in the Rain, South Pacific and The King and I, to name but a few. Worried about flooding, says Connie, where you live, watch Flood a City on the Brink of Annihilation on DVD. Big Ben, Thames Barrow, The Underground, London Underwater, with David Suchet and Robert Carlyle. Fascinating. Yes, I mean, I'm lucky. I'm fairly high, so never going to sort of flood out or anything like that. What did I see the other day? It was a film with, I can't remember what it was. It was obviously a tsunami, but it was very cleverly done. I mean, if it was all, superimposed on the screens, it was amazing. I think with Ewan McGregor. And all of a sudden, they were on this, is it called The Impossible? Is that what it is? Oh, it's about a tsunami. Because 1 minute they're in the swimming pool in this hotel, the next minute the ground starts shaking and the palm trees start waving and then they fall down and then this wall of water comes through. Frightened the life out of me. Tom Holland. Oh, right. Yeah, he is Spider-Man, I know. He was also Billy Elliot as well. Yeah. I know these things. I'm supposed to know these things. The Impossible. So made in 2012. Oh, so it was based on the experience of Maria Bellon and her family. And the budget for it was 45 million. There you go, Ewan McGregor, I thought so. And Tom Holland in his film debut. But I thought it was really good because I don't know if you've ever been onto YouTube and had a look at tsunamis around the world, and it seems to be nothing. In fact, there's one bloke, there's people standing there, and way out at sea, you see a little wave, just a little wave. And you think, and that's going to turn into a tsunami. Boy, does it ever. You can watch it in one of them. I think it's in Japan somewhere. And the people are climbing up the outside of buildings to get away from this thing because it comes in at such a rate. Boats, cars, lorries, everything is just completely annihilated. You don't realise the force and the power. It is absolutely unbelievable. So I might have to check out that one, Connie. Thank you very much indeed. But no, I'm very safe where I am. Piers Morgan is mocking his former rival Dan Walker. That's the one who thinks he's got a personality. He was very rude on The Chase the other day. Very, very rude. But perhaps he thought it was called personality because, frankly, dull as they say. What was the other one? Ken Barlow meets up with his very first wife, his screen wife. And it was Anne Reid. And I'd completely forgotten that. Completely forgotten. Denise Welsh, still haunted by a fire stalker. She thought, somebody might have set fire to the house. It's a bit of a peculiar. And Gary Neville is facing a driving ban. These people don't learn, do they? Mind you, it's so easy to put your foot down. I really have to sort of struggle in my thing to try and sort of keep under the speed limit. Steve, I've deduced, says Mike, that people who like Peter Andre's music are most probably hard of hearing. I think is he still doing music? We're still waiting for him to complete the rest of his tour in Australia, which he had to cancel because he hadn't even started it. I'm not sure how many tickets they'd sold. I'm led to believe it wasn't too many. And it was a case of he had to come back here because he was doing this programme where he sort of pretended to be a decorator, but frankly, Pete didn't have the faintest... He couldn't hammer a nail in. He was about as useless as a chocolate fireguard. And he's currently doing... Is he doing Grease at the moment? I think he might be doing Grease. He's only... For so many performances, they just sort of bring him in. I think it's just sort of to try and get his fans to buy a ticket for the show. I think that's how it works. But there you go. Yeah, he's starring in Greece at the Dominion Theatre. He's going to be Vince Fontaine. I think he's the DJ in Greece. Does the hand jive. Oh, right. Yeah, the DJ at the hand jive. Oh, right. Oh, well. Paul in Brentford says, have you seen Gene Kelly doing the dance on an empty stage, tearing a newspaper with the feet? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Big fan. I'd love to have talked to him. My goodness me. Yes. He was as good. In fact, I think he was a better dancer than Fred Astaire. Much better dancer. But Fred Astaire did him in one. He would do it. It's almost like Frank Sinatra singing songs. He would go into the studio late at night, whiskey, cigarettes, and he'd sing through one. It'd be one take. He didn't want to do any more than that. And I think for Gene Kelly and Fred Astaire, they had to learn their routines so that they literally, by the time they went on stage, they just did it. And I think you'll find that this paper dance that Gene Kelly is doing in Summer Stock, Fred Astaire did a very similar one, but with sand. He sprinkled sand on the floor and you got the thing. Very clever. I mean, you don't see the like of these people ever again. There's nobody like these people. There might be good enough dance. It's like somebody saying the other day, I want to be like the next Kardashian. I thought, well, you're dullard, aren't you? What's the point of wanting to be the next Kardashian? Try and be somebody else. But they were very talented, but I'd love to have been there to watch those films being made. You imagine, the Hollywood gossip must have been fantastic. And those sort of late night parties and everything. Drugs. I should cocoa. Honestly, Hollywood parties, they would sit there. There was one story of a very well-known actress, and she used to play cards all night. And then it got to 4 a.m. and she'd say, Mama's got to go to work. And she would then be taken to the studio where they would do her hair, they'd do her makeup, put her into costume. They put gold dust in her hair, very fine gold dust, because that meant it shone better off the lights. And so if you put gold dust in your hair, everybody says, if you look at some of the early black and white movies, if they didn't put the gold dust in the hair. So you imagine at the end of the day, you've got to comb all this stuff out, get rid of it, wash your hair again, and then in between that, you've got to act as well. Goodness sake, honestly. It's more tiring than doing a radio programme. Right, let's get the latest news headlines, shall we? 5:30, here's Simon Conway.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
LBC.
From Goldbank London, the safe and sound way to buy gold and silver. Part 4. Proof.
Exceptional service, safe, prompt dispatch,
Very good, safe way to buy precious metal.
epically fast delivery.
The best place to buy gold.
Not the words of Goldbank, these are the words of our customers who rated us excellent on Trustpilot.
Gold Bank London. Kept safe
For your future,
and sound.
with solid guidance.
Visit goldbank.co.uk.
Hey, Harry.
Hello, mate.
Any tips for the horses?
It's going to be one hell of a race, that's for sure. Oh, sorry, mate. I've got Michael Owen on the line. Here, Michael.
Hello, Gaffer.
What do you fancy in the big race today?
Oh, I think the favourite will win it by a distance.
I'm not sure he'd handle these conditions. I like the one at the bottom of the handicap. Your best bet is... Oh, sorry, lads. I've got to run. I'm teeing off in 20.
Whether you listen to Harry or Michael, make your best bet at BetVictor. Search online for latest offers. 18 plus, be gamble aware. Please gamble responsibly.
So you want a great new car? We got Dallas choice galore. Either through or trust the dealers or deliver to your door. Every car includes a warranty. That's just what we do. And we guarantee you'll love it. We'll give your money back to you.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car. T's and C's apply.
At PensionBee, we're building a pension company you can believe in. Be pension confident. Join at pensionbee.com. Capital at risk, authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 27 minutes to 6 for this bank holiday Monday. So I don't know where to go today. I know I'm going out for coffee with Lynn. And that's about it, actually. I might. Trouble is, I don't want to go to a garden centre on a bank holiday because it's going to be rammed. It's going to be heaving. So I'm not really sure what to do now. I might go to Costco, actually, pick up a few little bits and pieces there. John in Finland says, Steve, if you have to avoid deep frying, a healthier, quick and convenient alternative is an air fryer, available in a variety of sizes and are reasonably priced. I have looked into air fryers, but then the trouble is I don't really want to sort of eat, too much fried stuff, whether it's an air fryer or a normal fryer. Well, I don't think any food is healthy for you. It's got sort of, batter around a mozzarella ball. That's not healthy, is it? Not healthy at all. And I'd be tempted probably to get loads of stuff and eat it that I shouldn't really be eating. I'd be going, I think I'll have chunky chips today. Whereas, the other day, just to sort of, try and vary the diet and add interest, I had a crunchy salad, which was quite nice, which I had with smoked salmon, which is okay. That's all right. Crunchy salad and smoked salmon, a little bit of mayonnaise over the top of it. Very popular. But you're right. I mean, I should really look at all these different things. I've always wanted one of those industrial things. They had a thing on YouTube, and it was a kid in a market, an Afghan boy, about 10 years old. And what does he sell in the market? Not in this country, in Afghanistan. Chips. He sells chips. Not only does he take the potato, he's got a machine, and he has to lift up the handle, put the thing on, pull it down, and it puts all the chips into this plastic bucket thing. And he's so fast. And in the meanwhile, he's got 3 deep fat fryers running, and he's taking them out, putting them back in, shaking them, and then he puts this salt and things like that, and then he puts them under. Seriously, you've never seen anybody work so hard. So much so that everybody was filming him doing these things because he just doesn't stop. And then has a little polystyrene box, and he puts the chips in and some ketchup and a few other little bits and pieces. And I thought, my God, he's working so hard. Literally, I mean, it must be back-breaking work. But any of those street market food stalls, I love looking at. Love looking at them. We don't have too many in this country. But yet you go to India and you go to China, they're all over the place. People like buying stuff. And there's places. There was another one, I think it was in India, and all this bloke sells is chocolate milkshake. Chocolate milkshake. He's got this huge thing, and they get ice, and they cut the ice in, they put it in there, they stir it all round again, and then he's got this ladle, and he puts all the glasses, crushed ice into each glass, then he puts a ladle of this chocolate in, this chocolate milkshake stuff, which is thick and lovely and looks delicious, and then he stirs them all up, then he tops them all up again, and you think to yourself, you do that day in, day out. He does about 30 or 40 at each time, and each time they're snapped up by people. And then there's another bloke who takes fizzy water, and he literally takes the tap off, puts his thumb over the end of it, shakes the bottle, and it makes it all fizz. I mean, who's anything like it? Far more adventurous. People who are sort of taking the lids off bottles with what looks like a spoon or something, just literally bang it off, and then with his thumb over the top, it like that, as if you're, at a car race and you've just won it with the champagne. Amazing, really. Absolutely amazing. Money in bank accounts in savings clubs. We've had a lot of these over the years. People put money into a savings club, either for Christmas or just to save money. And they're now making sure that you are protected. They don't want you not to be protected. So that's the kind of thing you've got to look out for. Because people have got money all over the place. I mean, some people don't trust banks and they probably sleep on the money. But the interest rates are so pitifully awful at the moment. I mean, you're better off if you've got a pension or something like that. Probably seeking financial advice, obviously. But they'll probably say to you, you might as well take some of it out now because you're not going to get any better and it's only going to dwindle your pot. Some people are very lucky. They've built up a very good pot, but with the state of the banks at the moment, much of the fact they're closing everything. Have you noticed? Every time you go out there's another bank closed. We're losing 2 of our banks, actually. In fact, we've lost 2. 3. We lost the Halifax, we lost the Santander, and we've lost NatWest. Which is awful. I might have an ice cream today. I could treat myself to an ice cream. There's a place in Richmond where they do it. They don't just scoop it out. It's not cheap. Have you been to these ice cream shops? They're very expensive. But this one, he does it, and it comes out like a petal. And he puts it all the way round, so you build up. It's a flower. But it takes forever and a day, and it's like £6 or something. I felt like saying to it, listen, just shove it in a pot. I'm really not bothered about petals or something. But it's so cleverly done. And I'm thinking you've got to sell a lot of these. There you go, yes. Like that. Flower-shaped gelato. It's very clever, isn't it? But so expensive. And look at the size of them. Never get that in your mouth, would you? Well, you probably would, actually. Yeah, you probably would. But they weren't cheap, and I bought it. But to be honest with you, by the time the blooming thing had finished, I'd lost the will to eat anything anyway. I really couldn't be bothered about a blooming ice cream. Then you start looking around for a bin to drop it in. Leave it around too long, the birds will eat the blooming thing. But apart from that, that's what you should have today. You should go out, do something today, because I think the weather's going to be okay. So now, whether or not this is a true story about the Queen's days of public appearances are over, Buckingham Palace has said, because I wouldn't like to think that we don't see her, but I don't think she wants to be seen out in a wheelchair. I think she's that proud she would only be seen in the golf buggy, and obviously she's not going to drive it herself. The other one was the Eurovision. Could be staged in the UK in 2023. I used to like Eurovision. I like Ukraine's entry from a couple of years ago. I thought that was very good indeed. It's this sort of Einstein, and it was all a bit exciting, a little bit, sort of drag, I thought. But it could be staged here without us even winning. Bosses will have a look at who can host the show next year if Ukraine claim victory, because their song is apparently hot property. Hot property. And say the other one didn't do too well. Noel Gallagher says he practices singing his first song at a gig in the loo just before going on stage. There's not a lot you could say about that, actually. It's really. Cleaners on trains. Members of the Rail, Maritime and Transport Union employed by a contractor will strike from April 27th. They reckon 11 days of walkouts. The staff, who the union called the heroes of the pandemic, work on Govia, Thameslink, Southeastern Eurostar and HS1 trains. It's probably quite a lot to do. On our trains, there isn't a lot. The only thing that they go around picking up is coffee cups. People put these paper coffee cups on the floor. Obviously, complete and utter idiots. And also, a copy of the Metro. Opposed to taking it off the train and throwing it in any one of the numerous bins all over the place, they just decide to leave it on the seat. So people have to go onto the trains and empty it. And it's just very frustrating, very frustrating. Lidl has misspelt the name of the town made famous by Dominic Cummings' eye test trip. Barnard Castle in County Durham now attracts tourists who have their photos taken outside the local Specsavers. But Lidl have printed a leaflet promoting its new store in Bernard Castle. And they're not sure if they've done it deliberately, whether it's just a publicity stunt. Could be, just to sort of wind people up. One local says it's just come through the door and just about... Yeah, it's got me talking about it, yeah. So I'm giving them publicity. But then I also gave publicity to Harry and whatever her face's name is, because they're being filmed for a Netflix documentary. How dull. How dull. As if anybody would be watching that one, thank you. George Osborne has been signed up to boost a bid to buy Chelsea FC. Didn't Chelsea do very well the other day or something? I can't remember, I don't know. 2.5 billion, they reckon, it's worth. 2.5 billion. Mind you, Roman Abramovich has gone over to Kiev to try and broker a deal, which, if he does it, gives him brownie points, because we all want an end to this war. And I think Roman last time went over there and he didn't do very well. It all sort of collapsed, but I think this time around, if it works, as I say, he gets brownie points. Steve, most air fryers have a roast and a bake mode in addition to air frying, says Lee. All right. Try Sunbury Park by the river, says Paul. Sunbury Park by the river. All right. And Sohail says, thank God for the Indian milkshake story. I knew you were a good guy deep down. Treat yourself to a massive ice cream. Oh, I wanted a milkshake. A chocolate milkshake. There's the way they put all this ice in there. And I was always told, if you go abroad, and especially to India, don't have the ice. But, of course, we all love ice-cold drinks. But, of course, many of it and much of it can be. So it's like, don't have salads and things like that. But this milkshake looks so good. And there was so much of it. And I remember thinking, and literally the moment he finished doing them, he was handing them off. And then these people were picking these things up like there's no tomorrow. But it's all the other drinks. My favourite is the Coca-Cola and what was the other drink? Lime. In a machine that goes round and round and round and round and round. So it's like they're on a Ferris wheel, these drinks. And the bloke takes it out of this thing, bangs it on the bottom of the bottle with a spoon, takes the top off, and it turns to slush. And he shakes it out. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I haven't seen it over here. And you pick out the colour of drink you want, and then the action of hitting it sends, and he literally, and all of a sudden it's solidified as it comes out the bottle. You can do it at home, really. Well, I haven't got one of those roundabout machines. Just put a bottle of Coke in the freezer, get it cold but not frozen. All right. He was literally doing it, and I thought, God, that looks delicious. That looks really clever. And they do it in all the markets. It's like the bloke who slices, what's he slicing? Mango. And also the other one who's getting sugar cane. He's got tons of sugar, and he puts it through a press, and out comes sugarcane juice, which is delicious. It's like me, I like coconut juice. Not everybody likes coconut water, I think we call it. Not everybody likes that. It's a bit sort of, but I love it. I think it's fantastic. I remember giving some to a friend of mine once. He went, ugh, what's that? I said, coconut water. Looked at me like I was completely mad. So, 51 years on, Corrie's Ken meets his first wife. This is Anne Reid. I interviewed Anne Reid. I think she's lovely. She appears in lots of Dinner Ladies. She's in, of course, where she's slightly naughty. In fact, I think there's a very naughty side to Anne Reid, but I think she's absolutely fantastic. The Royals' Easter Parade, they were all out there, the Cambridges and the Wessex, and the children growing up now. In fact, actually, I think George is sort of about half the size of his father. Mother looks immaculate, as always. And Sophie, with her daughter Louise, and all of them looking great. William and Charlotte, they learn very quickly. You can understand why poor old Harry didn't fit in with the family. I mean, not a clue about anything, really. And the teenage boxer, tipped to be the next Amir Khan, has died in a car crash. This is Ali Tazim, 18. A passenger in a Vauxhall Corsa which hit a wall on Saturday. Last night, Amir Khan said he had a great future. He was one fighter who I really believed was going to make it far, because very few of them make it. Very few of them. I remember talking to Barry Hearn some years ago about fighters and how much money they make. He said very few of them make enough to survive. You know, it's a small career. But in fact, Khan had told him after they met in 2020 he'd be the next me and make history. Ali won 45 fights and 15 gold medals as an amateur. Amazing, isn't it? Tributes have flooded in from the boxing world. 18, what a terrible waste of life. It really is. It's coming up 14 minutes to 6.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Mike in Finchley says, I want to wish our mutual friends Charles and Madeline Golding and all Jewish listeners a very happy and healthy Passover week. And so say all of us. Thank you very much indeed for that. Hope the Goldings are well today. I'm sure they are, actually. I'm sure they are. Actually, when we went for breakfast the other day, as I say, we were sort of leaving, having had this marvellous breakfast with champagne and all the rest of it, which was a little bit decadent, at this place, which is just up the road from here, in the Aldwych. And find the name of it. I keep forgetting the name of it. I don't know why. I'm getting very forgetful on these things. And we went up there. And we had a very nice time indeed. It was all very lovely. It's called Delaunay. It's very grand. It's very grand, but it was when we went in and started, it was quiet. By the time we finished, it was heaving. Everybody obviously after the breakfast, and I think it was the maitre d' who'd said, and as we were leaving, he said, "Oh, you were talking about your contract," and so I thought, oh, we were just being nosy, and it turns out he's a listener. He said, "I'm a big fan." He said, "I listen all the time." So that's quite nice, isn't it? Steve says, Chris in Chelsea. We saw Patrick Duffy he was with his new girlfriend, I think, on Saturday. It's on tour, this play. He said, frankly, it was a bit average, but it was nice to see Bobby Ewing on stage, and he played opposite the beautiful Linda Pearl, who's his partner in real life. And Chris at Chelsea says, so nice to be visiting theatres again. I know what you mean. There's so many people didn't go to theatres, and theatres were suffering, and I did get quite panic-stricken at times, because, I remember coming into London, and it was like a ghost town. You know, I'd come in the car in the morning, and you drive around Piccadilly, and nobody on the pavements, no clubs, no bars, no buses, no taxis, nothing at all. It was absolutely unbelievable. You know, when you think it was like that, and then, unfortunately, the after effect was a lot of places closed down because they didn't have the money to survive. And so quite a few places around Leicester Square didn't survive, and they've disappeared, and they're still boarded up, which is a bit of a shame, really, because it's London. You know, people should have, rented something out and got it. But I saw another building the other day that was all sort of boarded up and everything. They go for rent, and you think, I don't know, it's not good. Piers Morgan has ramped up his bitter feud with Dan Walker by mocking his big money move. Oh, well, honestly, Dan Walker's obviously got delusions of grandeur, I suspect, because he actually is joining 5 News later this year, replacing Sian Williams, who disappeared completely. Seriously, she goes from the BBC. They all go for money. It's the money that attracts them. And unfortunately, having seen Dan on The Chase, I don't think there's a career working on any of those sort of programmes anytime soon. But it's interesting, actually. I love the infighting on television presenters. I think it's fantastic. To mark the Queen's 70 years, they've got everything. The Epsom Derby, Her Majesty will watch the racing. I don't think she's going to go to it, though. Tower of London, they've got seeds being sown for Super Bloom. The Severn Railway, there's a ride train named after the Queen. There'll be street parties again, a Jubilee concert. I think the last one, 10 years ago, Kylie Minogue worked at. Cornwall, classic cars to travel 70 miles. There's going to be all sorts of things. The Red Hot Chili Pipers and motorcycle display. Jason Manford. Oh, good old Jason Manford of internet fame. And Fleur. I don't know what her name is. Is it Fleur East? Might be Fleur East. They're hosting a big party. Oh, we'll all come and see that one, Jason. Can't wait. Very exciting. And robots could soon pick fruit under plans to stop supermarket shelves going empty. Robots can pick. Oh, I don't. Yes. They were showing you. I like this program on the telly. It's called How Do They Do That? Or How Do They Make That? And it's got everything. This week was watches. From a straightforward block of metal, this computer does everything. It grinds it all out, puts all the holes in, puts the... it's just unbelievable. All made, I suppose when you get to the super luxury watches, I suppose they're made by proper people. But these ones were being made by a robot, which makes watches. It put them all together, the inner workings. You just stack them all up and it takes one out, puts it in there, aligns it. And you think, these are so clever now. Robots make cars. It's not people who make cars, is it really? It's robots. Stacey Solomon has been recruited by This Morning because there was a talk the other day that she might be leaving Loose Women. Mainly, I don't know why, actually. They seem to be having a bit of a mixture on Loose Women at the moment. They've put a couple of people on there. I don't even know who they are. But mind you, every time I watch a programme which is, they say, celebrity-based, I've got no idea who these people are. They had one on the other day, Celebrity Mastermind, and there was a lovely lady on there. She's a comedian. I'd never even heard of her. Even looking at her on the screen, I didn't know who she was, which I always think is a little bit... That gives you the indicator, doesn't it? You know, because you assume then they're either from Love Island or something equally turgid. And I couldn't think of anything more turgid than Love Island. I feel a bit sorry for the people on Love Island because that's their only claim to fame. The only claim to fame is to go to Love Island, parade yourself up and down, pretend to be having a fake relationship, keep it going when you actually come off the island, and if you can string more than 2 words together, you might get a quick guest appearance on Loose Women or something. The rest of the time, nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. So here we are. The royal family turned up. Oh, look, there's Harry at the Invictus Games. Not many people there, it have to be said. I don't know how much tickets were, but obviously a bit too expensive. Families facing the manic Monday of motorway chaos and airport queues as they return from bank holiday getaways, warning last night. But I don't think it makes too much, because if you've had a holiday, you're a bit refreshed, aren't you? But, you know what's going to happen. You're going to get back in, there's going to be queues. I was talking to my driver this morning, Bodrell, and he was saying that you have to pay up at Gatwick airports to drop somebody off. It's not physically possible to actually do it for free. They've got people there. It's a £5. And you think to yourself, you tight-fisted old so-and-sos. And sometimes, if they're late, it's the same at Heathrow. I think it's the same at all of them. Stansted as well, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty certain. He has to go into the car park and park up and wait till they phone and then nip round. But it's just absolutely scandalous. It really is. There's also the Daily Mail's Ukraine refugee appeal. And they've got the mothers who went hungry here so their children could eat. And it's nothing new. During the 1930s famine, you've got exactly the same children who were just wasting away. And there was somebody here, there's a picture of a man who was shot dead. He was food scavenging with his son, and they got shot dead. And there's a picture of a civilian lying next to a destroyed car at, it says Mariupol. Now, whether it's a genuine picture, I do not know, because sometimes these things can be staged for propaganda purposes. So you have to take it, on face value. You've got the Russian military convoys in the southern part of the city. And somebody was saying that people from Mariupol were taking photographs of dead Russians so they could then send them back to their families to say, this is where your son dropped dead. Midwives have been discouraged from saying vagina with pregnant transgender patients if they dislike the terminology. Oh, right, okay. I have to try and work this one out, actually. So midwives have been discouraged when dealing with pregnant transgender patients. So these would be women to men who got pregnant. They'd be trans men, wouldn't they? Yeah, transgender patients, they call them. So there's a list of anatomical parts, alongside a column where the preferred words can be written. It's so confusing. So I don't know what to call the producer. I come in the morning, I don't know, call him sir, or anything like that. Yeah, sir works. Yeah, I thought you'd like that. Or lord. No, you're never going to be a lord. I mean, listen, if I live to be 63, there's no chance of you ever being a lord. The secrets inside your mobile phones, the speakers. Apparently, rare earth elements, neodymium, I think, or something like that, used to make the magnets in speakers and headphones. The majority of smartphones use lithium-ion batteries. Most of the world's lithium is mined in Australia and South America. More than 97% of it is refined in China. Amazing. Everything from the casing, the screen display, which it's yttrium, and it's mined in China and Malaysia. China's got Inner Mongolian mines. Can you believe it? All these things. The touchscreen glass covered with a thin film of indium tin oxide, which conducts electricity highly efficiently. Good Lord above. Honestly, I have no idea on these things. I just work on the assumption that, you've got a phone and it's fantastic. I love it. I couldn't live without it. I could not live without it at all. I'd be a bit, apart from that, I wouldn't know any telephone numbers. Wayne, my trolley dolly, says, I totally agree about panicking about theatre during lockdown. At one point, I was so scared they never opened again. I went to see Jersey Boys last week and it was rammed. Ian Dale is live at the Hippodrome tonight, which I'm going to attend, although you're still my favourite. Oh, I feel you're wandering. I mean, I don't know whether or not the relationship is finished, Wayne. Now all of a sudden you're turning up to an Ian Dale thing. I don't know. Yes, is he with Jackie Smith? I think he might be with Jackie Smith. Will you have a nice time? Sorry? Producer Joe. Oh, right. What? Is he... well, it's a freebie ticket. He would have paid for it. Honestly, it's far too mean to do anything like that. Steve, hearing you talk about the chocolate milkshake has made me crave chocolate. I've just had 3 squares of raw vegan chocolate with citrus zest. I don't feel at all guilty. Oh, I'll tell you what I had. I pulled into the motorway service station yesterday. I was killing 20 minutes, and I thought, I'll have myself a toasted ham and cheese, and I picked up the wrong one. I picked up a vegan ham and cheese, and it was tasteless, to say the least. Steve, re Gatwick dropping off charges. Drive the passengers to the petrol station at the North Terminal or McDonald's 5th Terminal and then drop off. They then just cross the road and walk into the airport. Yeah, but if they've got loads of baggage and stuff like that, that's not going to be so good, isn't it? But it's a good idea. I mean, I appreciate the fact to save a £5. Or failing that, to even put... I've seen them parked up at the garages, I'm quite sure, actually. Good news, the Pope got a good crowd at St. Peter's Square yesterday. Did very well. This is his first open-air Easter Sunday Mass since 2019. 50,000 people turned up to it. 50,000. So he suffers a problem. He's got knee ligament problems at the moment. But it's amazing. It's amazing that he can still pull all these people. I always think that must be amazing to stand in that, on that, sort of little dais that they built for him. And then he just speaks to 50,000 people in that square. Amazing, isn't it, really? Great show of strength for him. Here in Cardiff, the city centre was busy last few days in the sunshine, but the hospitals are still in crisis, said Chris. Ongoing, and the PM is a disgrace. It's not looking promising, is it, really? Not looking promising at all. But the arguments you hear, goodness sake. And Andrew Pearce, talking today in his column in the Daily Mail, says, has Kia scored an own goal on Rwanda? Because they're now saying that this is just not legal to send people out to Rwanda. Another Priti Patel success, I thought to myself. Let's stick the knife in. While we're going down, we might as well make sure it goes in properly. Terrible. News at 6 we've got. I'll be back with you in 3 minutes.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Here's a little help from Tesco Mobile. You could save up to £240 when you switch to us from one of the big networks. And better still, unlike most networks, we won't increase prices during your contract. Nuts, right? This is Supermarket Mobile. To switch, pop in store or search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Sample of pay monthly customers who switched to us from EE, Vodafone, O2 and 3 between 30th of June and 7th of September 2021 saved on average £20.29 a month on their direct debit payment. Terms at tescomobile.com/terms.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's the Bank Holiday Monday, so you're either coming back from where you've been over the last few days. It's amazing how quickly it's gone, isn't it, when you think about it? A lot of people were off the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, and now the Monday. I mean, it's going to be a short week, really. But if you're the trouble is you come back. If you've been away on holiday, you bring all the washing back. By the time you've opened the suitcases, you've gone through there. The kids have picked up shells from the beach and stones and things like that, and you've got to put all that away. And then you sort of get back into the routine. It's not easy, is it? Not easy at all. There's a cheap PR stunt Andrew Pearce has talked about. Anna Richardson, who hosts the Naked Attraction show on television, which offers a singleton the chance to select a date from 6 naked people. There's banned Culture Secretary Nadine Dorries from the show because of her plan to privatise the station. Cue a typically pithy response from Dorries. The nation is saved. I wish she'd also save us from Naked Attraction, writes Andrew Pearce. I have to be honest, it is the most peculiar programme. I never quite understand. I mean, as we said before, Mary Whitehouse would be spinning in her box, I should imagine, at the very idea that you've actually got... I mean, bad enough talking about bodily parts for Mary Whitehouse without even thinking about the fact that people are going to stand there stark naked on television. And the camera would do a close-up. And then they go and stand in front of them and say, oh, yes, I think this... And you don't... Are you serious? I don't even know what size audience it gets. So size has something to do with it, but you sort of watch these programs. You think, I mean, years ago we had Keith Chegwin doing a naked game show. Keith Chegwin, I mean, he literally walked out from behind this rock, and he was stark naked. And I remember thinking, how much money did they pay you to do this? It's, you know, whatever it wasn't enough. Because, you know, you do something like that, I think that sort of set new boundaries. I mean, we were used to seeing it on Richard and Judy's programme, where they would have a naked streaker. Naked Jungle aired in 2000. The programme's presenter Keith Chegwin was also naked, except for a hat. It was to mark the 50th anniversary of British Naturism. Then they did a video of it, rated 15 by the British Board of Film Classification. It was on the same set as the children's show Jungle Run. Oh! Even worse. And the contestants, and I think the cameramen were also naked. I think that was the stipulation that Keith Chegwin has said, listen, if I'm naked, everybody's naked. I mean, really? Is he a nature? Well, he's dead now, but I mean, I don't think he was No, I don't. And to be honest with you, I sent a sympathy card immediately. I felt quite sorry for him. I assumed it must have been a very cold studio, which is unusual because they're normally quite warm. But it was just sort of one of those odd things. And I thought, what on earth did your agent say to you to go, you're going to be doing this show to celebrate British naturism. Oh, by the way, you're going to be stark naked as well, apart from a hat. Like the hat was the deciding vote winner on that one, I should imagine. They're dreadful, honestly. And yet now you've got Naked Attraction, where God knows, you know, the all sorts of people have been dragged out to stand there naked, to stand in a tube, which slowly rises, and then sort of let's show you the face. Who cares about the face? Nobody was interested in seeing people's faces. And then you get some of them on there. I mean, some people, admittedly, they've had a few people who look as though they probably could be nude models anyway, because they seem to have the body for it. But then sort of most people are just ordinary. But then they tell you what they do for a living. And it was just, I sort of sit there in disbelief, because sometimes you flip on to say, oh, let's have a quick look who's there. Most of the time you turn it off again. Bruce says, saw the Taxidermist Daughter at Chichester Festival Theatre on Saturday. It's a world premiere, written by Kate Mossy. Great acting and stage effects. Good to be watching live theatre again. Oh, please go and see live theatre, please. Sarah says, saw the film Operation Mincemeat at the weekend. Highly recommended. I knew it would be. It's very clever, isn't it? Very, very clever. And I liked it because it's the follow-up to The Man Who Never Was, which we told you about a few weeks ago. The BBC sold archive footage of Jimmy Savile to the producers of the Netflix documentary and donated the fee to its children's charity. Jimmy Savile, a British horror story, included large amounts of BBC footage, which sources said had been refused to makers of previous programmes on the disgraced presenter. But they've sold the footage to producers, 72 films, for a fee believed to be between 80 and 90,000. That was then donated to children in need. You see, I actually kind of see that as dirty money. I really do. I mean, it's just anything to do with Jimmy Savile. But it's understood the BBC licensed the footage because it regarded the documentary as serious and didn't believe it compromised any of Savile's victims. No, it can't be much fun for them, though, to look back on something like that. But how long does it take you to burn off an Easter egg? You know, when you eat an Easter egg and then you go, right, I'm going to have to walk for, you know, to burn off an Easter egg? 40 years. Stupid boy. 6 hours. 6 hours to burn off an Easter egg. Yeah, that's if you have the Easter egg, and then you've got to get yourself back, because apparently a large egg contains 1,780 calories. So, well, large, I don't know, large, you know what large is? Based on an average 12 stone, 8 pound person, large Easter egg with 3 chocolate bars, 331 grams. Okay, you're none the wiser, are you? But running 3 hours, 1 minute, or walking 6 hours, 1 minute. If you have a cream egg, 35 minutes walking to burn off a cream. So it's obviously easy to have a cream egg, isn't it, really, I suppose. One chocolate nest cake, 35 minutes. If you have a large chocolate Easter bunny, and let's face it, who hasn't had a large chocolate Easter bunny? This has got 1,080 calories. Running, 1 hour 49 minutes. Walking, 3 hours 40 minutes. I mean, to be honest with you, who cares? What difference does it make? How many calories something's got inside it? Some people just don't seem to put on weight. We're not all the same. We're all different, thank the Lord. Otherwise, it'd be a very dull existence. But no, it's a case of everybody is completely different. Some people I know can eat everything and not put on an ounce. They're very, very lucky. Other people only have to look at a cream cake and you just pile on the pounds. I can remember I got to that stage where I started sort of putting on a little bit of weight, and once you've started putting it on, it's very difficult to lose it. Sexually motivated staring on public transport should be a criminal offence. Well, this is an old story. We said this ages ago. There was a man called Dominic Bullock who was sentenced to 22 weeks in prison after sitting next to a woman on a train and looking at her very intently. He refused to move when she tried to get off the train in Berkshire and continued to stare after she asked him to stop. After she alerted the police, Bullock from Thatcham in Berkshire was traced from CCTV footage, sentenced early this month at Reading Magistrates Court after being convicted of causing intentional harassment. And now, Transport for London has launched a campaign that includes staring alongside upskirting and unwanted touching as a serious sexual offence. I didn't even know that went on in this country. Posters appeared at stations with a message such as intrusive staring of a sexual nature is sexual harassment and is not tolerated. This comes after a 175% spike in reports of sexual offences on the UK's transport networks. Detective Superintendent Sarah White of the Sexual Offences team at British Transport Police said the force received daily reports of sexual offences and she's counted staring amongst them. So it is verboten. It is verboten. Do not. Why on earth you'd ever want to stare at somebody unless there's something the matter with you? You know, if you stare at people who are sitting on the train. I mean, the trouble is, if you're sitting opposite somebody, and actually I'm quite lucky because all the trains I get on are Southwestern trains, and you don't ever get the opportunity to stare at somebody because you're sitting either in a 1 or a 2 seat. There's other seats as well, and then you just sort of look out the window. You don't need to sort of stare at somebody. Very worrying. The Dame McCartney played a wicked prank on me. The veteran presenter, radio and television, Chris Tarrant, talking about the final part of his uproarious memoir. It wasn't his only surreal celebrity encounter. Greavesy talked for 10 minutes without realising we were on live TV. And he made the same mistake as I did. You think you've recorded an interview with somebody, and then you go all the way back to the office. If you had to go out somewhere, you recorded it on your Marantz or whatever it happens to be, and you'll sort of, you get back and you suddenly realise that you've got the record button down, but it's in pause, which is not so good. It's called It's Not a Proper Job by Chris Tarrant, published on April the 25th at 1799. 1799. He said, I've been very privileged. I've had an amazing life, a brilliant life, a rich life. I've worked hard, but I've been blessed, and I can honestly say I've never ever woken up and just not wanted to go to work. I know I said that before. I said that last week. I said I don't think I've ever had a day in my entire career so far where I've sort of got up in the morning and gone, oh, I've got to go to work. I never think that. Never think it. He says, I genuinely have never ever not look forward to a day's work in my life. I probably wasn't the face of the 1970s or indeed of any other decade, but I've had a damn good time along the way. Exactly. It's blessed, isn't it? Blessed. So birthdays today. Rick Moranis. He's the Canadian actor, starred in Ghostbusters, Little Shop of Horrors and Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and he played Barney Rubble in a live-action version of The Flintstones. He's 69 today. Wow. He retired from acting in 1997 after the death of his wife, left him a single father with 2 children. So he's 69. Unbelievable, isn't it, really? Baroness Beryl Platt, the Conservative peer from Essex, one of the first female aeronautical engineers who worked on the Hawker Tempest fighter, and the first woman member of the Engineering Council, became chairwoman of the Equal Opportunities Commission and was said to always carry a screwdriver in her handbag. She died in 2015. Why a screwdriver? I've got no idea. It seems the oddest thing, isn't it? And in 1986, the Lords voted on this day, April the 18th, 1986, to ban the cane from classrooms. In a shock defeat for the government, they backed the abolition of corporal punishment in all schools in England and Wales by 94 votes to 92. It's the second time in less than a year that the Lords have called for a ban. Dale died on this day in 2018 at the age of 62. And brass monkey, you know when people say, oh, it's like brass monkeys out there, it derives from the mid-20th century slang for cold enough to freeze the spherical objects of a brass monkey. It may relate to brass trays on warship known as monkeys, on which cannonballs were stored. So there you go. It's when somebody says it's cannonballs. And they had powder monkeys. I seem to remember on these big ships, the powder monkey was the one who looked after the gunpowder and poured it into the thing, and then they rammed in the... Am I facing the right way or something? No. Sorry, I'm taking a break. 6:15.
LBC. This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, the scandal. One of the newspapers today calls it a scandal, and it is. It's the million people driven into the clutches of loan sharks by the cost of living crisis. And I've heard stories over the years, as you can well imagine, of people who borrowed money from somebody and then kept topping it up, and it turned into huge amounts of money. There was one here, a mother of two. She borrowed money, £750, okay, from a moneylender. These are many illegal people. She's 41. She took out, and her then partner, ultimately took out 4 loans with the same woman and gave half of their net income to her every month. Like many victims, they thought the criminal exploiting them was a friend. Their £750 loan turned out to cost them thousands and thousands. We thought she was operating legally. She used to come to the house and fuss over the children, shoulder about her family and her holidays. We were friendly. So for the initial loan of £750, Kim was paying back £400. The lender knew when the payday was and harassed her until the payment was made. And so it went on. Then one difficult Christmas, after many years of repayment, she was backed into a corner. And this is what happens because people start borrowing. They pretend to be it's like drug dealers. You know, the drug dealer pretends to be your friend. Yes, listen, you don't need to pay me at the moment. You don't need to pay. How many times have we read that? People who sort of get caught up in the squalid world of drugs. And they say, no, you don't need to pay me back. Then all of a sudden, the bill comes in and it's a case of, we're going to break your legs. And with these loan sharks, people who go in there, they'd borrow a little bit more, and they would display it to you on pieces of paper as if, don't worry, you can afford it. It's like if you ask Martin Lewis, he will tell you, really, you should pay off your credit cards every month completely. If you don't, you're going to get into debt. And there's lots of people who get into debt because it puts on the bit of paper, doesn't it? It says you can either pay $1,300 or minimum payment £22. And so people go, I'll pay the 22, thinking that's coming off it. Well, it doesn't even cover the interest. So the next time you get the bill in, it looks even worse than it did. I mean, I had a credit card debt for years of £3,300. That was my credit card limit, and I couldn't get rid of it because I didn't have enough money. It was obviously a long time ago, and it was a very long time ago, and living in a cave I was. And I remember thinking, I'm never going to get this sorted out. And a friend of mine said, listen, I'm going to pay this money off for you, and then we've got it cleared. And now I pay my credit card off every month. So if I spend £1,000, I pay £1,000. It teaches you to watch the way that you're actually looking after your money, because you have to. You have to. It's otherwise, you sort of just lose track of it. And then they go, and the worst thing is taking cash out on your credit card. Some people go and take cash out, and the interest rates are astronomical. And yet people don't know. It's like student loans. People go, they still have student loans? Yeah, they still have student loans. People pay a fortune for these things. Mike, not on the narrowboat, staying at the Premier Inn, Southampton Airport for a couple of nights, which is the closest to Mum and Dad's. Had dinner with them last night, and the boyfriend gently tried to persuade Dad, 90, to have a Zimmer frame as he's shaky on his feet. Dad won't listen to me. Despite being 66 and having managed a global portfolio with a turnover of more than 200 million, I'm still his little boy and he always knows best. They always know best. I did see the Gondoliers, Pete, on the television last night. And to be honest with you, I didn't like it. I like nearly all of Gilbert and Sullivan's stuff. But I didn't take to the Gondoliers. I don't know why. Perhaps I should have done. Perhaps I wasn't sort of good enough for it or something. I just didn't. I thought the songs were a bit samey to other things that I'd heard before. But definitely not for me, no. Loose Women star Denise Welch feared being burnt alive after a stalker set fire to her house. She had to flee the home she shares with her artist husband, Lincoln Townley. She said, "We thought he was trying to kill us. It was terrifying." Her ordeal began in September 2020 and ended this month when Torak Wingard was jailed for nearly 8 years. A pathetic-looking person. Have you seen the picture? There was a picture of him in the paper the other day. Ghastly, absolutely ghastly. And just got obsessed with her and tried to set fire to the house, which is not very good. Not very good at all. Plus, the law to protect the shopper's cash. You'll find this in a lot of the papers for today. And a woman has become the first person convicted over protests at fuel sites by Just Stop Oil activists. Catherine McLean, 64, obviously an idiot, was fined £409 and costs after she appeared at Chelmsford Magistrates Court and admitted aggravated trespass. But the trouble is, this doesn't stop them. She'll just pay the £409 and go back out there. There's no deterrent for these people. You know, they've already hit terminals in the South East and the Midlands with blockades. Essex Police said 23 people have been charged over the Thurrock disruption out of 461 arrests. Pathetic. Pathetic. It's just ridiculous. You know, just giving them a fine is not going to stop them protesting. They're on a mission. You know, and I watched the police the other day, basically ineffectual. They might as well have been standing there blowing up balloons or something for them. You know, there were people on top of a tanker. The driver got out and started dragging them off the roof. You know, as far as I'm concerned, it's a case of you want to superglue yourself to the top of a tanker, bloody well stay there. Let him go into... I mean, I did luckily yesterday when I was out early, see all the tankers going to all the filling stations. So they're obviously not having that much of an effect, but it keeps them busy over Easter, doesn't it, the little loves? Because let's face it, most of them look as though they smell, and they're certainly not going to be climbing on the top of my tanker. But they literally, they climbed on the top of his tanker and tried to glue themselves on it. And he was sort of getting them off, and the police are just standing there like, you know, nothings, not doing anything at all, which is horrible. Do you know only a third of gardeners make compost? We used to make compost years ago. We were very good. We would save the vegetable cuttings in the kitchen. If my mother did carrots or potatoes, everything else, and she would put them into the compost, and the pile would achieve quite something. And the heat in the centre. I mean, now I have to be honest, I do buy compost to put in all the pots, mainly because it's not that expensive. You can get a 40-litre bag for about, you know, £6 or something. And you're not a gardener, are you, really? No. Too stressful, I should imagine, for you. But I like it. It's very therapeutic. When you get to my age, if, of course, you're lucky enough to do that, then you take to gardening. It's quite nice. It's very therapeutic to watch things growing. You put them in little, and then when you sort of look at them later, they've just gone big. You know? Too slow. What, gardening? Oh, well, you can always take a photograph of... You're not a patient person, no. This is the producer. He's sort of not... I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not at all surprised. He's sort of a young, thrusting, you know, go-ahead sort of person whose latest album is Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Shows you how current he is. Goodness sake, I mean, honestly. You might as well have been out and bought Pinky and Perky doing their greatest hits or something like that. Cowell got a real buzz as the Britain's Got Talent star Axel was born. And Axel Blake, he said the country needed acts like him because they've got to look at whether they can make money out of people. This is one, I think David Walliams turned up dressed as a panda, and they've had all sorts of people. They've got another woman with a dog. They're obsessed with dogs on Britain's Got Talent. I think this is after Pudsey sort of took over the world and had a film made and a book and everything else. So perhaps they're saying exactly the same now. They're looking for somebody else. But there's a lovely picture of Amanda, Joan and Simon at a bash in Los Angeles. And the bash, of course, is Jonathan Shallot's do. That's the bash. How disgraceful. They didn't even mention it. And apparently Jubilee party plans, because lots of people are going to be holding street party. Maidenhead will be chock-a-block with bunting. You won't be able to move for bunting in Basingstoke, in Maidenhead. But bureaucrats want lamppost tests to make sure that they're strong enough to hold bunting. Paper, well, it's not paper, is it? Sometimes it's plastic, something like that. Heavy plastic, weighs a ton. But each lamppost, £55 to do a test on it. I mean, talk about dimbos. And where are they? Lancashire County Council. They've got to check any poles more than 7 years old. The edict, which also put up a £44 weight limit on hanging baskets, was branded health and safety gone mad. Lorraine Beavers, Labour County Councillor for Fleetwood East, says, we're not going to put bunting up on lampposts for the Jubilee. It's an added cost we don't need. She estimated the tests in her area would cost £5,000, which could go to food bank. A food bank. So they're not putting bunting up. You're a miserable little so-and-so, aren't you? Lorraine Beavers. How apt. How apt. Goodness sake, honestly. We're not going to put that up there because it's an added cost and we don't need it. We'd rather do something else, yeah. Like get rid of you, I should imagine. God, who are these people? They must be losing their marbles out of town. They really must. It's terrible. Campaigners believe the cost of living crisis may sound the death knell for plastic bags. Oh, I hope not. I bought, like a jute bag. I've got obviously an LBC Steve Allen bag, but I've got a jute bag, which I think came from Waitrose. I'm pretty certain it came from Waitrose. And that's actually quite good, but you can't get a whole lot of stuff in these things. So I like the reinforced bag. Although the woman the other day was very nice to me. She said, because I said, I'll have a bag. And I put in 2 big bottles of Prosecco. And she said, you sure you don't want to sort of have another bag? She said, because it might break. I said, believe you me, it won't. It won't. And I walked all the way to the bus stop. And then got on the bus, and all the time I'm thinking, I hope to God the handle doesn't break. But they're much better than they used to be. They used to be flimsy little things, but not anymore. A third of us are suffering angst over the eco-crisis. Climate change is a regular concern. The figures released today, ahead of Earth Day, which is this Friday, apparently found the planet's future is a constant worry for 34% of people. I don't see how it can be. Do you worry about it? Yeah. Oh, God, honestly, I'm surrounded by it. Oh, yes, we're really worried, Steve. What are you worried for? I mean, put it when you get to my age, you don't really care. Not going to be around. But that's what I said to the pension people. Well, you might not be around for it. It's no good sort of you can't pre-guess these things. No, they can't No. 4 in 10 people, 39%, agree the UK's leaders have a clear plan of how the government, businesses and citizens will collaborate to temper the environmental threat. 7 in 10 people being concerned. For most globally, there are other more pressing issues, such as families' health, war, pandemic and money fears. No, it's the planet, Steve. We've got to save the planet. It's so exciting. We've got to save the planet. Well, you save the planet, I tell you. I'm going to carry on buying petrol as long as it's available without people superglued to the top of tankers. 6:30, let's get the news headlines with Simon.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Conway.
This is LBC.
Sometimes it's the little gestures that make the biggest difference to someone's day. Noticing when a friend needs a hug, remembering their special occasions, and just reminding them, I'm here for you. At Zing Flowers, our bouquets, plants and gifts are specially selected to put a smile on the face of all of your loved ones. A little gesture that makes a big difference. Zingflowers.com. Amazing every time.
At PensionBee, we're building a pension company you can believe in. Be pension confident. Join at pensionbee.com. Capital at risk, authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
From Gold Bank London, the safe and sound way to buy gold. Part Part 3, the definition of purity.
We pride ourselves on providing the finest. Our products meet the international standard for bullion purity with pure gold of the highest grade. 24 carats of 99.99% purity.
Goldbank London, kept safe
for your future
and sound
with solid guidance.
Visit goldbank.co.uk.
A great new car, we got Dallas Choice galore. Either through our trusted dealers or delivered to your door. Every car includes a warranty, that's just what we do. And we guarantee you'll love it, we'll give your money back to you.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car. T's and C's apply.
Here's Sarah from WG for Business. With office supplies, printing, shredding, furniture, hygiene products and more, how can businesses save money?
Businesses waste money and time by using too many suppliers. At WG for Business, you can consolidate your supplies into one company. We'll amaze you on how much you will save.
WG for Business, saving your business.
Text Sarah to 88802.
That's Sarah to 88802. 3 months invoice audit and conditions apply. Price guarantee at wgforbusiness.com.
For quality you can feel. For comfort you can fall into. And for value you can't resist. Don't miss early bird offers on a huge range of sofas, beds and dining in the Furniture Village sale. But hurry, these offers end Easter Monday.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. I still can't believe that Bill Roache, who's just been reunited, as you know, with his former screen wife, Anne Reid, because I think in Coronation Street, she died. She played Valerie, and she died. So when, of course, she walked back through the Rover's doors 52 years later, it was a lovely moment, he said, and we started laughing. How old is Bill Roache? 90. No, he doesn't look... Seriously, he seems to have looked exactly the same for donkey's years. He really, it's a record-breaking stint on the cobbles as Ken Barlow. I wonder what the, what the secret of getting to the age of 90 is. Saving the world, probably, I think I might go and do that tomorrow. I'll save the world tomorrow. Today I'll just sort of save myself, I suppose. 19 million viewers watch her demise. Meanwhile, Ken stayed in Weatherfield, remarried 3 times and had numerous girlfriends. I think he slept with everybody in Coronation Street. I don't think there's anybody that sort of avoided his sort of touch. But he's 90. I find that amazing, actually. And Bill said that Anne admitted she even had a crush on him when they starred together on the show. She told me she used to dream about me and she had a crush on me, but never told me at the time. Oh, amazing. So happy birthday, Bill. Is on ITV tomorrow at 8 p.m, Coronation Street, Monday, Wednesday and Friday at 8 p.m. So happy birthday, Bill. I mean, because he's certainly, he's, goodness me, honestly, he's had all sorts of things, hasn't he? Take it, but it's the fact that he's bedded most of the women in the street over the years. I mean, it's just hilarious because it's a soap. It's not real. It's a soap opera. That's how it happens, isn't it? Really. And what else do we have? They're obsessed with the pictures of the royals going to the same place they go every year. They go to church. They go on Easter Sunday, and they're walking because the Queen didn't. I'm led to believe that they went back into Windsor Castle. Whether or not they saw the Queen, I'm not too sure, but they are hopeful. This is what some of the other papers are saying, that the Queen will be able to attend some Platinum Jubilee events in person. I don't know, if she's not looking good at the moment. I can't see anything of that happening. And the Master, the Daleks and the Cybermen will all feature in a special Doctor Who episode to mark the BBC's centenary. I don't know why I haven't seen it for donkey's years. I lost track of who was in it. And I couldn't even tell you who the latest Doctor Who is, apart from the fact I think it's a woman. And old friends and foes back for the Beebs' 100th birthday bash. Sophie Aldred was told to keep quiet about the comeback. They like a surprise, don't they? I think I liked all of the Doctor Who's. I thought Tom Baker was great. I thought Sylvester McCoy was good. They all brought something different to it. But my favourite would have to be the very first one I watched, which was William Hartnell. And I remember it was the junkyard with the TARDIS, and the kids came back from school. I mean, I thought it was good in its days. And there were a couple of films, weren't there, I think, with Peter Cushing. And Sophie says it's, trying to keep a secret. Oh, I'm hopeless. You couldn't tell me anything. People say to me, I always say to people, they'll always say, oh, I'm going to tell you something, Steve. You mustn't say anything. I say, oh, please don't tell me. Please don't tell, because I can't keep a secret. I've only got to have a couple of glasses of champagne or something, and I'm spilling the beans like a canary. It brings a whole new meaning, says Patricia in Whitstable, to George Formby's song, I'm leaning on a lamppost or at the corner of the street. If a lamppost can't take bunting, we better not lean on them. Do you know, I've never thought about that. I know the song, of course, very well indeed, but you get counselled. I don't think it's got anything to do with sort of they can't support bunting. You know, I think it's a case of it's just that they don't want to spend the money on it. You know, it's like so expensive. You think actually a council would have bunting? You know, everybody else has bunting that they keep for years. You put it up, you take it down. Circuses do it all the time. How do you get the really old episodes of your shows, says Dave? I've downloaded the Global app, but they only go back 5 days. Oh, no, it goes back 6 years. So podcasts go all the way back. Are we talking about catch? Oh, right. Are you talking about catch-up then? Yeah, the whole show. Right, but does that go back 6 years? Oh, right, yeah. Whole show podcast, Dave, and then you can pick them all up on there. There's loads of them. Loads. I mean, seriously, there are thousands. We worked 4,000 episodes of the whole show, right? And then there's also the In Conversations and my little bit extras. 2,500 little bit extras. See? Blimey, that'll keep you going for the day, won't it? 2,500 episodes. How many In Conversations? Okay, I'm just checking on this one for you now, sir. Hold the line, caller. They always say that, don't they? If ever you get through. Have you ever tried to phone people nowadays? It's hopeless. It's hopeless. Press 1 if it's a recent booking. Press 2. Oh, for goodness sake, I've got no idea. And then all of a sudden it gets hello, and it cuts off. You're back where you started again. Drives me mad. 586 In Conversations. Okay, lovely. Yes, we're very small on that one. But I think we've had about 21.5 million downloads, which I think was sort of some sort of a record, really. So you can go back and you get to keep them, and they're great. I mean, you can go back, you know. I think it's between 5 and 6 years. But just remember, every day, 2 more go on, which means 2 more drop off the other end. So you have to try and So I would always suggest to people, try and download as far back as you can go. Download all of those ones, and it happens really quickly. It's very fast. Very, very fast. But that's where you will find them. It's simply. And Wendy and Jane says, did Meghan bring the children to see the Queen? I hear not. So because they just, I don't know why they didn't bring the kids. I suppose that would have been a bit more, so they've obviously just dumped them on somebody. But because she's quoted as saying she misses them, so I don't think they took them to the Invicta Games at all. Wendy and Jane, my Wreath girls. And Steve says, Albert, the film Doctor Who was 66. There were 2 of them, weren't there? Was the Dalek Invasion and then something else? I seem to remember in the back of my mind there was 2 Doctor Who films. Roy Castle in it. Love Roy Castle. Thank you, Albert, very much indeed. 10,000 hours of the whole show. Really? Very popular, you know. Very popular. We're very lucky. 10,000 hours. It seems ridiculous, doesn't it? Especially when we didn't really... I was talking to a friend of mine, Joe, the other day, and he reminded me that when we first started doing podcasts, you subscribed to them. And he said to me, because I've known Joe for donkey's years now. He's a Sky's political reporter. And he said to me, I used to pay, he said, £12.99 a month or whatever it was, he said, to download your shows. Which I thought was amazing. I've got friends of mine. My brother was paying to download my shows. My brother. And I remember once, because Dale was paying as well. And then I managed to have a word with somebody here. And I said, and he said, I'll give you the sign-in code. And they got it free for Dale. Which was quite nice. I mean, out of all the people who actually could have afforded it, you know. Disappointed pet stall holder from North Weald. North Weald, we know the market so well, do we not? Do we not? We really do. That's Designer Pets. Thank you very much indeed. And there's my stomach having a go here, honestly. My stomach sometimes has a mind of its own. It's like a tank inside there, and all of a sudden, you know, bubbles and gurgles and makes all these noises. The Windsor Big Lunch is going to be, this is a 500-metre long table, 100 metres longer than the previous record, and tables on the long walk will be available for reservation. Wow. So they're obviously going to look for something big on this one, aren't they? Which is very nice indeed. What have we got here? Sherlock star Amanda Abbington feared she'd stirred the ghost of Whitney Houston. She stayed in the hotel suite the singer died in. Oh, I didn't know she died in a hotel suite. I thought she was at home. The actress, who said she lives happily alongside two ghosts at home, was terrified Whitney would appear when she stayed at the Beverly Hilton in L.A. when the 48-year-old drowned in the bath in 2012. A maid told Amanda she was staying in the very room where Whitney died. Oh, blimey. Well, listen, the room that Maddie was abducted from, they're still renting that out. It's just part of the complex. They don't think anything like that at all. What are we looking at? What's the excitement here? Yes, she does, yes. Yes, she does, yes. No, they split up ages ago. She's a listener. Yeah, she's a listener. Yes. Oh, we are full of celebrities. Heavens above. Secretly, I am a lot of people's secret fascination. What does he look like? Is he as good looking as he sounds on the radio? No. The six-pack. Is the six-pack real? Well, it could be if you look after it. I'm always amazed at how good, actually, Sharon Osbourne looks. Because Piers Morgan is 57, and I thought she was, I don't know how much, I thought she was about 70-something. 69. And she looks absolutely amazing. I always thought she was the sensible one in the relationship. I thought the rest of the family was crackers, absolute crackers. You know, I mean, Ozzy, Sharon, you know, and you think to yourself, you know, Black Sabbath, wasn't it? Lead singer, Paranoid, big hit single, kind of sums him up beautifully, actually. And he did say that during the filming of their show, it was so stressful, he turned to drink and drugs. I thought, yeah, now you know how the rest of us feel, having to watch that programme. It really was the biggest part of What's It. I've never seen so many animals all over the place. What else have we got here? Prisoners are being trained as football managers. Are they really? I mean, inmates at HMP Featherstone are taught by two coaches from League Two side Walsall. That's a good idea, isn't it? Holograms are being tipped as the next hot smartphone feature after a laboratory breakthrough on light sensors. Almost have a word with Will. What? What's the matter? Have I said some? Trying to get a hologram of me. Why would you get a hologram of me? I don't want to be with you always. I think you're a stalker and I'm going to report you to HR. Solve that problem. Two university students triumphed in Britain's biggest paper plane throwing competition. We used to make paper planes at school. I was very good, only my ones just did a loop-the-loop and then landed. Some of the other ones sort of went quite a long way. 7:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Isn't it amazing when you think back how big your classes were in school? Because teachers have voted for maximum limits to be imposed on class sizes. 3/4 of them say they're getting bigger. This was a survey by the NASUWT. Nearly 4 in 10 called the increase significant. 9 in 10 said it was hurting pupils. Because when I went to prep school, I think we had 12 in my class. 12 people. When I then failed my 11 plus and went to a secondary modern school in Yorkshire, there were 36 in the class. And I remember thinking, blimey, 30. And of course it means that you don't really concentrate properly. If there's 36 people in the class, it's very easy to get distracted. So I didn't do particularly well at school, but actually didn't kind of hurt me in any particular way, shape or form. Still managed to do better than the other two, and they've had a decent education. Police are being told to use gender-neutral terms instead of calling people sir or madam. Training for LGBT plus support officers tells them to avoid assumptions about a person's sexual orientation. Well, I should imagine that works for the police as well. We have to worry about the police officers' sexual orientation. We don't think about that one. So instead they should say you, everyone and all to avoid causing offence. Who's offended by that? Who are these people offended? I don't quite understand why somebody would be offended. So you can't say ladies, you go you. You can't say gentlemen, you go everyone. Ma'am becomes all. And sir, guys and girls becomes all as well. It gets very confusing, doesn't it? As if the police officers don't have enough to worry about at the moment. Now they've got to worry about, looking at somebody and trying to work out their sexual identity. I don't think anybody knows what they're saying. It's like you say to somebody, is it Sam Smith, the singer, who I can't remember what he identifies as. Is it they, them? He's non-binary. So what was the binary bit? I just seem to remember binary was the boring bit at school. That's all I remember about binary. I don't remember anything else. There's 0, 1, isn't it? 0, 1, 1, 2. So you're male, right? You're male or female, 2 options. He's not. So he's not a man. Oh, what is he? Oh, they're non-binary. God, honestly, I'm so glad I'm this age, honestly. It's far too confusing, isn't it, to try and work it out. So what are you? You're a man, yes. You're he, him. Oh, right, okay. You're he, him too. All right. Oh, I think I'll be he, him as well. Why not? Goodness sake, honestly. Let's make it a gang. We're probably not allowed to be in a gang, are we, really? It is bizarre, though, isn't it? It gets very confusing. Patel has hit out at Welby. This is the Archbishop of Canterbury. And the Rwanda migrant row. I don't know why we bother with Priti Patel. She never managed to get anything right. It becomes very confusing. And also Boris Johnson remains defiant that he didn't break coronavirus rules despite being fined, close allies have said, as he plans to brush aside the controversy with a business-as-usual agenda this week. Dear, honestly. Global warming brings a new wine to the table. This is, they're talking about, this is Norway. Norway's largest fjord. They are growing vines there. And thanks to 8 years of experiments in the effect of global warming, Bjorn Bergum, who runs Slinde Vineyard with his partner, Haldis, says they've discovered the perfect blend of grapes. So their next level is producing 3,000 bottle from the mountainous inlet known as the King of the Fjords. Which sounds quite... You never think about that, do you, really? So since the first planting, Slinde has grown in size from 500 to 2,700 vines. However, Bergum is sure that their winemaking prowess will grow. I don't know, I can't imagine going into a place and going, have you got any Norwegian wine? You know, I mean, I've only just got used to Australian wine, and I don't drink much of that either. Most of my stuff, my neighbour, she drinks Pinot Grigio, and so that's Italian. But I don't... South African wines, they're quite... But it's a young market, isn't it, over there, I think? New World wines. And the California wines were quite nice. My father used to drink German wines, but some people go, oh, they're too sweet. Oh, Glühwein. No, Glühwein is the winter drink. It's mulled wine, Glühwein. That's what it is. So you heat up cheap red wine, stick in a few bags of herbs and spices. It's very nice. It's very, very warming. Well, whether it's any good for you, I've got no idea. But if you're skiing, you know, a bit of an expert, they, you know, you have your Glühwein and your Bratwurst, and then you're quite happy. You know, or some goulash or something like that. But no, Glühwein's lovely, but you don't want too much of it. You can make it at home yourself. Just get some cheap plonk, some red wine, not white wine, red wine, and warm it very slowly. You can buy the little bags of herbs and spices in all the supermarkets, and you just drop them in there, and then just leave them, and then slice up some oranges, which is quite nice, which adds a bit of a tang, and some lemons and things like that, and then just drink it as, you know, as you would anything else. Sorry? Yes, it is. It's a winter sangria, yeah. Really? Sam has a pan of mulled wine on all Christmas, hence the drink problem we were talking about a short while ago. Actually, I like it. I don't think I could drink too much of it, but it is actually quite nice. Sainsbury's are selling... They say they are the first supermarket, I don't know whether it's true, but they've put it in their adverts, to have 100% of our fresh salmon independently certified as responsibly sourced from Scotland. Because I've got quite into salmon, actually. I'm beginning to wonder whether or not it's an illness or something like that. And prove the shroud is a fake, and I'll pay $1 million, says an expert. This is a filmmaker. This is the Shroud of Turin, okay, which you've heard about over the years. I mean, it's a fascinating story. And they said that this was discovered, the shroud, in the 14th century. They claim it was said to have been the burial garment of Jesus. Well, of course... If it was ever true that it was, the Pope would be sleeping in this thing. It is a fake. It is a fake. They have... Rolf, this particular filmmaker, argues that he says the carbon dating was flawed. He says that far from the 4-metre shroud being a fake, discoveries in recent years should gain prompt questions about its authenticity. So he's issued the British Museum with £1 million challenge. $1 million challenge, I beg your pardon. And he says, if they believe the shroud is a medieval forgery, I call on them to repeat the exercise and create something similar today. Well, he can't, because it is old. They haven't said it isn't old, this thing. What they're saying is it wasn't wrapped around the body of Christ, because Christ wouldn't have looked like this. He came from the Middle East. This is the face of a white man that's sort of staring back at us. And so, as I say, but the most holy image in the Christian world, the shroud, that was wrapped around the body of Christ. The Pope would be killing to get that thing around him. It's like finding, the crown of thorns or something like that, or Noah's Ark or something else, but they don't exist anymore. They don't exist anymore. But the very idea that, somebody can offer, mind you, it's a good offer, $1 million to prove it's a fake, and he'll go, it's the carbon dating. We're telling you when it was made in the 14th century. And, whether it goes any further. But they get queues of a daily basis to go and see it. People want to go and see it. It's a very big tourist event. People like going to things like that. People like those sort of things. But as I say, as to its whether it's genuine, I think definitely not. And Chris at Chelsea says, spilling the beans like a canary. I so love a mixed metaphor. Canaries sing. Spill the beans comes from ancient Greek voting, where votes were cast by putting beans in a vase, white for yes and black for no. So spilling the beans means giving the election results away. Lovely. Speaking of bunting, says Rose, reminded me when I put bunting on my small garden house, and my neighbour complained she could hear it flapping in the breeze. If it's plastic, it does make a noise, doesn't it? But I think bunting's quite nice. I think bunting's very nice. But as for the reason that they've complained about it is because it's costing money. That's what it is. The council are going, we should spend the money on a food bank or something like that. And everybody else is saying, yes, it's very laudable, but we'd rather have the bunting, to be honest with you, given the choice. But we've had councils before on this programme who have actually complained about Christmas decorations. They're too dangerous, to put decorations out, or putting a Christmas tree up in the village is too dangerous, and they hide. And I think actually it was on bunting before. I'm sure it came up in another village where it was health and safety. Health and Safety had said, no, you can't have bunting because people could get it wrapped around. Seriously, they come up with any excuses that you could wrap it round your neck and do all sorts of things like that, which is a shame. The video shop Survivor embarking on its 5th decade. I love shops like this. Wasn't Darren talking about something like that? Was it a music shop he was talking about that had survived, and a video shop? Oh, right, it could be this video shop. Oh, right. Amazing. I just realised I've got to go. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. I wish I didn't have to say that to you because I'm hoping to try and pretend we're still in the Easter holiday. Some people might be, actually. The schools are still off, as far as I know, for a little bit longer, not much longer. And I suppose parents, as I say, you've taken the suitcases back, you've got to open them up, you've got all the washing in there and all the bits of sand and stuff like that. Everybody else getting ready to go back to work again. And what have we got for you? The captured Britons put on Russian television. The crisp eaters feeling the crunch. I'm quite grateful that I'm not really a crisp eater, actually. Some people are addicted to them, aren't they? 1,000 migrants have crossed the channel since the Rwanda deal. Another disaster for Priti Patel. The BBC shrink who saw Savile for who he was. Savile thought he was being really clever, but as we all know, it's such a shame he's not here that we can sort of basically pull him apart. The Queen grieved in silence after Philip's funeral. She went back to the castle. She, lady-in-waiting, helped her take the clothes off. She walked into her room, shut the door and grieved privately. That's what she does. She was sitting by herself in St George's Chapel. And this is the book which is authorised by Her Majesty. You can't just write a book about the Queen. And it's very interesting. All the different things that go on, how she coped with COVID and stuff like that. Happy birthday to Alan Price. The original keyboard player in The Animals, House of the Rising Sun. He's 80 today. 80. Fantastic. And also time to give dish sponges you've got these sponges and use them for cleaning saucepans and everything else like that, because they harbour germs. So the thing to do is probably to sort of get rid of them. It's like you should never use a tea towel in the kitchen. I know people do, but you shouldn't. You just let it dry naturally. It's much, much better. Independent brides are fueling a rise in double-barreled names. Smithson Winterton or something like that. I think Brooklyn Beckham's just done it, although there's nothing independent about him at all. He can't survive without the family. He was pictured out with Dave, his father, the other day, and his little brother, Mew, and they went sort of doing things with sharks. I mean, basically, he's a 23-year-old child, you know, who makes a sandwich, and that's apparently called cooking in their house. Signs warning pedestrians not to wear headphones when crossing the road are going to be put up. You know why? Because there's so many cars now which are electric. I got a dreadful one this morning. Talk about a rude driver. Talk about a really rude. Yeah, I mean, because you can see on the cab company, you can see where the car is, and it does a little count that says your car is 4 minutes away, which is good. And so then it sort of ticks down and it's still 4 minutes away, and you think he's parked up. That's what he's done, because he was a little bit early, but I've never minded about being a bit early. Anyway, so then it says he's now 1 minute away, and then he appears and he goes to pull in and he just drives off again. A complete idiot. I've never known such a stupid driver. Thank God I've never had him before, and I certainly don't want him again. And then he goes up the road, then he turns round a bit, and then he parks on the opposite side of the road. So I phoned him, because they give you their phone number and everything else. I said, "You've just driven past me." He said, "Yeah." He said, "If you let me speak." He was really arrogant. I've never met anybody like that before. But we had short, sharp shrift with him. And he said, because it's early, he said, "The car is booked for 12:30. I said, "Yeah." What's the point of driving past me, putting your indicators on as you're coming in, and then just driving off again? That's a bit stupid, isn't it? And anyway, he was saying, "But it's not booked till 12:30. I thought, yeah, but you've seen me standing by the side of the road. And anyway, then he gets out and he puts it on the other side. I just put it over there. I can't, it's a bus stop. Oh, for God's sake, honestly. I tell you, man with attitude. Obviously not long for this world, I shouldn't think so. Peter, the professional Toastmaster in Malvern, says, after you gave me a second shout-out, a customer contacted me and made a booking for a wedding. Look at that. How cool is that? He said, "Would you consider being my agent?" No. I do know 10%. Well, blimey, what planet are you on? Agents can get up to 25%, 30%. Oh, yeah. If they're doing a big deal, you think they're going to work on 10%? I think unlikely. I mean, where's Jonathan Shallett when you need him? Oh, no. I mean, depending on how much money you're negotiating for them, they're not going to take 10%. That would just be a gross insult to their expertise. You know, you might get 10%, you know, because that's all you would probably get. I like the idea, actually, of just getting 10%. Boots are stopping selling wet wipes that contain plastic fibres. I wouldn't have the faintest idea which wet wipes. I don't really use wet wipes. I know some people use them, and they use them for sort of, you know, cleaning their hands and stuff like that. Some people buy, you know, bulk of wet wipes. So Boots are going to stop selling them. What was the other one? Arthritis, they say, can be eased with a vegan diet. But mind you, if you read all the newspapers and you read every single report, there's always something that you're eating that isn't particularly good for you. And they say, of course, you know, if you put more goja berries in your porridge or something like that, you know, you're going to be fine. And I always think to myself, this is just a pile of old rubbish. It's like every so often, the Daily Mail, in particular the Daily Mail, will do a feature on a cream, a miracle cream. And they say, of course, this one's selling out really quickly. You know, you need to get your hands on it. It's only £17 for this cream. And so, of course, muggins me. I go out and buy these things. You know, I've got loads of I've got a bathroom full of it, full of creams. Estee Lauder. I've got a beautiful box of Estee Lauder, the cream. I think it was about 300 quid. But apparently it is the elixir of youth. It's the elixir of youth. It's going to make me look terribly, terribly young. You know, inside, dying, but externally, fantastic. You know, got smooth skin, very lucky, things like that, you know. But it depends what you're wearing. If I put certain glasses on and look in the mirror, you see all your faults, don't you? And you think, oh, I don't know about this. You don't notice that, no? Well, I'll tell you about them. I'll mark them out with a felt tip pen for you, just so you know. Steve says, Tracy and Broccoli, I'm very ready for you this morning after waking at 3 a.m, quick trip to the loo, only to find it leaking everywhere. Temporary fix supplied, part arriving later for full... Oh, God. Nothing worse. Nothing worse. So thank God for Steve Allen. And another one here. This is Waj, who's been listening for ages. Oh, actually, before I forget, Girls Aloud are going to reunite. as a tribute to their bandmate who died, Sarah Harding. They want to raise money for, I think it's one of the charities that she supported. I mean, and they've all agreed to it, apparently, so they actually tell you. Can't imagine poor old Cheryl. I mean, she's not made an appearance on anything for ages, has she? I mean, she sort of disappeared, really. You know, and also, the only time she ever got back in the charts was when she was a judge on X Factor or Britain's Got Talent or whichever one it was, so that she could then promote her own single on a show she was working on. Ever since she finished on that, never happened in America. Never happened for in America. They sort of tried to do something. The trouble, I mean, I was always told, actually, that Simon Cowell used to invite her out for dinner when he was going out with sort of well-heeled friends because she was so daft. She didn't know very much at all because she went to court, as you know. She was in court, was little Cheryl. Yes, it was an incident with a toilet attendant in a nightclub. Did you not hear about it? Oh, my goodness me, oh, yes. She did the classic because she was drunk. Do you know who my father is? And, of course, nobody knew who her father was, so that didn't go down very well. But, yeah, the toilet attendant story. She got loads of coverage. The press were all over it like a rash, and she had to apologise and said, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that, and all the rest of it. But I think people suddenly realised that maybe there was another side to little Cheryl. The Russian troops over in Ukraine booby-trapping homes with grenades, apparently. I mean, I thought the whole idea of a grenade is you take the pin out and then it goes off. Whether it's on a I don't know if it's on a timer or anything. I'm really that naive. I should have asked that bloke who does these combat dealing, where he goes out and buys tanks and things like that. Told to talk like that. You know, got a bit of gold, because this is a long-range thing there. They were selling something the other day. The Germans used in one of the wars flamethrowers. Literally, they would hold this piece of pipe on their back. They had the kerosene, and these flamethrowers would throw out 20, 30 metres. And they were literally, I mean, it was just frightening. And they found a genuine German flamethrower, but they mocked up a British version of it to say to the person who's going to... It's worth thousands, apparently, because they don't survive. And this bloke buys all this stuff for, you know, peanuts, or sometimes people... There's obviously collectors all over the world who collect military stuff. I find it quite amazing. I've never been interested in it. And he buys tanks, and he buys... What else does he buy? Oh, he buys everything. Uniforms. He's bought everything. He was the one who bought Glenn Miller's uniform. He went to a big military fair, and Glenn Miller, who a bit before your time, you won't know who he was a band leader, and there was a very good film about him called The Glenn Miller Story. A bit like the Beatles poster, you know, the Beatles show is called The Beatles. You know, I'll explain that one to you later on. Yes, which album? No, it's the Beatles show. They were doing a show at Shea Stadium. In fact, there's a Beatles album live at Shea Stadium. How they heard anything, I have no idea. No idea. But I launched the album when it came out years ago. EMI brought it out, and they cleaned it up so that you could actually hear what they were playing, because they can't have heard a thing. The moment they walked out on stage, little tiny stage, they were using 30-watt amplifiers in Shea Stadium. You can imagine, can't you, how you heard anything. And the screaming started, and that was it. They just went through, they might have been singing, they might not have been singing. I have no idea. Oh, yeah, I tell you so. I thought the Beatles were great. I think the songs stand up. I think they're, you know, better than most things nowadays, and they've endured over the years. People still buy Beatles films, they still buy Beatles memorabilia. There's all sorts of stuff, you know, which is out there. Rudy Ray is criticised for not being tough enough on Who Dares Wins. He replaced the other one that they got rid of, and it turns out that Rudy Reyes is an actor. He's an actor. I mean, he's done, you know, he spent more time acting than he has doing anything else, so he doesn't seem to be that particularly popular. The Beatles poster, which has just sold for a record amount of money, it just says the Beatles on it at Shea Stadium, and it was the date, you know, back in 64, I think it was, just gone for over £200,000. And the reason being, it was obviously looked after, it wasn't folded. If you fold a poster, the colours will blend in it. This has been kept rolled up, I'm assuming, and when you unroll it, it's still in perfect condition. I've got, as I say, loads of posters that I bought years ago. I went to, where did I go to? It was some sort of, not a fete. Anyway, it was, I bought all these theatre, it might have been the British Musical Society, but anyway, I managed to acquire, because they had loads of them, original London Palladium posters of all the big stars. back in the 1950s, and they're beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So I got them all framed, because I won't have a poster up on the wall. I'm not one of these blue tack people. You know, it has to be framed, and I get them all framed. And I've got a Liberace at the Chiswick Empire from goodness knows when, where they had other people on the bill, and then Liberace would come on and do his sort of bit at the end. I mean, big star in his day, definitely. So I was quite glad, and I got it for £2. £2. I said I'll give you a tenner. Because A, it was for charity, and B, I thought, this is worth a tenner. This is a genuine Liberace poster. But loads of people collect stuff like that. You know, sometimes people have sent stuff into me, which is very nice. Still to come, noise pollution could give you a heart attack. And teachers say going to work is like walking into the land of the giants, because pupils are very tall nowadays. I won't work with people who are tall. I think it's unnecessary. I don't, you know, as far as I'm concerned, we're all 5'6" and we're remaining that way. Anybody taller than that, no. Not on my show, not on my watch. 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, beer drinkers are being warned. That's luckily not me. A £7 pint is on the way. £7 a pint. Well, it's just, I wouldn't even have the faintest idea how much a pint of beer costs nowadays. Other people could probably tell me better. What was the other one? The British pair who duped the wine collectors in a £76 million Ponzi scheme. They were basically selling wine that didn't exist, but they're selling a vineyard full of it, you know, for sort of years in advance and things like that. And so consequently, people fall for it. You know, people are very sort of gullible at times. And remember the couple the other day? Man and the woman go to the jewellery shop, asked to look at very valuable watches. They get away with £2 million worth of watches. They just swapped the bag. They knew that the watches were going to come in an envelope because they'd obviously been in there before. And so they brought in a duplicate envelope with duplicate watches in. They were after a particular make of watch. And it was only after they walked out that the shopkeeper realised that they'd been duped. Which is not very good, is it? The anti-troll campaigner, Katie Price, because she's been in the House of Commons and she's presented things because her son Harvey gets trolled. She now faces an Instagram ban because it turns out she's guilty of it. You know, they're sort of saying there are allegations about she's said things. I don't think she realises half the time what she says. I'm of the firm opinion that she thinks that she can get away with just about everything. But then it doesn't necessarily work that way all the time. So sometimes it backfires, and in her case, very badly. And the great hairy chest debate, whether to wax or not to wax. In fact, if you go to Amazon, there is a bewildering array of creams that you can put on, which will dissolve hair. Or you can shave it off, or you can, what else? You can get, some people have it waxed off, you know, where they put hot wax onto a thing, and then they sort of put the piece of lint over and then rip it off. You get that a lot. That's quite a normal thing. And they were debating on Loose Women yesterday whether or not the women on the panel found hairy chest sexy, and they decided they didn't like Macron's. They thought it looked a little bit too sort of, you know, quite thick hair. So we weren't too sure about that one at all. But it then prompted, the newspapers have a field day, don't they? So should you wax? Should you not wax? You know, should you shave it off? And it depends. Some people are lucky. They're not hairy at all. Doesn't make any difference. Other people... Dale was very hairy back. And I remember once we were in, where did we go to? We went to Leeds, I think. We were in Leeds. And he said, can you, he bought this cream which you put on, sort of like an Imac, but a stronger version. And so he thought it would dissolve all the hair on his back. So we sort of put this on, a bit like so you're putting on suntan lotion. And I thought no more of it at all. And so I went back to my room, and all of a sudden there was a banging on the wall and all the rest, and I could hear these screams and everything else. It turns out this particular cream he bought was a very sensitive skin, and it was burning into his back. So he said, burning. And so he had to climb into the shower and sort of have it washed off. And then his back started blistering. Oh, it was a nightmare. Of course, I had it. I caught sunburn years and years and years ago, and I got so burnt in the sun that I couldn't actually put trousers on because it was like, razor blades inside your trousers. Very, very dangerous. I could tell you another story about Vic Vapor Rub, but I'll save that for another day. I think. Not sure, actually, whether or not that one will work. What else we got in the papers? Well, it's all, people talking about, the next phase. Zelensky saying this, that the war has begun. Half-price train tickets. Ministers are going to slash the price of 1 million train tickets in an attempt to attract passengers back to the railways. I wish they did it for petrol. I paid £1.85 the other day. £1.85. What a rip-off. What a rip-off. That was at a BP station. £1.85. The trouble is I've got to use this particular petrol. You see, one of them is normal, and then there's one which has got a number 10 on it and one with a number 5, and I have to use the number 5 because I'm in a super-powered car, and I can go 30 miles an hour. So, really want to go 30 or 40, if I dare say that. Yeah, I know. Sometimes, with the wind, hamsters on the wheels turning round. Yeah, my hair is flowing out behind me. I look like Tarzan. Very Amazonian look, the washboard stomach and all the rest of it. But £1.85, I thought that was... But the trouble is I had to buy it. I couldn't not buy it. I needed the bloody stuff. But I remember thinking at the time, shan't be coming back here ever again. This is just a place in Twickenham. It's not even like it's some expensive station. It's really terrible. Landlords told they must let empty shops. Well, we used to get... I don't know whether we still get it now, but years and years ago, you used to get shop squatters. And these were people who would break into a shop, if a shop that they could see was empty, all the power was all connected, and they would set up selling phones, clothes, mirrors, basically tat, but they were called shop squatters because a guy who used to work for LBC as one of our drivers years ago, a guy called Jim, used to go round and he would turf them out. So he would wait until they'd closed up for the day. He would go in there with, let's just say, a couple of friends, and they would change all the locks, and they would turf all their stuff out onto the street. It's like he also used to, if he found a Visa card or something like that, the Visa company used to pay him money to give the cards back in again. He would find, I don't know where he kept finding these things, but anyway, he used to find these Visa cards, and you would hand them in because it would stop people spending on it, and so consequently it worked much better. Mind you, I did have a friend actually whose Visa card, I think it was his wife's, was nicked, and I said, have you been to the police? And he said, no. I said, why not? He said, because they're spending less than she was. Much better, you see. It's an old gag, but it's worth using again, I tell you. If it's an old gag, you'll hear it on the Steve Allen programme. A lot of people talking about Harry, my joy at visiting the Queen. He was only there for 15 minutes, hardly joy, dear. But isn't it interesting? Leave the kids at home, with their army of nannies and everything else, come over to visit the Queen. No bodyguards, strangely enough, was it? No bodyguards for that one, and that was what all this malarkey is over. Maya Jama has left her TV job on a boxing channel after admitting she was not an expert. Well, in fact, that would be an understatement. He didn't know sweet nothing. Nothing at all. She was recruited last June to host bouts, but she was criticised on social media, with some viewers calling her knowledge laughable. She didn't know anything about boxing. Just because you like something doesn't mean you can talk about it with any authority. And in the world of boxing, you're supposed to know stuff. And, she spent more time in the States, and as far as I'm concerned, we're all very happy with that. You can stay there as long as you like, love. Go and join Harry and Moggs. Have a bit of a time out there. Girls Aloud are going to reunite for the first time in 9 years. God, that sounds a disaster, doesn't it, really? And whether or not they do it, I've got no idea. Nadine has revealed she will return to the stage with Cheryl Tweedy, Kimberly Walsh and Nicola Roberts for a show. This is a one-off gig in memory of their bandmate Sarah. They hope to raise funds for medical kit, which can help detect cancer earlier. So it's going to take place later this year. Nadine says, we're planning a night for an event to raise money in honour of Sarah. She's very much in the forefront of our minds, which of course is a bit hypocritical, because when she was ill, they weren't. They were sort of doing it, but I believe that, like with all these groups, they seem to have their fallings out. Sarah spent a lot of time in this building, because she would appear on Capital and, and all these other places. So they weren't as chummy all the time, mainly because, it must drive you crackers. You're with people, and you're sort of thinking to yourself, I think I'm a bigger star. She did try everything. She tried the acting. She tried little bits and pieces. None of it kind of worked. So a fundraiser could be very good. It depends how much it's going to raise and where they would do it. And also, I mean, who would buy tickets for that? I mean, you have to be a Girls Aloud fan. And, you know, if you didn't buy all the records before, it's not going to make any difference to you. Rocket Man actor Taron Egerton has split from his girlfriend after 6 years. He played Elton John, as you know, and he's now joined a dating app called Raya. And apparently it's a celebrity dating app. Why a celebrity dating app? I don't need to date people, heavens above. People are beating a path to my door. You know, I don't need to worry about things like that. It's so much easier, sort of, you know, the very idea that you have to admit you're a failure and you can't find anybody. I mean, it's just embarrassing. Always, if ever you go out with somebody and then you finish with them, I mean, I used to finish with all of mine at Christmas because that saved buying a present. Steve says, Johnny, I have an older brother who uses hemorrhoid cream on his face. He's been using it for years, but still looks older. Well, actually, strangely enough, you know, there's less of a joke than you imagine in that one. Hemorrhoid cream is used by models under their eyes to take away the bags. And it's a very old makeup trick. Steve, I've been shopping at Westfield Shopping Centre, Bondi Junction. Just got on the train. It's good. The kids are still on the school holidays. I think they're still, Shane, on school holidays here. I'm pretty certain that most of the kids are still off again. It's very infuriating. I mean, honestly, they don't do much when they actually go to school. They do even less when they're off. Steve, please remind pet owners to keep up with their flea treatment, says Jane. I didn't. Scratching and listening. Oh, you've got pets which have got fleas. Yeah, we used to put a collar on our cat, and it sort of stopped fleas and things like that. And you can buy other powder. You brush it into their fur, and that apparently gets rid of fleas. I wouldn't really know what I was looking for. That's how big these blooming things are. A bag of crisps will soon become a luxury rather than an everyday snack because potato growers are struggling with rising fertiliser and energy bills. So crisps were unlikely to feature on a typical list of luxuries, but it could all change. So what with a pint of beer going up to £7, they're saying, and then your packet of crisps, which I don't even know how much a packet of crisps is nowadays. I normally go to Iceland if I want anything like that, and we'll buy, you know, a big multi-pack, which you pay like £1.50 for, but they're slightly smaller than some of the other ones. But, you know, occasionally I do like a packet of crisps, but I'd rather have Wotsits. I like cheesy Wotsits. I think they're actually quite nice. Corrie veteran William Roach has shrugged off talks of retiring ahead of turning 90. He said, people will say, when are you retiring? Are you going to take a break? But then what happens? Whilst I can do it and whilst they will have me, I have no intention of retiring. I'm the same. I can't think of anything worse. What would you do if you retired? What would be the point of that? No point in retiring at all. It also, you know, somebody always said to me that if you're going to retire, make sure you're kept busy, very, very busy, because the moment you start, you know, relaxing and going, oh, I think I'll stay in bed today, is the moment it all goes pear-shaped. Not so good. Steve, I had a steak slice, ginsters, earlier. Has anybody else noticed they're bulking them out with potato? They've always done it. Always done it with potatoes, always. I always remember going back donkey's years. There used to be a place in Fleet Street called Gloriettes when we were based in Fleet Street, and they used to do pasties, which were just to die for. Oh, they were big. They'd been sort of cooked in the oven, and then they put them onto hot plate. Oh, God, they were good. Oh, and I do like a ginsters, actually. I do like things like that. Anyway, loving the mornings after my night shifts, says Jane, the Hackney carer. Good for you. She says, I remember chocolate bars getting smaller. Everything's got smaller. Everything gets smaller as you get older. And because when you're younger, it looks big. And then when you're sort of older, it doesn't. It just looks small. I was saying to the producer the other day, I was saying, you wipe that smile off your face. And I said I went back to my old prep school, and I thought it looked big because I was only little when I was there. Now it just looks small. You know, it's a house and it's got grounds and it's got, you know, the what do they call them? I was going to call them cells. Classes. They've got classrooms and stuff like that. But it looks different to when I remember. 4:30 is the time. Let's get those news headlines here on LBC with...
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Andy Ivy.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, trust you well. I know. You don't want to get up and go to work, do you? I can tell. Mind you, that's what a lot of civil servants are not doing. Some of the offices within the government, this myriad of people, God knows what they all do, 25% in, which means 75% are at home, and they've been told, get back, wasting your time and money, which is not so good. Steve, I don't understand why my credit card keeps getting declined. I'm told I have an outstanding balance. Very funny, isn't it? That's obviously that's a superior joke from somebody who's been educated in a university. You know, nobody else would ever get that at all. I don't have a balance, actually, on my credit. Well, I'll tell a lie, I do have a balance on it. I also have an overdraft limit. I've got an overdraft at the bank, which is a stupid thing I've ever heard of, because I don't want it. I kept saying to them, take it away. You know, because otherwise it means you go, oh, look, I've got an overdraft limit. And years ago, it was 6,000 quid. And I thought, yeah, 6,000. I mean, it's like getting a student loan, isn't it, really? And I thought to myself, if I get myself into a pickle with money, oh, I'm not sure about that. And so I decided, I've never taken it or done anything with it at all. It was just available on the account, just in case something happened. Because I remember having it one time, and they forgot to pay me. Years and years and years and years ago, like 25, 30 years ago, and I didn't get paid. Mind you, on the other hand, about 6 months before that, they paid me twice. I got paid, and I thought, now, do I say anything? I don't know, I wasn't too sure whether to be brutally honest about it. In the end, I was very honest, and they said, well, listen, keep it, and we just won't pay you next month. which was fine. So I was good at things like that. So Bradley Wiggins has obviously got a book out. Oh, no, he hasn't, actually. He's speaking in the May issue of Men's Health, a very depressing publication. If you're sick to death of seeing adverts on the television for this rowing machine, that rowing machine, a vibrating pad which sits on the floor and you put your feet on it. And I'm not a fan of all these sort of things. But, you know, at 12 years old, he told a teacher he'd be an Olympic champion, and he went on to bag 8 medals. It's not bad, is it? I mean, everybody's got to achieve something in life, you know. And if you achieve something, then you feel as though you've done it, which is good. Natasha at St Peter's Hospital. Not the Easter I planned, but thank goodness I've got your dulcet tones to keep me company. Well, that's why I've said to somebody, go and get the Global app. And then it means you can listen to the programme if you're in hospital, because you might not find it on the wall thing that they've got in hospitals. Yeah, so you can tune into all the different radios that they've got available. And, you know, if you're used to listening to LBC and you go into hospital, well, then you can carry on listening to LBC. And it doesn't cost you a penny piece. It's free. We love free. So 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. So he suffers from depression. His stepfather was quite violent for him. He used to call me for wearing lycra and stuff, so I didn't think I could tell him, because he was assaulted by a coach when he was a teen. See, I'm thinking to myself, well, why haven't you said anything? You know, I mean, presumably that coach might still be alive. That's what I'm guessing. The Suit is being well and truly mothballed as workers go cash after months of lockdown. Sales have dipped 40% in 5 years. Office staff are now more likely to just wear chinos and a shirt. Yeah, well, that's what you want to see what my lot wear. I mean, seriously, I mean, to sort of call it bad dressing would be an understatement. Wait till you get your shell suit. Yes, I thought you were wearing it. I'm so sorry. Obviously, I must get my eyes tested again. And, dreadful man called Mark Griffin. Mark Griffin is 42. He's just been sent to prison because he searched a funeral director's for jewellery. He was opening up bags, unscrewing coffins, because a lot of people get buried with their jewellery and things like that. And he'd obviously worked out. He left the mortuary fridges open. He did all sorts of... I mean, seriously, he must be a very sick person. He did this down in Barnstable. One victim said, my mother was in a place where she should have been safe and at peace. The whole family is devastated. They only sent him to prison for 2 years and 7 months. I'd have had him in prison for 30 years. Desecration? Good God in heaven. Absolutely. Abso-bloomin'-lutely. What else do we have here? Joe Jonas, Lily Allen. She didn't get an award, did she, Lily? We were hoping she would have done. And apparently Philip Schofield has struck up a relationship Surprising friendship with Beauty and the Beast movie actor Luke Evans. He's been at a ski resort near Mont Blanc alongside interior designer Kelly Hoppen and other showbiz pals to celebrate Luke's 43rd birthday. So what does Luke look like? That's Luke Evans, is it? Oh, right. What do we know about him? What do we know about him? He's an actor, yes. Do you think this could be the one? It could be the one, actually. Wait a minute. So he's 43. He's not married. He's not married. Yeah. I'm looking at all the pictures of him. There we go. Somebody says, does he have a wife? No. And but he does have a ripped physique, and he got a kiss from a mystery man. Woo! I mean, you know what I've been saying for ages, haven't I? After Philip Schofield came out, I said, listen, he needs to find somebody that he can share his sort of life with. He made such a big brouhaha about coming out. You know, at least you can do is find somebody. But the papers are obviously latched onto that one. So Luke says, what a very special few days I've had. Oh, this might be looking promising. Although, to be honest with you, I've never thought of Pip Schofield as being buff. You know, he doesn't look like he's going to have a ripped body, does he? Even though he's tiny. He's not out of shape, but he's sort of... He doesn't look like Luke does. Luke looks as though he's been literally living in a gymnasium for God knows how many years, whereas Pip looks like he's been living in a kitchen where somebody cooks food for him. But it'd be interesting if he actually finds somebody. You know, we've always hoped. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. This mouse is driving me mad this morning. It really is, but never mind. I can cope with it. What else have we got here today? Remains of a Roman village are under threat from an enormous solar farm, campaigners fear. The Iron Age site will be ruined if plans for a stretch of panels the size of 120 football pitches go ahead next door. Experts say there are discoveries still to be made. I hate it when they do things like that. Enso Energy says it's listened closely to their concerns, but it says the farm will meet the annual electricity needs of 13,500 homes. Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council will decide tomorrow. That would be absolutely shameful. Shameful if they allow this farm to go ahead when you've got an Iron Age site there. I thought this whole idea is we're supposed to be proud of our heritage. Somebody paid how much for a £5 note the other day? How much for a £5 note? £4.99. No, 322 quid. Why? Because it didn't have a signature of the chief cashier of the Bank of England on it, and that makes it unique. It's got a picture of the Queen on the front, but a gap below the words chief cashier where the autograph should have gone. This bloke here, David Henry Fitzroy Somerset, held the job for 8 years until he retired. He died aged 84. Bids reached 260 quid at the sale because it's unusual. It's like stamps. You know, they're looking for stamps that have got flaws in them, which sort of came out on a few of them. Because people used to say it was the penny black that was worth the money. And I was always told it was the penny reds. And I had an album years ago. Somebody gifted it to me. I can't remember where I got it from, a relative or something. And it's a beautiful Strand album, but all the valuable stamps have been taken out of it. I was quite disappointed. But I coped, you know. But it was obviously all the ones that were in there. And I think it would have had some very, very nice stamps. And not that I was ever a stamp collector, because I used to fiddle about with these blooming hinges. And you sort of, and then stick the stamp. Oh, God, it was such a pain. It really was. What else we got? Nicolas Cage wants to star in a musical. I should imagine he could. His latest flick, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, sees him playing a fictional version of himself. But he is curious to venture into the musical world. Loads of people want to do that, don't they? If you're going to go into something, go, I think I'll go into a musical. Because musicals are big. And I think at the Barbican, is it? They're doing Anything Goes. In olden days. Chris Tarrant spent the first decade of his telly career trolleyed. And there was a very good programme on yesterday. It was Gloria Hunniford. Gloria Hunniford talking about her career and how she started. And do you know Gloria Hunniford? No. It's funny that people don't know these sort of... You should know who she is. She's on Loose Women occasionally. She's married to a lovely man called Stephen Way. And he used to have a hairdressing salon in New Bond Street. We used to have him on LBC all the time, and Gloria's been on. You know Gloria is. But anyway, she's been around for a long time. But interesting enough, they had her son Michael on there as well, because I last saw Michael at his house, because Gloria bought Hattie Jakes and John LeMesureur's house in Fulham. And Michael's opened it up and put there's a basement in there and everything. It's really lovely, really lovely. But it's interesting to see him talking about his mum because, as you know, she lost Gloria, her daughter, Karen. And that knocked her sideways, absolutely knocked her sideways. Karen had been abroad. I forget where they were. They were in Switzerland, I think, with her then husband. And they knew that she was dying, and they wanted to get her back to this country before she died. And so they drove through the night, her and her husband, and they got her back to Gloria's house down in Sevenoaks. And they got everything ready for her. And I think she died at about 6 o'clock in the morning. It was one of those things. She hung on until she got back, and Gloria was just destroyed, just completely destroyed. She talked about it on the programme, but she broke down and said, sorry, I can't go on. It really affects her a lot. But they had all sorts of things. Cliff Richard helped out, and they had sort of charity auctions and stuff like that. Very difficult time for any parent to lose a child. But Karen Keating was lovely. She was on Blue Peter, and she did loads of things. And Michael, I think, had a go at presenting, but I don't think he enjoyed it as much. But he was looking very good as well. Very well. Very, very well. Another one of those people who's not very hairy. You know, it's obviously the new trend, isn't it, not to be very hairy. And yet, for some reason, people who don't have any sort of body hair, slightly odd, seem to grow it on their faces. I don't know why. Perhaps they see something different when they look in the mirror from the rest of us. You know, all I see is just somebody who doesn't look as though they can really be bothered to do anything at all. You know, it's a case of, oh, no, shaving takes ages. You've got to get the thing. I mean, I do it when I'm watching the television in the morning. I take my tablets and I do all my bits and pieces and I have a shave. I'm electric. I don't sit there with a bowl of water in front of me, you know, a shaving brush and all the rest of it. No, do I not need a mirror? No, of course not. I know where my face is. Why would you need a mirror? Do you not know where your face is? I'll give you a clue. I'll bring in a mirror tomorrow and show you so you're aware of it. Yeah. Yeah, but it's only for your benefit. Because you obviously don't know your face. I know my face very well. I know, you know, to shave up the sides and all the, you know, and here and everywhere. I've been doing it for a number of years now. I'm quite expert. Thank you so much. It's very nice of you to say that. Nice to know you're interested, you know, which is always good, isn't it, really? But we need to take a break now. Too much of this loviness is bad for us. It's 5:45.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to April the 19th, which means for most of you getting paid monthly, you should get paid on Friday. People get very excited about Friday. You know why? Because everybody's overspent. Some people are still paying off Christmas. Some people are still paying off Christmas. And I can't remember when I was supposed to get my pension. I think I should get it at the end of this month, but I can't remember, actually. I need to keep checking all these different things. And I've discovered how I can get round the travel card. You know, my card which was cancelled. I'm going to the local council. I'm going to go into the council offices and go, listen, can you explain this to me? Why it's been cancelled? It's ridiculous. I'm a pensioner. Outrageous. Shane says, I've been listening to you since 2006. I miss Thomas and Corey. Can you say hello from down under? Yes, I spoke to Corey the other day, actually. Thomas was in the country for something. We didn't catch up. And I think Ian Dale had his show, didn't he, the other day at the Hippodrome. I think he was doing his was it yesterday? Yeah. And I think Corey went along to that. I think so. And Joe went as well. Well, free ticket, I should imagine. And can't, as I say, can't see Joe sort of coughing out for things like that, bless his heart, honestly. And a drug boss. Have you heard of these COVID bounce-back loans? Well, it was a complete disaster. A complete disaster. This guy is a drug boss. His name's Brian Maxwell. He bought up to 3 extra buy-to-let houses with the cash to convert into weed factories. He got £50,000. £50,000 to expand his cannabis business. But the police hacked into his messages sent by him and his son, Brian Jr. Brian Jr. I always worry about people called Brian Jr., who's 35. His father's 54. One sent by his son, read, what are you going to do with the bird in the gaff that was meant to be out last month? There's probably another 100 planter. I don't even understand what that means, actually. It's obviously some new language. But he also tried to buy guns, including an AK-47. But unfortunately, poor Mr. Maxwell, bless his heart, has now been sent to prison. for 13 years. That'll teach you. Brian Jr. got 18 years and 4 months after admitting trying to buy banned guns. The government spokesman said, we will not tolerate those who seek to defraud consumers and taxpayers. So 13 years and 18 years. I wonder if they're going to be in the same prison. They'll have somebody to talk to, I suppose. The rare poster from the Beatles. It's amazing when you look, actually. This is from Tuesday, August the 23rd at 7:30 at Shea Stadium. Sid Bernstein presents the Beatles. And only a few hundred of this 18 by 24 cardboard ads were put up to promote the New York show. And it's a thing. Seats reserved, all seats reserved, $4.50, $5 or $5.75. So amazing, isn't it, really? You can get tickets from the Singer Shop, Record Department, Rockefeller Center, Promenade. And it went, by the way, for £210,500. That's a huge amount of money, isn't it, really? It's one of these cardboard things you might find, you sometimes see them wrapped around lampposts, saying, car boot sale or something. Actually, I bumped into a car boot sale the other day. I don't know why I bumped into it. Do you remember, Steve, the advert for bodybuilding with a skinny wimp on the beach? The man with the muscles kick-sanded him as he strolled by. Did they still sell the supplements and did it work? I don't know. I don't think you'd be allowed to show that anymore, actually. That would be one of those sort of adverts. But there used to be a thing called Arnold Schwarzenegger used to advertise it. And it was a thing that you did for making your biceps bigger. But I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't need to make my biceps bigger. They were quite adequate. Steve says, Dean, I've been deliberating. Do I get up and make a hot chocolate? Well, you're going to have to. Because now you've mentioned it. Now you've got in your mind the image of that hot chocolate. And it's so easy, isn't it? You just go there. I mean, it might be in a packet and you rip the top of the packet, put it in the thing, pour on the hot water, and there's an instant cup of cocoa. And that's very nice. I mean, cocoa, hot chocolate, same kind of thing. But absolutely delicious. I mean, you have to get up, Dean, for it. I mean, for goodness sake, what else are you going to do? Because now it's like if you're lying in bed and you think, I need to go to the toilet. I know, if I go back to sleep, I don't need to worry about it. And then you go, I'm going to have to get up, aren't I? So you do. 84850, Steve at LBC. Jonathan says, you're forgetting Jesus had a beard. Well, you don't know that. You're just going by pictures, aren't you? They've given him a beard. You don't know whether he had a beard. I mean, you certainly don't know whether God had a beard or not. I think God was clean-shaven. And Santa's got one. Well, I know all about that one, let me tell you. Are you really saying it's because they can't be bothered? Yeah. Yeah. Santa Claus cannot be bothered. Yeah. He's far too busy making toys and, checking his lists, twice, going to find out who's naughty or nice. And then he'll be coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping. That one. And, no, we don't know that Jesus had a beard. Because in a lot of the pictures, he just had sort of fairly long hair. Obviously, they didn't have a hairdresser in Galilee, and it was perhaps too expensive for him to do it. So lots of people grew beards. But we don't know whether he had a beard or not. He might have been a clean-shaven person. I know that his portrayal is of having a beard, but nobody knows for certain. There's nobody around who was around in his days. And as for God, I didn't think God was actually a person. I thought God was a being, I mean, who knows? Listen. Steve, I do it every other day in the bath. Shave, that is. Yeah, I knew girls who, when I was living in London, first of all, the girls, they used to shave their legs in the bath, which was quite and then you'd sort of get rid of the water, had this sort of scum on the top of it. It was terrible. Dave in Plymouth says, Steve, I went smooth with alopecia in the late 70s. As we've evolved, mankind has been getting less hairy. I like to think some of us have climbed higher on the evolutionary ladder, and some are still dragging their knuckles. Oh, aren't they just? Aren't they just? It's the kind of thing, you go out, students, of course, are classic examples of people who can't be bothered to shave. You know why? They have no idea how to do it. They're not really up to speed. Ask them the price of weed and things like that. They can tell you chapter and verse. But as for shaving, and as the producer said, you might miss a bit or you might go, it's just excuses. Carol says, I was at that Beatles show at Shea Stadium on August the 23rd, 1966. I splurged and went for the $5 $1.75 ticket. I was 15 years old at the time. I still remember Paul singing, "Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far." Every one of their songs was brilliant. Every one of their songs. There wasn't a dud song in living memory. So the Beatles' American tour, 1966, ran from August the 12th and finished in San Francisco on August the 29th. Because it was mired with controversy. Do you remember what the controversy was? I remember it vividly. John Lennon's remarks about the Beatles being more popular than Jesus. That's what he said. Mind you, he might have been right. So in this day and age, people seem to be turning away from the church, don't they? You think that people would be going to church over Easter time, but they're not. People just Christmas time is quite normal because you get to sing the carols. But I'm trying to think what an Easter carol was. There was one that we used to sing, but I can't remember if it was an Easter carol. There is a green hill far away without a city wall where our dear Lord was crucified. Yes, it is. It's an Easter one. It's only because it's got the line in about crucifixion. Yeah, and it's called, I think, There Is a Green Hill Far Away. I love that. I've got albums full of hymns and stuff like that. My friend Ian over in America, he says, "I'm watching Perdita in Magnum. Hawaii looks so lovely. I think you should visit. We'll go where Dallas was filmed, where I live, then go to Hawaii and hang out with Perdita and Magnum." And he says, "I can't believe it was the anniversary of Dale. I'm just listening to the most recent podcast, but I do remember listening to the pod of that show as I was driving through the desert for a weekend away when I lived in Phoenix. Had me almost tearful in the car. You did that show so well." Yes, a lot of people said it was one of my better shows. But one of my better shows. I mean, I don't think I really have bad shows. You know, might sound like I'm blowing my own trumpet. You know, but you don't really have bad shows if you sit on the radio. What would be the definition of a bad show? Not being able to think of anything to talk about could be the definition of a bad show. But, you know, as far as I know, it's still proving very popular and 21.5 million downloads. You know, not that I'm blowing my own trumpet. To do that. I was watching some school kids in America, because all the big schools in America and the universities, they have their own brass bands, and some of them are huge, 600 members. And I found a load of them playing Sweet Caroline. Yeah, Sweet Caroline, do, 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 good times never see. And everybody does the same thing. So good, so good, so good. And I've got Neil Diamond in concert. I think he's doing Madison Square Garden. And the whole crowd sing along. And it was just awe-inspiring. It was really good. Mind you, the other thing I quite liked, Paul Simon came over some years ago and did a concert in Hyde Park. And the crowd sing along there. You know, and it was just, he does a lovely song called The Boxer. Nine, 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 nine. And all the crowd was singing along to it. The Boxer, yeah. And it was just, I looked at him and I thought, you know, it'll be a very sad day when we lose Paul Simon. Yes, he's still going. He's still going. Yes, art's still going as well. Yes. I mean, they haven't been because they had a big falling out and then they got back together again. And as I say, it's an easy thing to do. You know, when you're in a very popular group. But to hear a whole... it must have been the most amazing thing for Paul Simon to stand on that stage in Hyde Park and listen to the crowd going, no, 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 no. And it was so lovely because when the camera cut to the people in the audience, you could see that they were all reliving that special moment, that song meant something to them. In fact, somebody wrote about Bridge Over Troubled Water and said that when they heard them singing, and also Art Garfunkel did it, it was really lovely. And they said that every time I hear that song, Bridge Over Troubled Water, you read something else into it, you know, and people clap on individual verses. He was married to Carrie Fisher, was he? Oh, right. How old is he now? 80. Because Neil Diamond became quite ill, so he doesn't tour anymore and he stopped singing, which was a shame. But, you know, that's what I say. Thank God for DVDs and videos and everything else, because you can re-listen to him and look at him singing, you know, Brother Love's Travelling Salvation Show and Holy, Holy. And it was still, I thought love was only true in fairy tales. Everybody knows the words to it. They sing it at the rugby. We got rugby pubs, obviously, in Twickenham, because we have the rugby just over the road. And one of them, the Barmy Arms, when Hillary was there and her old man, it was fantastic because they used to have a DJ in and you get like 1,000 people outside their pub You couldn't get them inside. It was too small inside. But outside, 1,000 people on rugby days. They'd go to the game, they'd get tanked up, then they'd come back, they'd have their burgers cooked in beer and everything else, and their cheeseburgers and everything else. And then the DJ would get going. And he used to play all sorts of songs that you just wanted to sing along to. Like Tom Jones. I saw the knife in her hand and she laughed no more. Bye, 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 Delilah. And then you'd go into, you know, oh, I could hide neath the wings of the blue. And that one talks about shaving, doesn't it? The shaving razor's cold and it stings. That's why they won't do it. That's why they won't do it, the boys. You see, they're sort of trying to be trendy. But it doesn't really work, actually. Not for them. Listen, this music signals the fact that we've got the news coming up for you. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You're very welcome. It's LBC. It's Tuesday, April the 19th. We'll take more of your texts and emails. I will run through the BBC shrink who saw Savile for who he was. Savile was an evil, despicable piece of filth. But he'd met his match when the BBC shrink was there. And the Queen grieving in silence after Philip's funeral. She just wanted to be alone with her thoughts. And I thought that was really sweet.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats. So you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7. If you were not with us yesterday, you can still download the podcast. We've got 2 podcasts, Little Bit Extra and the full show, and they're available. All you need to do is go to the LBC website. Sorry, I had to run back. A little bit puffed out. And once you've downloaded the Global Player app, you could download everything. And as you know from the show the other day, you can go back about 6 years. I think it's about 6 years. Whatever it is, there's thousands of them there. So that's very nice. Merci bien. Oh, different mug. What's that? I love the selection of mugs we've got in this building. We've got a fantastic selection. There's all sorts. We've got heart mugs and capital mugs and big mugs like that. Have you been to Hoxton lately? Says Vince. You're not allowed in without a full Blackbeard pirate-type face fungus. I don't know why, but, I mean, for some reason, face furniture, like sort of beards and glasses, became quite fashionable. You know, some people wear glasses. It's just got normal lenses in. Whereas, in fact, I couldn't do the paper review if I didn't have a pair of glasses on. I'm terrible. I can see distance, but trying to read things. I mean, sometimes I test myself. You know, you get writing on the telephone, and it'll be something I'll be looking at a magic shop or something like that, and I have to enlarge it so I can read the blooming thing. It's real pain. It doesn't matter. Steve, I saw Dale Winton's book in the clearance section in W.H. Smith Says Connie, but I didn't buy it because the pictures were in black and white. Oh, we didn't have colour in those days. Of course they were all in black and white. Dale looks a lot better in colour. I wanted to read about Dale's friendship with Steve Allen. Oh, I get loads of mentions, as you can well imagine. I was his oldest friend, I think. oldest friend. Sounds terrible, doesn't it, really? But, yeah, I get... you can always tell. You go to the index and you look at somebody's name, then it tells you on which pages I feature. All over the place. Oh, yes. Nick Knowles and his girlfriend. He's 60 in September. And he said his relationships struggle to go beyond 6 months. Now, having worked with Nick Knowles, he's quite charming, but he does like relationships. He loves relationships. And his girlfriend here, he's 60 and she's 31. But to be honest with you, she looks much younger than 31. Much younger. They celebrated Easter with a dinner in Mayfair, then strolled hand in hand before stopping for a fag break. They were laughing as they looked at the Bentleys through the showroom window before hopping in a taxi together. So she's a mum of 2, apparently. She doesn't even look old enough to be a mum of 2. He's split up with, he's had 2 marriages, and he just likes the company of women. In fact, he was the only one, I think, and I'm a Celebrity Get Me Out of Here, to wear Speedos. Nobody else wore Speedos, but I mean, I've seen Nick Knowles' body so many times because we used to work in the same building on the same show, and he'd walk about, but, oh no, he's always liked the ladies. But she looks amazing for her age. And they were going for a kissy, and they both smoke. He's always smoked. He likes his cigarette. Mind you, some people are very good with cigarettes. I spoke to a friend of mine the other day in Twickenham, and he was staggering back from the shops with looked like 6 bottles of booze. And I said, 6 bottles, just for the afternoon? And he said, no. He said, I haven't drunk for 2 years. He said, this is alcohol-free. He's actually stopped drinking, and he was drinking, every day. Quite heavily, actually. Some people do. Some people manage to sort of get away with it. But he said, no, 2 years, I've not touched a drink. And it does make a difference. You lose weight if you don't drink alcohol. I was only saying that to the producer the other day. I said, if you didn't drink alcohol, you could be a lot slimmer. And he looked at me in that little sort of, I so admire your show, kind of look and everything else. But, yeah, how many more days have we got to suffer? Sorry, have we got to put up with this? He's back next Monday, is he? Hurry back, Joe. Hurry back. Because we always have a little competition on the programme just to make sure that the producer's up to speed with things. And, so far, he's had one mistake. Not allowed to make any more than one. But it's just the way it goes, isn't it, really? So Bradley Wiggins, so he's obviously... this interview... in Men's Health magazine, they've all lifted it. It's pages and pages they've got. Pages and pages. Also, what was the other one? I like the idea of Manic Monday, which was yesterday. The IT glitch hit Eurostar. All my girls down at Eurostar, hope you're okay, because we love Eurostar. We went over there some years ago, in fact, been quite a few places on Eurostar. Paris being my favourite. Mainly because you just get on a train. All you've got to remember on the train is turn your phone off. Because as you go under the tunnel, your phone will start searching for a signal, and it can't find a signal, and it uses your battery up so fast you can't believe it. So turn it off, and then when you get to Paris, at least you can then phone people up and go, hello. Everybody does that, don't they? We did it. 4 million cars on the road, jams in every county. And at a reservoir near Oldham. Cars are part of... What do you want to go to a reservoir for? What's exciting about a reservoir? Nothing at all, actually. I like the gay couple, called Ian and Lynn. Lynn is obviously a boy's name in Wales. I didn't know that. L-Y-N. So it obviously... Do you know that? Oh, you knew that? Oh, clever clogs, yeah. I never knew it. But they won £1 million, and... they swapped their old caravan in West Wales for the world. And they've literally, so far, they've visited 65 countries. 65. And they've managed to do that on £1 million. Can't be staying in anywhere particularly posh, can they? 65 countries they've visited, and they seem like they're absolutely loving it. They love it. Sainsbury's was the surprise winner in the Easter basket price wars, racking up the cheapest bill for the first time in 2 years. So they've seen off Asda. And I think with a total of £64.52 compared to the rivals £67.93. That was £9 cheaper than Tesco. Morrison's total of £67 put it in second place. So Sainsbury's offered the lowest price, because that's what you're going to be doing recently, or soon. You're going to be looking around for where you can get the cheapest shopping. If you're doing a family shop... I mean, a friend of mine bought some cigarettes the other day, and she said the price that they've put them up to, it's ridiculous. Anyway, she's found them cheaper elsewhere, so she's going to take them all back, get her money back. She hasn't opened them, obviously, that would be a bit ridiculous. Because she said it could save me about £1.50, £2. On these 6 packets of cigarettes. And I said, well, do it. I mean, she's very good at that. I had a friend of mine, still got him, and when we went to America together, he found all these vouchers online on the internet for shopping in various shops and everything else. And so we were constantly going into these particular shops to get discounted on. I mean, some of them, the prices came down phenomenally. Absolutely phenomenally. A former Archbishop of Canterbury, Rowan Williams, has jumped in on the Priti Patel plan to send unwanted asylum seekers to Rwanda, says it's sinful. Rowan Williams said the plan under which refugees will be forced onto a 5,000-mile one-way flight was not in accord with what I understood about God. I don't really see what it's got to do with God, actually. This is something completely different. Dr. Williams said the Jewish and Christian God is somebody who looks after the vulnerable. Miss Patel hit back after serving Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, called her plan opposite of the nature of God. It's amazing how the church loves to get involved with these things, isn't it, really? All of a sudden, it's something interesting for them. I don't think, but the trouble is, I don't think people take any notice anymore. I mean, to be honest with you, the moment it said Priti Patel was on board, that was the moment I gave up with it completely. I didn't think it was a very good idea. Not at all, actually. I just thought it was one of the worst things, because what you're going to be doing is taking them to Rwanda. I mean, if they want, you can't force them to go to Rwanda, can you? You can force them. What are they going to do? Because I remember seeing, because we've had other people, the idea is that if you've been refused asylum, you have to show up at the airport and then you board the plane to go back to wherever it happened to be, because there was a classic case some years ago and they thought it was a bit of a wheeze. Some of them, if you remember, because Nick Ferrari argued this on television, the people coming across the channel were pretending to be children of 14, and you could see they were well into their 30s, these people. But this bloke had an even better wheeze. They got him on the plane to deport him, and all of a sudden he remembered he was gay. And he couldn't go back to where he came from because they were anti-gay. And I think, yeah, right. How do you prove something like that? How do you prove it? Send him on a date with Pip Schofield, something like that, just to find out. Poor old Pip Schofield. I do hope he's found happiness. I should feel a lot better about life, because we did worry. But so here is this couple, Lynn and Ian Pearce, enjoying the pyramids. They went to Sydney, the Great Wall of China. I'll tell you where they went to. Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, China, India, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Thailand, the Maldives, Kenya, Egypt, Brazil, Argentina, Peru, America, Canada, Mexico, Morocco and Senegal. They've done all this on £1 million. They must be living in a tent. I mean, just flights alone to Australia must set you back a little bit. But they seem absolutely delighted. Ian says, I've done my bucket list. And do you know what the highlight was? The Taj Mahal in India. He says, we've got lots of great memories. And a Camelot spokesman said, Ian and Lynn are a great couple who know how to enjoy themselves. The winner's taken them to places they've only dreamed about before. Amazing what you could do on £1 million. Amazing. One's 55 and the other's 51, bitten by the travel bug a decade ago. And they've just come back from 3 weeks in Mexico. They must be living very cheaply then, mustn't they? Unless they don't have sort of high expectations of anything at all. I think that's amazing. I really do. And Jonathan, you say God was a being. According to the Bible, he made man in his own image. So either he looks like a man or we all look like beings. Well, it depends what you believe in the Bible. It depends whether you believe that God created heaven and earth in 7 days. Sorry, 6 days, because he rested on the 7th. Or whether or not it was the Big Bang. There is a very good argument for suggesting that actually it wasn't God who made it at all. It came from somebody else. Although how they work these things out, I've got no idea, because at some point animals must have manifested themselves. Lions, tigers, giraffes. We can't all be descended from apes. That would just be ridiculous. I don't believe there was a Garden of Gethsemane. I think there might have been sort of somewhere that people went to, to have a little wander about and a sit. But I don't believe anything like that at all. And as for the Virgin Mary, we weren't too sure about that one either, were we? Because I think we all know what she did for a living. But too early in the day to go for there. Too early in the day. 5:15 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. 18 minutes past 5 is the time. I know the moment I hear the travel, I always think, oh, here we are. We're back to normal again. And then sometimes we're not. And Steve, this one says, there are some men who look very good with a beard. He said, I just look old and tired, so I shaved it. Yeah, I don't look good with a beard. And also I just feel a bit sort of uncomfortable. Young Jonathan Shallett, he says, in the UK, I listened to you early before getting on the cross trainer in LA. Oh, wait a minute. I lost it. Where's it gone to? Well, come back here, honestly. Sometimes my phone's got a mind of its own. In LA, I listened to you late as wind down. There is no radio show, wait a minute, in the whole of America as good as Steve Allen on LBC. Blimey. And I love the picture, the Hollywood Hills sunset. Isn't that fantastic? Oh, dear me. That's lovely. And also Jack and Ben's Earth Day. Global soup. I like that one. Seared white fish with river rock landscape. Beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful green machine smoothie. But that picture of the Hollywood Hills sunset is quite beautiful. We went there a long time ago, Jonathan. Long time. As I say, I went over there to interview Julie Andrews. I think because they were bringing out another version of The Sound of Music. They'd sort of added extra bits and she'd done a running commentary on it. And it was just, I was just in awe of her. Just completely in awe of her. When she came into the room, I thought I was going to pass out. Because it was Julie Andrews. And it was a case of look at you, honestly. God, my God. The years have been very good to you, young man. Very good. And look at that picture. Are you in a hotel? Or is this somebody's private flat? Because you've got the ocean, me in Malibu on Sunday, he says. What a life. What a life. That's what we were saying before. And we've always said it, and Jonathan says it, and I say it as well. It's a case of, if you like doing a job, it's easy peasy. It's not difficult. And also, you get through it. I always hate people who say, I don't enjoy my job. And I always say, well, do something else. Find something that you really want to do that gives you as much pleasure as lots of other people get. I can never understand anybody complaining about a job, because it is what you make it. If you, like those two guys who were jetting off around the world to all these different locations, they're obviously the happiest that you could ever be. Because they got the £1 million. They're obviously looking after it very well. And why not enjoy? Why not go and see the world? It's a fantastic world. There are some lovely places, to go to, lovely places to go and see, which don't cost an arm and a leg. If you want to go and spend a lot of money, you can spend a lot of money. Ian in Warwick says, what a shame about Rooney's team Derby getting relegated. Gutted. He said, do you think they'll get rid of him? I don't think so, actually. But, that was Soho House by the beach in Malibu, where I had Easter lunch. Honestly. Sounds delightful, doesn't it? And also, there's something soothing about having water. If I hear water, I've got candles at home, which are like, they bubble, they've got water in them. And they're really lovely. And they're only cheap. Oh, he's at the Four Seasons on Dehenny in Beverly Hills. I know the Four Seasons. I've never stayed there, but it's lovely. Absolutely lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve says, Sophie, I'm beginning to wonder about what Harry and Meghan are up to. I'm sick of them. I'm wondering what they said to the Queen to bag an invite to the Jubilee. Are they holding some? Well, they have a book out. They have a book out as well. And she has a book out. Well, it's not really Her Majesty has the book out. It's somebody who's been with her for a long, long time, who looks after her and makes sure that she's ready and she gets her hair done and all the rest of it. And she's been given full permission to basically say whatever she wanted. The monarch doesn't grant that very often. Really doesn't, they're quite private. I think the big mistake for the royal family was years ago when they allowed the cameras in to start filming and everything else. And Matthew says, you crack me up, Estee Lauder. Oh, yeah, I love Estee Lauder. We used to have a lovely lady who represented Estee Lauder who used to come onto my show and gave beauty advice. And they would give me all the samples. I used to go home with tons. I'd share it out with the team and all the rest of it. And I used to get all these lovely creams and all. Oh, God, it was fantastic. Couldn't have been any better, actually. Incidentally, Cheryl was at Guildford Crown Court back then, says Matthew. I know, because I turned up to see her. Aha. Oh, look at this. This is from a magazine in America. Front cover of US Weekly. Why I'll Never Be King. And this is William. Feuding with Charles over succession, plot for monarchy to be abandoned, Kate to follow in Diana's footsteps, plus the Queen's brave final days. Honestly, these American magazines are even worse than ours. Even worse. I think he will be king. I think William will absolutely be king. I think Charles will have the job for a little while, and then I think it will go to William. I mean, I think he's fine for it. Barbara Streisand, this is in People magazine, her life and unrivaled career. Her movies, Funny Girl, A Star Is Born. I loved A Star Is Born. I loved it. I also like Funny Girl as well. And her music. He said, I'm very excited to read. I love Barbara Streisand. I got the DVD. I wasn't lucky enough to go. She came back. She did a concert at Caesar's Palace. And she hadn't sung in public for a long time, and they rehearsed with a fabulous orchestra, and it was a very odd bit in the middle of it, though, where this drag queen appears, who I think might have been quite well known in America. I didn't know who this drag queen was, and she starts heckling and saying this and that, Jewish drag queen, which made it even more entertaining. But Streisand, the orchestra literally starts playing her theme tune, which was People Who Need People. And she walks up a little flight of stairs, and it just blows your mind, blows your socks off on this one. And there's a curtain, and she steps on the top of the steps, she crosses herself, and then the orchestra goes and dun, 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 dun. And then he pulls open this thing, and the crowd go wacko. They scream I think she was paid £1 million for each show she did. It was a bit of a tempter. £1 million. Well, actually, that's nothing. People like Robbie Williams get offered huge amounts of money to go to these oligarchs' houses and sing for them, and they get paid like zillions. And so £1 million for Streisand. It was all those years ago, and there's a very good DVD. And she does, I mean, she was 70, I think, when she did it. She can still sing. She can't hold the notes as long as she did do, but it was Barbara Streisand, for goodness sake. Absolutely fantastic. I loved her. I didn't like Yentl. Yentl was the only film that I just didn't take to. The Beatles played through 30-watt amps, says Kevin, at Shea Stadium, and they piped the music through the stadium's tannoy system. Must have sounded all... Yeah, a 30-watt amplifier. I could get 3 of those in the back of my car. Tiny little things. Tiny. He says, this is Kevin the Milkman, I use a 30-watt amplifier as a practice amp with my 220-watt amp for use live or in the studio, drowning out the blooming guitarist. I know, typical bassist who doesn't know his place. But yeah, 30-watt amplifiers, and played through the Shea Stadium sound system, the tannoy system, which was only meant for voice. Wasn't meant to play music or anything else. I mean, it's far more sophisticated now. You know, when you look at... We booked a guy years and years ago when me and my friend Dave Maskell, we used to put on discos in our local Corn Exchange. It was called the Corn Exchange. Next door to it's another hall called the Plaza, and people booked it out for whatever they wanted to. And we used to organise discotheques. So we would sell tickets. It was like 50p a ticket, and we would pack in about 400 people. And we booked a guy as a DJ, and I can't remember where we found him from, but I think he was a Radio 1 DJ called Johnny Diamond. And we booked him, and he turned up in this huge box Luton van, and he had all these speakers. He had 2 little helpers who assembled. It was we'd never seen anything like it. It was really the most amazing thing, and to watch everybody dancing and in line. I was selling hot dogs, and we made a little bit of money. We made a few quid each out of it, because I think Johnny Diamond cost us the princely sum of 20 quid. 20 quid. And when you get these DJs... no, it must be another one, actually. Must be another one. But you get these DJs who go and play Ibiza, and they're on thousands of pounds a night. Thousands of pounds. Just because they mix records. It's all mixing, isn't it? And, you know, Fatboy Slims and people like... I can't remember who they all are. But some of them make a fortune out of it. And you think, I was rubbish. I was absolute rubbish. I mean, as a DJ, I was passable. Just about passable. And Matthew says, you talk girl bands. Me and my mates are going to see Little Mix in May. Don't laugh. Actually, there's only 3 of them, aren't there now? On Little Mix. The other one's gone somewhere else, I think. And Jonathan Shallett has put down... he said... this one here, polls and history show Biden faces midterm wipeout. Yeah, the worst thing is, that's from the LA Times, the worst thing is, Jonathan, that we might get Trump back. That's what they're saying. Did you say, you didn't say it, it's on YouTube. A woman sitting on a plane, her husband on one side, she's obviously one of those kind of women, and she's berating the bloke sitting next to her. He's a young bloke, and he's a Trump supporter. Oh, my God, you've never heard anything like it. You've never heard anything like it. In the end, the stewardess comes over and goes, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to leave the plane. They're very firm about it. They don't mess around with somebody. And so she goes, well, I can't because I'm going to my husband's mother's funeral. And they go, you're coming off the plane. It's as simple as that. And they bring on security to remove people from planes. And as she walks off the plane, everybody cheers. I thought that was quite exciting. The polls and history show Biden favours midterm wipeout. I'm surprised he's lived this long, Jonathan, really. I mean, every time I see him, he looks like he's a bit fragile, doesn't he? But we'll also have to wait to see on Her Majesty as well, because they're saying she probably won't do many more public engagements. I mean, for the Jubilee, I think she might do a couple of things. And and I think that might just be it. The tragedy for Cristiano Ronaldo, they lost the baby twin who died at birth, which is absolutely heartbreaking. They said they're absolutely gutted completely. They've got one that survived, and they lost one as well, which is just terrible. Absolutely awful. Alison Steadman says she jumped at the chance of doing her new comedy as her ageing character has a lover. The Gavin and Stacey. Actually, I saw Gavin and Stacey for the first time. I'd never seen it before. I know who's in it. It's got Corden in it and loads of other people, and Larry is in it as well. It's got all sorts of people in it, and it's just... I'd never seen it. Rob Brydon's very good in it. Matthew Horn is very good. Larry Lamb. And it's brilliant. I didn't know it was written by James Corden and Ruth Jones. It's about two families, one in Billericay in Essex and one in Barry in South Wales. And it's really good. It's really good. I'd never seen it. And I sat there captivated by it, thinking, why have I never seen this before? Because I'm a big fan of James Corden. I interviewed him years ago when he was in the History Boys. The American Song Contest, says Jonathan, their version of Eurovision, each state competing. Do you know that we might get to host Eurovision in this country? If Ukraine win, they can't hold it in Ukraine, so they could hold it here. I think that's really cool. Really cool. Big fan of Eurovision. Not everybody is a big fan, and luckily Russia aren't competing. That would be terrible, wouldn't it? Let's get the latest news headlines, shall we, at 5:30 with...
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
I'm in Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. My wife Ellen, says Charles, and I have been looking forward to listening to you on our honeymoon. Good grief. We're currently enjoying your show by our private pool in Thailand. It says, keep up the good work. We'll keep tuning in while we're here. Fancy, you're on honeymoon. What are you listening to this programme for? You shouldn't be listening to this programme on honeymoon. You should be in the pool having... I can't imagine what a breakfast would. We did ask this before, actually. Somebody was telling me, you know, because if you go on holiday, you want to have a nice breakfast. And I do like a buffet. And I do like fruit, but of course, as I've got worse in the diabetes department, I don't eat as much fruit. I can't even have watermelon. And I used to love watermelon. I used to think it was quite... I used to pretend it was quite good for me. But it wasn't. I can't have mango. Strawberries I can only have a few of. And it was all a bit disappointing. So if I got the worst place for cooked breakfast for me was America. They have these things called grits. Oh, goodness sake, honestly, who in their right mind has grits? I just used to go for the bread rolls. It's like in Austria, their bread is really tasty. They do a thing called a semmel. And there's a way of looking at it. It looks like it's a flour or something like that. Absolutely delicious. It really tastes like bread should taste, because most of the bread that we get now is so over-processed. There they are. Semmels. Absolutely delicious. So they're crispy on the outside and light and fluffy. Great for breakfast. I used to have them, and I used to get them to slice me ham, and I'd open them up, butter them, and then put the ham... Oh, God, they're delicious. Absolutely delicious. But I don't think you can get them in this country. I don't know why they don't make them to the same recipe, because they do very well, because it tastes better than most of the other bread. Andy in Mansfield says, your pension is paid every 4 weeks. You'll get it 13 times a year. 1 month you get 2 plus £10 around Christmas to even it all out. All right. Well, I get extra anyway on top of it, because I left it for 3 years, so I didn't touch it for 3 years. So I got one lump sum. And now I'm waiting to see what I get monthly, because the extra money that they owe me for the extra 2 years, I'll do plus £10 around Christmas to even it all out. All right. Well, I get extra anyway on top of it, because I left it for 3 years, so I didn't touch it for 3 years. So I got one lump sum, and now I'm waiting to see what I get monthly, because the extra money that they owe me for the extra 2 years, I was hoping they'd give me 3 years back pension, but it doesn't work like that, actually. So I should be interested to find out. So paid every 4 weeks. Oh, well, something to look forward to. Huge fan of the show, says Nim. I'm currently visiting London from Ireland. Went to my first West End show today, Jersey Boys. Loved it. Oh, it's fabulous. Fabulous. True story. True story. Booked 2 more for the next 2 nights. You Londoners are so lucky, sorry, to have it on your doorstep. So reasonable. Do musicians ever do residencies here, like in Vegas? Not really, no. No, Vegas is unique in the fact that, I mean, you do get some Ronnie Scott's, for example, the jazz club in Soho, they would have people doing a residency. And you might get people booking in to do shows in different places, but not residencies like they do in Vegas for years. So people will do, they'll be booked in for sort of 3 or 4 years. So, it doesn't have to be a musician. It can be all sorts of people. David Copperfield's got a show over there. He does 2 shows a day. Where he finds the time, or the energy, I've got no idea. But loads of people do things like that. Residence is very big business in the States. Not so big here. People might do something. They might do sort of a year. I mean, Ed Sheeran is planning a 5-year residency in a UK venue to spend more time with his family. So what he'll do is, it'll be a 5-year residency, but he doesn't work every night. He might just work 2 nights a week. And so because we didn't get the Adele show back. Do you remember in Vegas that, it wasn't ready? And then all of a sudden they've kind of forgotten about it. They're still selling her merchandise because they've obviously bought tons of merchandise. You can't just order it overnight. Tons of it. Kim says, I watched an absolutely charming movie yesterday afternoon, Steve. Beauty and the Beast. Luke Evans was in it. He played Gaston. Well, this is the one they're talking about. And they're linking him to Pip Schofield, which quite pleases me, because I was saying all the time, come on, Pip, you must better find somebody. It's not like he's not charming. A bit tough to work with, I heard, but he must be loaded. Must be absolute, which always, I think, helps in a relationship. Excuse me, can I see your bank balance first before you start going out with people? Driving up to Leeds this morning, says Dave and Sue. We've never been there before, so we thought we'd have a look. It's a student city. It's full of students in Leeds. Whoa, big up the students. I mean, nighttime, it turns into just one drunken orgy everywhere. We went up there because Dale, we had a friend who worked up on a radio station up there called Peter Tate. And so we went to Leeds. Our hotel, it was very nice, the hotel, but it was just drunk students all over the place. And we went to a huge discotheque. I mean, I don't mind students. I just don't want it anywhere near me. I don't mind them being in the same town as long as they don't talk or anything else, which actually most of them are incapable of doing anyway. So it worked out quite well. Funny thing to do, though, to go to Leeds because you've never been there. No, funny. It is quite nice, but I can think of better places to go to. Edinburgh's beautiful. Edinburgh's very nice. Where have I been? I can't remember. 22 years, very cheap on the train, isn't it? You can go up to these places. Steve, 60 holidays at £10,000 a holiday is only £600,000. I suppose you're right, actually. I never thought about that. You think £10,000 for a holiday? That'd be a very good holiday for £10,000, I suspect. And so Dee says, why cultivate and grow something on your face which grows wild on the rest of your body? A bit like growing weeds in your garden. See what I have to look at every morning. Seriously. No, I don't want to make a big deal about it because it's, not nice. They're obviously quite happy with their look, but obviously, they don't spend a lot of time looking in the mirror. It makes you wonder, actually, what they would look like if you said, OK, we're actually going out tonight. I'm going to take you both out for, a nice dinner or something like that. You'll need to dress up. I can't imagine what they'd wear for dressing up. Oh, you are dressed up. That's it, is it? Oh, right. It doesn't change the outfits. It's the same all the time. This is me dressed up. This is me dressed down. Both the same. Oh, right. Never does his hair. He just literally washes it and then leaves it, and it looks this sort of, I don't know, it looks like a very bad unmade bed. No, listen, if you're happy with it, I'm happy with it. That's why we're separated by glass. It's so much easier. There was a knifeman arrested on suspicion of attempted murder after confronting police on Horse Guards Parade. This armed 29-year-old was tasered after he allegedly approached 2 MOD police officers in Westminster around 10 to 9 yesterday. Used for Trooping the Colours ceremony, Horse Guards Parade is a ceremonial parade ground in St James's Park. I love driving down there. Love driving down the Mall. Love driving. I always try and pretend I'm somebody interesting. Never works at all. Nobody was injured. The man remains in custody, but it's not being done as terror-related So that's good. Jonathan is going to... no, what time... You must be quite late then. If you're just... He's just going to bed. He said he sent me the review. Plus a nice review of... he said, before I get up at 4 a.m. to do cross-trainer. But also, great review in the Los Angeles Times. Harry Styles shines golden at Coachella. He is just mega. He really is mega now. I mean, he's literally conquering everything. Coachella's a difficult gig, but fantastic. I mean, well done for him. Well done. And hearing the UK news you're reading is depressing, says Jonathan. I know. But somebody said years ago, why don't they bring out a newspaper with only happy news in it, with good news? And I said it wouldn't sell. It wouldn't sell. It's such a shame. He said, can you read a positive news story? I wish I could find one. I mean, there really isn't. It's 9:41 over there where he is. 9:41. Go to bed. Go to bed. The Queen, after Philip's funeral, her dresser revealed how she waited for the Queen in her dressing room after the burial. And she said, I helped her off with her coat. We didn't say a word. She walked to her sitting room, closed the door behind her, and she was alone with her own thoughts. This is from Angela's book, The Other Side of the Coin, The Queen, the Dresser, and the Wardrobe. And it looks like it's a good read, actually. I read the Margaret Rhodes book. She was very close to the Queen and the Queen Mother, and that was very good. That was a very good book. Gives you a bit of an insight. Cheryl Ferguson wants the world to know she doesn't live in Albert Square. She doesn't go down the Queen Vic. And while she will indulge in the occasional oi, Heather Trotter is not, in fact, real. But she's still with her Moroccan toy boy, 21 years, her junior. She said, after 11 years. So, she seems very happy, actually, which is good news. The con man having a string of affairs from the... Everybody's having affairs. I can't believe it. This is the thief, his wife, and the canoe. Remember those ones? No. Oh, well, doesn't matter. And Sir Ian's birthday vid left me crying. Bill Roach got a video message from Sir Ian McKellen, and it left him crying because Bill Roach is approaching 90. 90, and he shows no sign of slowing down. But in fact, there's a very good programme on ITV tonight at 8 p.m. called Happy Birthday Bill. Because, as I say, he's been married so many times, he's had flings and affairs and all the rest of it, and still living in that little tiny house, which is... He's listed in the Guinness World Records as the longest-serving television star in a continuous role, which is amazing. He's got a number of children: Linus Roach, James Roach, Vanya Roach, Edwina Roach, and Verity Roach. Blimey, got more children than I could ever shake a stick at. Amazing. But I've always said I like big families. Always think that's fantastic. You know, people sort of saying, I've got 6 in the family. Think, God, that must be amazing. There was a family a short while ago on the television, ages ago, actually, and I think they were an Irish family. And I think there was something like 15 or 20 of them, and they were all still living, and they were all sort of still in contact with each other, which I thought was amazing, which is good. Steve, if you're a Barbara Streisand fan, then the Blu-ray issue of her 2009 concert, One Night Only, Barbara Streisand and Quartet at the Village Vanguard, is unmissable. Oh, and I have played, says George in Luton, a 12-year residency on keyboards at a venue in Scotland. Weddings, afternoon teas, dinner dances, sometimes up to 3 events a day. Well, good for you. See, it does go, doesn't it? It does work. Dave and Sue said, we're going from Leeds to Glasgow because we've never been there either. Looking forward to the student drunken orgies, which is fantastic, in Leeds first. You'll like Glasgow because years ago it was named European City of Culture. And it changed, yes. It was. I mean, it had a dreadful reputation. The Gorbals, places taxi drivers wouldn't even go to. Yeah, and I always remember the taxis in Glasgow have got a screen between you and the driver, and you put the money through a little hatch. They're not letting you out otherwise, just in case people do a runner. Let's take the time, shall we? 6:45, and the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Do you know what they're recommending you make for the Queen's Jubilee? Trifle. A triumphant Union Jack trifle. And it looks quite nice, actually. It's got strawberry jam, raspberry jelly, sponge Swiss roll, cranberry juice, strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, custard and whipped cream. Sounds delicious. I am partial to a a trifle. My mother used to make a very good trifle, but she used to put these biscuits at the bottom and then she would pour on sherry, and it would soak into these biscuit things, which were quite nice by themselves, actually. And then she'd add the fruit and the jelly, and then eventually you sort of get up to the top and you put the cream on there, but not that squirty cream in the can. You can't do that. That evaporates, as I discovered some years ago. Kim says, when I lived in Ottawa, there was one day I was browsing in this very swanky shop. There was only myself and this other woman in the shop, very striking woman. As she passed me, she said, "Is there no one serving in here?" I said, "Doesn't look like it." Guess who the woman was? Barbara Streisand. Apparently, she was a friend of the Prime Minister at the time, which was Pierre Trudeau. She must have been on a visit. She was really quite stunning looking. Not very tall. No, I'm always amazed at how sort of not very tall people are nowadays. You see them on the television. Television doesn't give you any indication of how tall somebody is. You see them in real life and you go, hello, where have you gone to? Dean says, we loved Gavin and Stacey, every character a gem. Also, I went to see Operation Mincemeat yesterday with Colin Firth and Penelope Wilton. It was very good and based on a true story. I know. You should then get out the original one, of which it was based. Laia in Ilford says there's a newspaper called The Happy Newspaper, which you can order and read online. Yeah, Happy News. Is this the one by Emily Coxhead? And so what they do is they offer to sort of help people. It's truly inspiring. I'm not sure what it is, though. I don't, Happy News is, I don't know what Happy News for me would be getting a pret-a-manger bacon roll. That would be Happy News. But they do products and, different things. So there are people helping others and doing incredible things in all corners of the planet. And the majority are not celebrated. So they put this thing out so you can celebrate people you don't know. And so it's positive changes. But the trouble is, you've got to have a sense of reality. You can't pretend that the world is all lollipops and pink ice cream. That would be quite tedious, but interesting to actually find it. I didn't find the producer found it, which is very good. But this street party, they said street party like it's 2022. Because I remember when it happened last time, the tables down the streets and roads were closed off and stuff like that. I thought it was great. And also, you have to keep it classy with cucumber sandwiches. Have you ever had cucumber sandwiches? They're actually a lot better than you think they are. They seriously are. I know they sound a bit dull, but cucumber sandwich is pretty good. And a Second World War aircraft plotter who identified enemy targets has taken to the skies in a glider. At the age of 99, Kate Orchard served in the Women's Auxiliary Air Force from 41 to 45, joined the Corps at 20 as a plotter in Madras in India to identify the locations of Japanese aircraft. I tell you, you girls were getting up to some stuff, weren't you, during the war? And I love it, actually. On a health thing, 16,500 people die a year of bowel cancer. It's Britain's second most deadly cancer, yet if it's caught early, it's treatable and curable. So there you go. I mean, more than half of bowel cancers are preventable with a healthier lifestyle. I don't know, actually. I don't know what a healthy lifestyle is now. I just sort of go for a lifestyle. If I want to eat something, I'll eat it. But I'm quite careful. I mean, I don't have, I haven't had fried stuff for ages and ages. So I'm thinking that's actually very, very good. And here we go. Lifestyle changes could allow type 2 diabetes sufferers to add a decade to their lives. Those who are obese can expect to live almost 4 years longer on average if they slim to a healthier weight. And if they keep their blood sugar under control, they could gain almost 4 years more. Wow, that's quite good. That's why I'm taking out my pensions, because they said it can come out at 75. You could take it before then. And I said, well, I better take it now, to be honest with you. I don't seriously think I'm going to go to 75 at all. So Rees-Mogg tells the Cabinet to stop civil servants working from home. I mean, are they really working from home? I mean, the Department for International Trade, 73% of them are not working. Amazing, isn't it, really? And Russia's pride aflame and sinking as the crew's parents cry, where are our sons? That's the one thing they're not getting. And the ship's chef, Igor Shrebets, with his father, Dmitry, his father's going to find out exactly where he is. Ukraine are claiming that they bombed it. And the Russians are saying, no, it was a fire on board, which is, pays your money, it takes your choice, I suppose. Also paraded on television. You know this story. This is the Britons that Putin wants to swap for his Prince of Darkness. It's a pro-Moscow tycoon. They were taken prisoner whilst defending Mariupol, and lines they were forced to spout. If Boris Johnson really does care like he says he does, he would help pressure Zelensky to return Viktor to his family and to return us to our families. So, pays your money, as they say. In handcuffs, Viktor Medvedchuk. And they want to swap them. They want to swap. So far, stalemate. Stalemate. Nothing happening either way, which is a bit of a shame, really. Also, the history repeating itself as sisters forced to flee the Russian forces. And the ticket costs is much cheaper. Some of these ticket prices are amazing. York to Leeds. How much? York to Leeds. Come on. Tenner. No, £2.80. £2.80. London to Edinburgh. You might know this one. London to Edinburgh, £22. It's good, isn't it? Very good. Wait a minute, let's find another one for you. Portsmouth Harbour to Penzance. No, I don't know how far they are. That's only £22. Wolverhampton to Liverpool. £5.25. I mean, it's really cheap, isn't it? Very good. Although, actually, the ticket, so it's April and May in a cost of living rescue plan, because what they want to do is get you back onto the railways, as opposed to what? Drive it. Oh, yeah, but nobody can afford to put petrol in the car. So that's why right, I see. The trouble is, nothing would still, because buying a ticket on a train is no guarantee that you're going to have a seat. They don't guarantee you, unless you're going in first class, in which case you book a seat. But if you're just cattle, you don't. You can actually book your particular seat. So what happens? You get to your seat, and you get somebody sitting in it. Yeah, and you think they're actually going to move if you show them the ticket? I don't think so. Yeah, mate. Yeah. Well, I'm sitting here now, aren't I? That's not going to be happening anytime soon. An employee, I quite like this story, actually, was awarded a lot of money after suing a boss who ignored pleas not to throw him a birthday party. Medical laboratory Gravity Diagnostics went ahead with the celebration in the US, despite Kevin Burling explaining he suffered from anxiety. So they went ahead and threw him the party. He suffered from anxiety. His lawyer said he spoke to the organiser, but they flat out forgot. When the Kentucky company held the party, Mr. Burling suffered a panic attack. He went to his car to practice breathing techniques before texting his manager to say he was upset. According to his lawsuit, he was confronted and criticised for his reaction, which triggered another panic attack. Mechanisms including using coping mechanism, including hugging himself. When he did not, they walked out. Mr. Burling was fired after the incident, and a jury have just awarded him $450,000 for past, present and future mental pain and suffering. Mental anguish, embarrassment, humiliation, mortification and loss of self-esteem. The company's going to appeal. I mean, in America, they go crackers for this sort of thing, don't they? So, in other words, for that, past, present and future mental pain and suffering, mental anguish, embarrassment, humiliation, mortification and loss of self-esteem. Don't go to America. It's only a joke. It's only a joke. Abramovich is locked out of this fabulous house, which was home to 4 kings. He spent $125 million doing it up because he's very rich. How he got very rich? Nobody's business. Got it from the oligarchs, I suspect. And also the fingertip search for Depp's digit. Johnny Depp's personal doctor described his grisly hunt for his fingertip after it was allegedly severed during a fight with his ex-wife, Amber Heard. Oh, can't think of anything worse. Can't think of anything worse. And Craig Brown talking today about Dr. Anthony Clare, the BBC shrink, who saw Savile for what he was. From the start, Savile was obstructive. He was a nasty little piece of work in every sense of the use of it. So he went into the Ready Force series, the psychiatrist chair with Dr. Anthony Clare, who, as well as being a familiar media presence, had been Professor of Clinical Psychiatry at Trinity College, Dublin. From the start, Savile was obstructive. As Clare read out his introduction, Savile kept needlessly chipping in as if trying to derail him. Sir James Wilson Savile, yes. OBE, yes. Born on October the 31st, 1926, house of 7 children, true. And so it went on. Jimmy Savile was just a vile piece of work. It's as simple as that. You can't describe him any other way. He was sort of... I told you the other day when he was interviewed by Selena Scott, he was flirting on breakfast television. At one point, he lay down in a sleeping bag on the settee. And you think to yourself, you know, they should have turned him over in the newspapers. They really should have done. And... I've lost my mouse again. Here we go. Walked past a pub in Richmond yesterday and heard Stevie Wonder singing My Cherie Amour. What a record, says Matthew. Yeah, you can buy it. Dawn in Chiswick says not cucumber sandwiches on their own. You mean salmon or cheese with cucumber? No, just cucumber sandwiches. Oh, yes, just cucumber sandwiches. And I know this for a fact because when I went for afternoon tea with Barbara Cartland many years ago, Dale and I went down there and we were served cucumber sandwiches, just cucumber inside beautifully buttered bread. I mean, you could probably have it with salmon or cheese spread or something like that, but no, these are just, in this particular thing, plain cucumber. You just slice it, not too thick, not too thin, kind of midway through. I also love breakfast buffet when on holiday, and was going to recommend Cancun, but then you said you can't eat watermelon, so I shall unrecommend Mexico, as their main fruit at breakfast is watermelon. I know. I can't have it. It's verboten for me. Verboten, forbidden. Just Deutsch. Deutsch, yeah. I have to explain everything, honestly. It's so tedious, doesn't it, really? So, time to give dish sponges the brush off, and we'll celebrate some birthdays as well. And Charles putting his own twist on Royal Maundy last week. We'll tell you what he did, which sort of breaks with tradition, which I quite like. You know, I think occasionally the royal family, like when Charles was introducing the Queen at the last Golden Jubilee we had, and she was standing on the stage looking very gorgeous and wonderful, and he said, "Your Majesty, Mummy." And they brought the house down. You could see the Queen. The second time it happened, she had a little wry smile on her face because she sticks very much to tradition. This music indicates the news at 6 o'clock this morning on LBC. I'll be back with you in 3.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's Tuesday, April the 19th at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Don't forget, if you want to podcast the programme, and you do want to podcast the programme, especially as we've got 2, and over the Easter break, we had 2 on Good Friday as well, and 2 yesterday, which is a rarity because, as Joe, my normal producer, would tell you, we don't normally do them on the bank holidays, but for some reason we did them. So we've got 2 extra podcasts up there for your further listening pleasure. Just go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. You can download the LBC app. Once you've done that, you can download easy peasy, literally, and free. Free to download the app, free to download all the programmes, and not just for me. I think Ian Dale's got something like 6 podcasts. I can't believe it. I don't know where he finds the time. 6 podcasts. It's unbelievable. You know, I thought I was pushing it at 2. But then when we had In Conversation, we had 3. But there's I'm thinking about 600 In Conversations that you can download with a huge array of celebrities. And always good value. And then the programme, and then the little bit extra. And you'll hear how it's changed over the years. When you go back, sort of the names in the frames might still be there. For some people, just sort of, you know, they just endure, don't they? And cucumber sandwiches with white bread, says Sid Cup Julie. Absolutely. Only with white bread. Only with white bread. Oh, wow. Sorry, I came in without a mask today, so I picked up a scarf and I wrapped it round my face. It didn't look the best I've ever looked, but it was sort of, because I felt a bit naked. I couldn't find my blooming mask at home. But luckily we have them downstairs on reception. So I can wear my mask outside, which, when you think how much they cost when we first got these masks, especially those ones, I paid 60 quid for a box of them when they first came out because you couldn't get anything. 60 quid. frightening. And then I bought the material ones, and I like those actually. But I feel better with it on. I don't know why. It's odd, isn't it, the way we become sort of indoctrinated. Steve, I remember cucumber sandwiches. Used to eat them when I was a kid. They were actually quite good. I admit I haven't had any since I was 7 years old, but I think now that you're talking about them, I might make some. What a brilliant idea, Abid. What a very good idea. They're very they're also fairly simple, and I think you do find them with salmon and everything else, salmon and cucumber, or ham and cucumber, and I do like things like that. But that's why when people question, I'm sorry, just cucumber? Because I just like slicing cucumber and eating it anyway. And they do little cucumbers now, so you can do it. And you can buy a little machine. You don't even need to cut it. You just literally slide it up and down, this thing, and it will shred the cucumber. We used to have one for eggs, hard-boiled eggs. You'd do the hard-boiled egg, let it cool, then you put it in this little machine, you pull the handle down, and it would slice it. So you could use egg for the egg sandwiches. It was fab. Very good. So if you normally use a sponge to wash the dishes and leave it by the sink to dry, might be the time to come clean. A sponge harbours potentially harmful bacteria for twice as long as a dishwashing brush. And brushes thought to be used by only 29% of Britons dry more quickly, so bacteria on them die faster. Researchers put salmonella and other bacteria on different surfaces. Salmonella lasted 7 days on 2 out of 3 sponge types. So you don't really want to do this, do you, really? And they looked at all the dishwashing habits of almost 10,000 people in Europe, and they found 12% of Britons hung sponges up, but 2/3 kept them on the sink. The study by the Norwegian Institute of Food, Fisheries and Aquaculture Research was in the International Journal of Food Microbiology. The lead author, Trond, says you will not smell the harmful bacteria that are present in lower numbers. Thus, it is not safe to change sponges only when they smell bad. So get rid of them beforehand. So I tell you what I'm addicted to. Well, I was addicted to. Flannels. Flannels are brilliant. I love flannels. I can't get enough of flannels. If you're having a shower, well, I don't know. I buy them 20 at a time from John Lewis. I buy all the different colours. Yeah. Because I just, they're only £2 each. And so I buy loads of them. And people always look at me like, are you mad or something? And the answer is possibly yes. But, no, they're just, and it means if you're sort of putting shower gel onto a flannel, it goes a lot further. And at the same time, it's exfoliating your skin. So it's brilliant. Very good. What else? So we've got the Johnny Depp thing going on. I don't know, it could go either way at the moment. I think there's about 50 million involved in here. 50 million. Also, as the Brits snigger at Macron's cheesy display of machismo, a Frenchman's wife insists a hairy chest will always get my vote. You see, you get some people who are into... Sean Connery was very hairy. And women apparently... I know they were actresses, but they used to find him very attractive when you'd see him. And I just used to think it's like going to bed with a rug. You know, which is sort of... You know, some people like hairy chests. Some people are just not at all hairy. And there's a feature in one of the papers there with Macron and Eric Cantona and all sorts of different people. But the strange thing is that Macron, it literally looks as though they've just almost gone round, you know, with a razor, cut it. It doesn't look natural at all. It looks like he's wearing a hairy shirt or something. Yeah, it looks like it's glued up, doesn't it? It doesn't look real. Very odd, very odd. And also, we were talking about men staring at women on the train, and they're going to make it illegal. Although the trouble is, sometimes you do look at people on the train and you switch off. So you're not actually looking at them, you're kind of looking through them. You know, I can sort of sit there and then all of a sudden you're conscious of, oh, I've obviously been looking at this person a bit too long, but I wasn't looking at them. I'm sort of kind of looking through them. It's very difficult to explain. But in fact, Julie Burchill says today, arresting men for staring at women on the train won't make us any safer. No, it won't. I mean, I think isn't it all right during the daytime? Is it sort of nighttime trains and stuff like that, where sort of people try and get away with things? It's very worrying, very worrying. Boots and their wet wipes, striking a major blow for plastic pollution, because apparently Boots sell 800 million wet wipes a year. That's an awful lot of wet wipes. Wipes flushed down the toilet have also been found to make up around 90% of the material causing sewer blockages. Isn't it funny? Because you get wet wipes for sort of, you know, for the toilet and stuff like that. But I'm assuming the paper is the same thing. You know, too much of that could be particularly bad. The two British men storied charged in America, they duped wine collectors. This is Andrew Fuller and his business partner, Stephen Burton, are said to have offered investors huge returns backed by sellers that included the costly Californian wine Screaming Eagle. I've never even heard of Screaming Eagle. Have you heard of that as a wine? I've never heard of that. I was always told that Californian wines are sort of light and crispy. I think so. But anyway, many of the expensive wines didn't actually exist. But they managed to rake in £76 million, which is very good. The company allegedly held thousands fewer wines than loan documents had purported. And so both men used multiple aliases to con investors out of more than $99 million and used the proceeds from the loans to make fraudulent interest payments to other investors in a scheme which ran from 2017 to 2019. Absolutely amazing. And so they've got a picture of Stephen Burton. Burton was arrested at a hotel in Kent on Valentine's Day 2019, later pleaded guilty to possession of false identity documents and money laundering and was sentenced to 4 years imprisonment. He's since been released and is understood to have fled the country. Don't know, you know. But that's an awful lot of money, isn't it? I mean, a 1992 vintage of a wine was sold for £500,000, £384,000. This was dollars in the other thing. And here we go, 2013, The Guardian hails the beauty of a Whistler mural. This is in Tate Britain's refreshment room. 2020, it's denounced for its white supremacism. And even that's not nearly as bonkers as how the poet laureate Ted Hughes was almost cancelled for having an ancestor in the 16th century linked to a company accused of slavery. Douglas Murray's talking about the War on the West and says it is the most important book of the year. So there you go. Probably the one to go and get. It's called The War on the West, How to Prevail in the Age of Unreason by Douglas Murray. Could be a light little read. Talking of a light little read, here she is wearing a variety of outfits. It's Holly Willoughby, and in one episode of her new reality show, which is the biggest part of dross I've ever seen in my entire life, it really is, she's wearing £4,000 worth of cold weather gear. So she starts off in a jacket, because I didn't realise that ski clothes are so expensive because you want to be warm out on the ski. And the amount of coats that they sell now, they were selling them last year. I was going to buy one. It was a coat that heated up. It had batteries in it. And I remember thinking, what a brilliant idea. And you fit the batteries into this pouch and it's got lines through it or whatever it is. And I began to wonder how hot you could be in it, or whether or not it was just sort of taking the chill off. Slow roasted throughout the day, yes. Put him on medium. He'll be fine on medium. In a Goldberg jacket, £718. Another Goldberg jacket, £489. Another Perfect Moment in cool blue for £670. But the most expensive one, the purple patch Cordova belted ski suit, £950. So if you're going skiing, it's going to cost you a fair fortune. Here we go. This is a Moncler Pier Paolo Piccioli. Is it Piccioli? I mean, to be honest with you, I think it looks ghastly, but it's £3,000. And it's teamed with Alexander McQueen's cotton jeans, Burberry's logo embroidered. Blimey, it doesn't even come with anything at all. It just comes with the jacket for £3,000. It's a lot of money, isn't it? I think I'd rather not bother going skiing. I think I can live without it. But the people who go skiing are the sort of people who would probably spend, you know, a reasonable amount of money on something, so they don't get cold. Bless their hearts. Marnie in North London says, Steve, cucumber and Marmite sandwiches are delicious. Well, that sounds quite nice. I can go with that. Not too much Marmite, though. You've got to be very economical with Marmite. Don't want anything like that. Cass is an aspiring novice spiker and says, cucumber and mint sandwiches served on breads with the crust cut off, served at the Queen's Garden Party. Best ever. Oh, you've got to have the crust cut off. If ever you go for afternoon tea at a hotel in London or anywhere, they always cut the crusts off. You don't have Feed the birds, tuppence a bag, tuppence. 6:15, let's go to the latest LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Coming up to 6:20. This, I have to keep reminding myself it's Tuesday morning. That's the trouble after you've had the bank holiday. You tend to forget and you think, oh, perhaps it's Monday. No, it's definitely Tuesday, definitely. I'm not sure about these. I mean, if you go out into the countryside, or in fact, generally speaking, anywhere, signs on the roads everywhere. You know, this road is one way, this is painting on the road. You've got to keep your eyes open all the time on the roads if you're driving. And now they think that signs warning pedestrians not to wear headphones when crossing roads could be put up across the country amid increasing concerns about silent electric cars. Now, I'm not partial to silent electric cars. I'm not bothered about the pollution side of it, because not all car is polluting. There's quite a few cars that are, but I personally wouldn't own one of those. But in this particular case, pedestrians and joggers who listen to music or talk on their mobile phones have been identified as being at growing risk. There was one lady struck by a car. She's 63 and a beauty spot, because she crossed from one towpath to another. Witnesses said the car had a quiet engine which could not be heard at the time of the accident. Well, surely you can see these things. So they're thinking that people should be aware that if you wear your headphones, and most of them sort of cut out every other noise in there. Electric cars you don't hear. You don't hear when you're in the blooming things. And so if they come along the road, and they can bomb along quite nicely, you know, road signs should warn drivers of pedestrians ahead. You see all sorts of signs on the motorway. Deer, I saw the other day. It just had a picture of a deer, and I then got quite frightened, because I'd seen 2 deer as I was coming back from my brother's the other day, dead by the side of the road, little muntjac. I think they're called muntjacs, and only small deer. And they obviously panic. They get onto the motorway, they get struck by a car, and they drag themselves to the side of the road. And they think now, I mean, I've seen people driving cars with headphones on. I see that on quite a few occasions, you know, whereas I'm thinking, haven't you got a sound system in the car or something like that? It's like the hands-free. You still see people holding their phones. They're holding them underneath by the side of the door, so hopefully nobody notices. But, of course, you can't miss the blooming things, because they're looking to the right, which is very dangerous. Always give the phone to somebody else, because now I forget how many hundreds of pounds it is as a fine if you're caught holding your telephone, unless it's an emergency. You can be fined by it. But these hands-free kits are so cheap on Amazon. Find me a hands-free kit. I reckon I've had some really nice ones. Sony did one, and you just clip it onto your visor. And it links via Bluetooth on the telephone, which you just go to the settings and click on Bluetooth, and it will find it. And it's good. Show me some. £200 fine and 6 penalty points. Wow. So here we go. Look, this is one here. This is a Bluetooth earpiece, hands-free, 24-hour phone call Bluetooth headset, business style, with case for iPhone series, Android cell laptops. How much? £16.70. So cheap. Another one, hands-free Bluetooth kit, £20.30. Unbelievable. Oh, that's a nice one. Go back. There you go. That's NetVip. Bluetooth car speaker, phone, sun visor. But you just clip it onto the thing, push the button, $24.99. And you can get it by tomorrow. There's another one here, which is... there's tons of them. I didn't realise it's even more now than there used to be. But, you know, if you're paying about 20 quid, you can get a Bluetooth, and it will save you a lot of fines and basically your life. So it means you can drive with both hands on the wheel and just chat. That's what happens in my car. And most cars have got this. But if you don't have it fitted in, if your car's a little bit older than other people's, go buy one. These things that, you know, they're going to save you 6 penalty points. If you only get 2 of those, you're off the road. That's you sorted out very quickly. Steve, cucumber sandwiches with salad cream is to die for. I also prefer salad cream on fish and chips. Tastes better than ketchup. Never thought about salad cream on fish and chips. In fact, I haven't had fish and chips for ages, but salad cream with cucumber sandwiches sounds quite nice. But you've got to be very careful, because it's all squidgy, isn't it? So you're going to sort of take a bite of it. It's going to squirt out of either side of the sandwich. Yeah. Perhaps you could just sort of paint it on. or something like that. I don't want to be too sort of graphic about it. Mike from Finchley here. He says, in terms of residencies, before he died, Michael Jackson had planned to do 10 gigs at the O2 and was going to stay there for the duration. Does that count as a residency? I think so. In fact, they booked him in total, wasn't it, about 60 gigs? They just kept going, yes, because I've got the DVD of Michael rehearsing for the shows, and I've seen him when he was touring on YouTube, obviously, and that was quite amazing as well, because he literally came out of the stage. Obviously, they fired him from some sort of gun effect or something like that, or a trampoline. He went, shot up on the stage, and then froze, and the crowd go mad for about 10 minutes, and he doesn't move a muscle. He's just there, and it's almost like he's sort of saying, I'm here, but you have to wait till I'm ready. And then all of a sudden he might do a little movement or so, and the crowd went crackers again. I get the same when I'm here, you know. I sort of pop out on my trampoline, ta-da, you know. They all clap and everything else. Steve says, Shane in Sydney, I'm an old Aussie queen. I love hairy chests. Actually, the funny thing is, the one thing we don't see, we got the programme Bondi Beach over here, which seems to be like the place you don't want to go to, because they've got people who nick your bags and stuff like that, and people who take pictures of girls in bikinis, and, oh, it's just dreadful. But the one thing they've got are the lifeguards, and they run up and down the beach, and, you know, they've got their little sort of... And they're all hair-free, completely hair-free. I've not seen anybody with any hair at all. But they do drive these little golf carts, and I do like a golf cart. The Queen's got one, but it was 62,000 quid. But I quite fancy the idea. Steve, I love cucumber. My favourite is cucumber and taras malata on toast, says Jill in Ireland. Must be an Irish thing. I've never heard of that one. I know what taras malata is. It's cod's roe pate, and I don't like it. I like liver pate. Chicken liver pate is very nice, but it's really fattening. Really, really fattening. Phil from Wiltshire. Makes you sound like a farmer, doesn't it? Phil from Wiltshire. Cucumber sandwiches must have salt on. Oh. I don't use salt. I do like the idea. Somebody's come up with cucumber and crisp sandwiches. That sounds quite nice. Yeah, that's that texture, isn't it? And then actually, on that, cucumber with crisps, you could put some salad cream on that. That, or failing that, some Hellmann's mayonnaise. That's quite nice as well. So, any particular sort of bread you'd recommend? No, thin sliced bread, I think is quite nice. It's all right. And another one here. Steve, husband's just come back from holiday with COVID, says Britt. Guess who's got it now? Yes, it doesn't take long, does it? Coughing like nobody's business. Problem is, I couldn't buy a COVID test for 5 days because all the chemists and supermarkets were sold out. Finally got some at Sainsbury's yesterday, thank goodness. But why is there a shortage? We have to buy them now. You think they'd be piling them high for the profit? Yes, you would have thought so. I've still got two boxes. I'm not sharing them with anybody. They're my sort of little go-to thing, which I think is quite nice. Steve, I used to ski, says Johnny, and snowboard lots. C&A did a brilliant budget ski range of clothing. The trouble is, you can't wear budget stuff because all the people on the slopes will know it's budget. You have to have the right labels showing, and you have to be on the right ski resort. You know, there are certain places you have to go to, and you have to eat in the local restaurants and everything else at an arm and a leg. You know, it's a very expensive thing to do. Very expensive. You bought your skiing stuff in Aldi. You know, they did skiing stuff in Aldi. What are they doing there? Is it very, very cheap then, actually? Oh, right. Sam bought it all in Aldi. Mind you, Sam just put it... He doesn't go skiing. He just puts it on and stands in front of the mirror. This is what I would look like if I was allowed near the ski slopes. I quite fancy the idea of living in Courchevel. That looks quite nice. Courchevel's got some nice places. Very expensive restaurants, phenomenally. And where's the other place that everybody goes to? There's Val d'Isere, and there's another place in America, Aspen, Colorado. Huh? You've seen the price of houses there. Unreal. I mean, very nice. Very nice. But I don't know how long they get snow for in Aspen. It always used to make me sort of... all the film stars going to Aspen, Colorado. And I remember thinking, how lovely. And some of the houses there have got swimming pools in, and they've got garages, heated drives, so you can always drive the car out. They've got a heated drive. I mean, have you heard of such a luxury? You know, I mean, if we wanted a heated drive when I was younger, we had to set fire to it. Didn't work any other way. Steve, People who go skiing are the ones that don't have to worry about choosing between heating or eating or the cost of living crisis, but spend most of their time pretending they understand. Not many of them have ever been poor in the true sense of the word. Possibly you could be right. It's an expensive thing to do. I mean, I'm working with two people who enjoy skiing. I, of course, have never been. I have been out onto the ski slopes in Austria, but I've never actually skied. I mean, I think I just fall over. I mean, I fall over standing in the bathroom, you know, just trying to put your jeans on in the morning. You stand on one leg, you put one leg through, and then you fall over. I spend most of my time on the floor. It's not the most attractive look. Steve, Putin could not defeat Ukraine on the grounds he's failed miserably by sea, losing a flagship. So now this little man is firing missiles indiscriminately on women and children. He's become a laughingstock. He's nothing more than a coward. Well, he's lied. He's just basically a compulsive liar, because he said civilians would not be targeted. Well, that's exactly what they've done. They've targeted civilians. It's disgraceful. 6:30. Let's get the news headlines here on LBC with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 7. I forgot to do the birthdays, actually.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Which I shall do in 1 minute, because Dan in Sidcup says that he's got a really hairy chest. This is after Macron the other day, and people have been discussing it ever since. I get a fair bit of attention, he says, from both men and women. I used to shave it all off, but now I've learnt to embrace it. So there you go. Learn to embrace it. I think it depends where it is, isn't it? It's all right to have a hairy chest, I think. But then it's when it starts growing over the shoulders and at the back and all the rest of it. It's sort of, it doesn't quite work the same way. Although some people love it. I remember seeing a picture once of Aristotle Onassis, the Greek shipping billionaire, and it was like a small rug he was wearing. Happy birthday today to Kate Hudson, the daughter of Goldie Hawn. Oscar nominated at 21. She's got 3 children, Rani, Rose, Ryder and Bingham. I make that 4, actually, but there you go, 1. Oh, no, it could be Rani Rose, with 3 rock stars. Her ex, Matt Bellamy, of the English band Muse, used newborn Bingham's heartbeat in the song Follow Me. So happy birthday to Kate Hudson today. And Alan Price is 80, the musician from County Durham, the original keyboard player with the Animals, who had hits with the House of the Rising Sun, and once had the Supremes as their support act. They toured 42 cities in as many days, but Price hated flying. He said, I used to buy a bottle of duty-free vodka, go to the toilet and drink it before I went on board. I know people who hate flying. I've always liked it. I like the takeoff bit. The actual flying bit I find terribly boring and tedious. So that's why I pull the blind down and go to sleep, because I'm not interested. You know, I don't know what people find. Some people, you know, they're on their computers, their laptops and everything else. Me, I just couldn't care less. Just want a little bottle of water, toasted ham and cheese sandwich. I'll go for the food if that comes round. I like the food. If I don't think I've had a bad meal on an aircraft, but the people who hate it have to go sometimes to special schools to sort of hypnotise them into being okay to go, because they go panic. They go panic attacks, and you don't want anything like that, do you, really? John says, talking of cucumber sandwiches, I like a crusty roll with cheese and pickled beetroot. Messy to eat, but lovely. I thought you were going to say just cheese and Branston pickle, because I love cheese and Branston pickle. And they used to do them in Greggs, but they don't do them now. Crusty rolls. You could get 8 for £1. Crusty roll. They were so crusty, you'd sort of break them open and they'd fall apart. It was fantastic. You put the butter on there. Got to be the soft butter, because otherwise you're just wasting your time. Did you know that cucumber could be a helpful addition to your diet if you suffer from diabetes? It helps moderate blood sugar levels more effectively, says Sarah. That's it. I'm going out to buy cucumbers today. I shall be in here tomorrow with my own cucumber, eating it in front of everybody. Yeah, munching away and sort of saying, but it's bringing down my sugar levels. Actually, this morning I did 9, which I thought was heading in the right direction. Because sometimes, as my doctor said, and anybody who's diabetic will know this, sometimes you feel okay, but what's going on inside could be completely the opposite. Richard in the Wirral says, I believe there may be some legislation in progress to make electric vehicles have an artificial engine sound for that very reason, so people can hear it. Really? That seems a bit pointless, doesn't it? But, I mean, it's already in Japan. Oh, well, it'll happen over here. Normally it's America, isn't it? Steve, says John in Hertford, out walking my dog Lily, cucumber sarnie with thin slices of beetroot and a dash of salad cream. See, it's definitely sandwich time. I don't know how many people have sandwich. I'll tell you what my favourite sandwich would be. I mean, apart from the cheese and pickle, Coronation chicken. But it sends my blood sugars completely wild because it's got a sauce with it. Cucumber and Terra's Malata, definitely not Irish. Rarely heard of here. I was married to a Greek, says Jill, so he introduced me to Terra's Malata. Only decent thing he ever did. So obviously no bitterness there, I shouldn't imagine. What else we got? Born on this day in 1937, Antonio Carluccio. He died in 2017. He was the first London boss of Jamie Oliver. Jamie Oliver has done loads of programmes with him. Benjamin Disraeli died on this day in 1881, and in 1998, Robbie Williams had the first of 13 solo #1 albums with Life Through a Lens, which featured hit singles Let Me Entertain You, Angels and Old Before I Die. See, the only one I've heard of Let Me Entertain You, and I know Angels, and that's about it, I'm afraid. He's supposed to be going on tour again, isn't he? I read in a piece in the paper the other day, and they were saying that Robbie's probably going to go on tour. Because we must be due this. We must be due this. And how a real fuss was created for the Sussex's date. This was very interesting. This is in Eden's Confidential column. And while the Duke and Duchess of Sussex insist that they're just like any other couple trying to live a private family life, their treatment in restaurants, even before they quit royal duties, seems to tell a different tale. Jamie Shears, who was head chef at 45 Jermyn Street, owned by the Queen's grocer Fortnum & Mason, has spoken out about the reception given to the now California-based pair. We got celebrities in all the time, he said, but for Harry and Meghan, there was a real fuss. Half the restaurant was roped off for the night so they could dine in peace. He's about to start at a Mayfair gastro pub, Mr. Shears, the Audley. They came in together just before they went public as a couple, but it was still unusual because 45 Jermyn is a discreet place to eat without doing that. There's no indication the insistence of the couple for their treatment, but Meghan ordered the monkfish curry. When asked whether preparing a dish for the former actress was an honour, he laughed, not especially. They don't care. They don't care. It would have been the only time that Meghan was granted special treatment while visiting a London landmark, because she and friends were pictured surrounded by empty seats as they went to Wimbledon in 2019. A fellow spectator, Sally Jones, revealed she and others seated nearby had been asked to put away their cameras. I was, in fact, taking a picture of Miss Williams, said Miss Jones later. The man who had accosted me was obviously her royal protection officer, and he was deeply embarrassed as he explained she was there in a private capacity. I looked at him in astonishment. Private? You what? I even mentioned the vast contrast between this control freakery, so alien to typical royal behaviours, and the Duchess of Cambridge's calm, restrained demeanour 2 days earlier, when there were plenty of amateur snappers thrilled to encounter their idol, not a shoulder tap in sight. Yes, I mean, they're playing the game. That's why the Daily Star call Meghan and what's his face? They call them that intensely private couple. You know, because everything they do is geared for publicity. That's why they're being followed around by a dreary Netflix crew. They're going to film this and put it out. I mean, how boring. We've seen Harry before. We preferred him when he was drunk. It was far more entertaining when he fell out of nightclubs and started kicking out at people, because he just loved it, doesn't he? And he's milked it ever since. What else we got? I love all these society columns, because when they were talking about on the television the other day about Claridge's, they were saying all the bright young things used to go there. It was literally cafe society went there all the time, and they were encouraged to go there because then other people would go there. Although Claridge's said they weren't sure whether or not they actually had any money, these people. They might have just been sort of playing at having money, but they were just, they would stay up for days, absolute days, going out to all these parties, whereas in fact I used to be able to do it. I couldn't do it now. I mean, I sleep by really early. I mean, I wouldn't be remotely interested. Somebody said, let's go and party. Definitely not. I can't think of anything worse. The nearest I got was sort of going out to a demonstration one time, and that was it. But you sort of suffered the next day. But when you're younger, you can do anything. When you get a bit older, you think, oh, I'll do it later. Boris Johnson will today insist his government moves on from the Partygate row to focus on huge challenges facing the UK. In a common statement, he's expected to show remorse over his fixed penalty fine for breaching lockdown rules and acknowledge the public anger this has caused. He's also rejected fresh claims that he instigated a leaving party for an aid. It's just non-stop partying, isn't it? But I don't see these as I see these as drinks. It's not really. And somebody has said here, reports that he planned to liken the fixed penalty notice to a parking fine were described as totally wrong by one close supporter at Westminster. But he's not going to step down. It's whether or not his wife Carrie gets a fine as well. That will be the interest. You could probably put money on that one, couldn't you? What do you reckon? Do you think she'll actually get a fine because she was at some... She's already had the fine, has she? We're not going to get a second fine, is she? Are we going for a second fine? Oh, my goodness me, it's non-stop. Imagine that for going to a party. The problem was he lied. That's, it's the lying side of it that's a bit of an embarrassment for him and for the government. But he's not going to step down. That'd be very surprising. Guitarist of the Gods, Brian May, would quite like to be given a peerage so he could help influence the way the country is run, particularly with regard to wild animals, which is a passion. And Brian is 74. He's been a national treasure for half a century. He lyrically pleads the case for foxes and badgers. He won't be a fan of ermine, but let's reward him for decades of delight by honouring him and hurry up. Yeah, there's all sorts of people who should be given awards and they never get them. They kind of leave it a little bit late. And Vanessa Feltz was saying the question for Meghan and Harry, why on earth did you leave Archie and Lily in the US? Surely between the two of you and the nannies you employ to help care for your children, you could have managed the first-class plane journey. Why, all that's holy, would you deprive the soon-to-be 96-year-old Queen of the chance to spend precious time with her great-grandchildren? Why would you not allow Prince Charles the opportunity to walk Archie round his beloved garden? Ordinary folk without your battalion of staff and overflowing treasure chest wouldn't dream of behaving so cruelly. So why have you? Because they're selfish. That's what it is. It comes down to being selfish. It's a case of, they think that they're doing it right. They have no idea that they're so far wrong and so out of people's favour. It's a bit embarrassing. So I'm loving all these cheap fares. A journey between Manchester and Newcastle, you can save more than 10 quid. Save more than £10. Also, the cost of fish. I knew this would happen eventually. Salmon and cod prices have soared. So I wonder if they're going to sort of cut down... Because I buy these packets of salmon from M&S, 3 for a tenner. Now, either they're going to put it up to 10 or 12, or they're going to cut down on the amount of salmon that's actually in the packet. Because they say the salmon and cod prices have soared by up to 23% due to the cost of living crisis and the invasion of Ukraine. The war's impacted supplies. I mean, everything's disappearing, isn't it? Apparently, Scottish salmon is now £7.90 per kilo. Norwegian wholesale frozen cod went up 11%, or by 56% on March last year. Wow. Prior to sanctions, Russia directly supplied a fifth of all white fish eaten in the UK, and indirectly it supplied more. It sends a large share of its catch to China and Germany, who process it and sell it to Britain and other countries. So there you go. So your fish and chips is going to be costing a little bit more. It just depends how much more, because all people will do is just cut down in not having it. We've already been told that chips are going to go up in price. I mean, sacrilegious as far as I'm concerned. It's disgraceful. Let's get the news headlines, shall we, for you this morning? 7:15, here's Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nearly 11 minutes to 7. 11 minutes to 7. Do you know that 400 prison staff quit in a month over their pay? Prison inspectors warn that staff shortages mean inmates have to spend up to 23 hours a day in their cells. Well, how much are they earning, for goodness sake? This is interesting. One says, if I join the police today, in 7 years' time, I'll be earning at least £37,000. If I join as a prison officer today, in 7 years, I'll be earning £25,000. There's a bit of a difference, isn't there? 25. So you've got to wait 7 years to earn £37,000. I see that police have spoken to Nicholas Sturgeon for not wearing a COVID mask. Officers reminded her of the importance of wearing a face covering. They can't make it. I mean, here... People are now saying, oh, perhaps you should start putting a mask back on again. and then other people don't. I mean, strangely enough, some people do on the buses. The tube is the worst. They don't wear the masks on the tube. A yob who told a French traffic warden to get out of the country has been fined £200. Lee Parker flew into a rage at Melissa Marks, who told him he was illegally parked. So she's a traffic warden. OK. A court heard. He said, "Who are you talking to? You're an immigrant. Where are you from, you immigrant? Get out of my country." He was arrested. I mean, he's obviously an idiot. And he admitted racially or religiously aggravated intentional harassment. He was fined £200, ordered to pay compensation of £100, costs of £135, and a victim surcharge of £34. So £435, nearly £450. What a stupid man, honestly. Why would you say that to a... Admittedly, I mean, the signs that always used to make me laugh are the ones where you... I forgot what I was going to talk about, actually. I completely forgot where I was going with that one. Where sort of... Oh, that's right. It says... P.S. I love traffic wardens back in 5 minutes or something like that. Because you can see them doing it. But I told you that the best thing to do is watch a traffic warden writing out a ticket and run up to them going, "No, no, no," and then just keep going. Just keep going, because they think that they're writing out a ticket on your car, but of course it's not your car. I got one Christmas. I pulled up in Chiswick High Road, and I nipped to Marks and Spencer's, and I didn't see the fact that it was double yellow, and I came back and the traffic warden very smugly had put a ticket on the car, and I just went, "Thanks," and just took it off. It didn't make any difference to me. I always pay these things, straight away, because if you leave it, you kind of forget about it. And, somebody says even hands-free calling in a car is unsafe. Well, it's legal. It's legal hands-free. It doesn't matter whether it's unsafe. I mean, I can quite easily, surprisingly, actually have a conversation on a telephone whilst driving down a motorway, or driving anywhere, actually. The only thing I can't do is I can't sort of book things or anything like that. But I have most of my conversations in the car, which is good. Steve, I'm talking from experience. When I was a teenager, I was happy having a Walkman with cassettes, music wherever I went. One day when I crossed the road, I was about to be run over by a car. If my mum wouldn't have pulled me back, I didn't hear the car behind me turning left, says Connie. I still think about it to that day. Well, I mean, we've all had that, haven't we? I mean, what worries me is the tourists in London who aren't expecting the traffic to come from the right-hand side. I don't know where they're expecting the amount of times I've seen the car in front go beep as somebody stepped off the pavement into the road because they're not expecting the traffic, because we drive on a different side from them. Maxine says favourite sandwich, and we're not doing favourite sandwiches, but anyway, I'll let you have this one. Granary bread with peanut butter, hot roast chicken and cucumber. Oh, not too sure about that one. Yummy staple of sandwiches at my Nana's in the Highlands. Soft white bread, butter, corned beef and Branston pickle. Blimey, I don't think I've ever had... When was the last time I had corned beef? Long time ago. Long time ago. Also, there's a teacher with an incurable brain tumour has won a disability discrimination case. Rachel Davis had chemo and an operation that left her with minor word and memory problems. She asked if she could be moved to an early year class at Riverside Primary in Hereford, but the head teacher, Emma Shearer, said she was not up to the job. The post went to a less experienced teacher, so the Birmingham Tribunal ruled that Rachel was victimised, harassed and discriminated against because she was disabled. Compensation decided at a later date. I never quite understand, actually, why sort of money makes the situation better as opposed to just an apology. But it comes down to the money, doesn't it? How much you're going to get for it. Is this worth this much money? Always, I remember years ago, there was this person who... Didn't they drink a cup of coffee, apparently, in McDonald's, or they spilt it on themselves, and they got compensation because they didn't realise it was going to be hot? It's like sort of the filling of the apple pies. I'm not even sure if they still do apple pies. Oh, that's right, the coffee was unnecessarily hot. Over 100 degrees. She had surgery as well. It was in America, wasn't it? It wasn't here. Oh, did it? God. Don't give people coffee at McDonald's. Let's just give them a milkshake. They're much happier with a milkshake. Or an orange juice. Orange juice, very popular. But I'm not even sure whether they still do... I hot apple pies in McDonald's, because I used to love the hot apple pies, but they had to put a thing on the box which says caution, filling hot, because they're deep fried. So Sarah in Welwyn says, lovely to hear you this fine morning. Bit nippy at the moment. We've still got some yucky weather to come, I'm afraid. It's not going to be brilliant. Not going to be brilliant, and it might. So if you put plants out there, just watch them carefully. But she says, thinly sliced cheese, crispy romaine lettuce, and a sprinkling of salt. What is this sprinkling of salt that goes on? We get that a lot. We've had quite a few people this morning talking about sprinkling of salt, and also lettuce. I think lettuce is the most overrated thing I've ever had. I think it is the most boring thing under the sun. I get this crispy salad from M&S, which I quite like, actually. It makes me feel as I'm healthy. It's got sweet corn in, but there's a bugger to eat, isn't it? Sweet corn. You've just got a fork. It falls off all the time. It's just ridiculous. Why can't they compress it into a round, bigger sweet corn or something? Just so you can actually pick the blooming things up. Makes it an awful lot easier. But that was quite nice, actually. Steve, the lies in Parliament is the real issue. Johnson was asked repeatedly about the parties. He repeatedly lied about it. Yeah, but Thomas, he's not going to step down. He's not going to step down. I can tell you that for a fact. In a crisis, that's the last thing they're thinking about. And that's why they're going to shove it behind them. We know what they're going to do. He misled Parliament, broke the ministerial code. He should and must resign. Well, he won't. I can tell you that for a fact. That will not be happening. He's already said he will not resign. There's other things to worry about as opposed to a few drinks at a party upsetting the entire country. Lloyd in Brighton says, we had fish and chips on Friday night. Large cod chips, a child's portion of cod and chips, and a Savoy chips. 21 quid. Seems quite reasonable. £21, I think, for large cod chips, a child's portion of cod chips, and a Savoy chips. £21? That sounds okay. That sounds okay to me. Mind you, you wait. I mean, if the prices start going up, we're all going to be in a terrible state, because there's going to be fish and chip shops. Already they're experiencing problems. Many of them are sort of getting very worried about the whole thing. But the headline on the front of the Mirror this morning is that Boris will today become the first UK Prime Minister to address Parliament as a lawbreaker. And so the Daily Star have got liar, idiot and buffoon, what 72% of Brits think. And Snowdon, the mountain of muck. Apparently people are not using the toilets at the base of Snowdon. And it's literally people are going to the toilet by the side of the paths there. So they're having to explain to people, because you have to explain to people, there are toilets at the bottom of Snowdon before you manage to sort of start walking up. But some people forget about the walking up bit, so they don't bother. And we'll wait and see, shall we, on that one. Rees-Mogg telling the ministers, ordering the civil servants back to the office. And Zelensky, the next phrase of the war, plus a picture, actually about the most healthy I've ever seen him looking. President Biden addressing thousands of guests at his first White House Easter egg roll. I don't even know what that is. An Easter egg roll. 2 past events were cancelled because of the pandemic. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company, Somebody's used that before. I'm trying to remember who it was. It's Friday, April the 22nd. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And we're looking for, I told you, a short week. Now we're all looking forward to the weekend. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I noticed that lovely Faye Barker is heading into the LBC studios because she's covering the breakfast show on LBC News, our sister station. And very kindly, she said, I wanted to send some appreciation to @Steve Allen Show, providing what I think of as a table of joy to fuel the newsroom. And she took a photograph of my Nardicots, and then yesterday it was all chocolate things. Today it's not. Today it's Haribo. Whether or not it's going to be a table of joy today, I've got no idea. But she's very sweet. I bumped into Faye the other week when she was in the studio, and she went, Steve Allen, she said, I listen to you all the time. Well, that was a nice thing to say. We give people ideas, and we're feeling fairly chipper this morning. Like the producer said to me, are you raring to go? Which I thought was a very sweet observation. I said, well, it doesn't make any difference whether I'm raring to go or not. I've got to, because that's what I'm paid to do. They go, I remember saying to my boss years ago, we used to do phone-ins many, many years ago. And I said, what happens if we don't get any calls? And he said, you talk. And so I talk. That's what I do for a living. How long can the Partygate fast go on? Every day. Every blooming day it's going on. Meanwhile, Boris is injured. He's bound to catch something. You could just tell by looking at him that he's going to come down with another illness. There's something going to be around. I could just tell. I get feelings about these things in my cup of tea. The inconvenient truth about Harry and the Queen, he is not her favourite. Do not believe. The Americans buy into any old guff that he spins. Oh, like, my mother's with me now more than ever. And then he said, because she's already been looking after my brother and now it's my turn. And you think to yourself, you are bitter, aren't you? What a shame. Women facing a cost of living squeeze are being offered for M&S budget bras and knickers. They don't do the same for men. We don't get budget. Well, we wouldn't need bras, would we? Really? But you don't get sort of budget pants. You don't bra? No. What do you know me for? Bras. But we always get our pants in sort of packs of 5, and they're generally about £25, which is about. That's about right, isn't it? 5. Yeah, so £5 for a pair of pants. Seems quite a lot now when you think about it. But that's about the best place. I don't know anywhere else that sells pants. I know people. I used to buy. What ones would I do? I used to buy the Calvin Klein pants. They used to do these white pants, which were quite nice. And I used to think if I put them on, I'd look like the model on the front cover photo. And, nothing could have been further from the truth. I put them on, but I just quite liked them. And I was buying those, and then I discovered Marks and Spencer, and I thought, actually, when you think about it, it doesn't make any difference what pants you wear, as long as you're quite happy in them. Some people wear white pants, some people like coloured pants, some people like stripy pants, some people like sort of cartoon characters and different. I mean, what difference it make whether you got Woody Woodpecker on the front of your pants or Snow White? Well, I suppose Snow White would be a slightly different matter. The radio listeners who the other day had to tell Will Young he had a slight problem with his smoke alarm. It was and he didn't know what it was. He didn't know how to make it stop until somebody wrote in and told him. He's obviously dim as a broomstick, I should imagine. You change the battery. That means it's running out of battery. And it means it's just beep, beep, beep. And it was obviously driving him crackers. Because we used to have a presenter here years ago, and he hated musical Christmas cards. You open them up and it goes... do, 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 do. And so just to annoy him, when I got one in at Christmas, because normally the action of closing the card puts a little bit of paper under the actual thing, which makes it stop. And then when you open the card, of course, it pulls it back, and then you can actually hear the tune. And we had a big dry whiteboard in the office. And so I took the mechanism out of the Christmas card and I put it behind the dry whiteboard. Drove him mad for 3 days. He didn't know where it was coming from. And even then, when he did discover, he couldn't get it back out again. Which I thought was a nice thing to do if somebody really hates stuff. I love anything. Helinka used to send me in these fabulous cards for Christmas, and they would light up. I've got some that there's a snowman card where you put it on, you open up the card, and the snowman glides around the card. Oh, really, I love cards like that. Cards that light up. I bought a load in Vegas, where you open them up and they twinkle, all the lights flash on the signs and everything else. Really lovely. I love stuff like that. Anything that's got batteries in it. I am there. I tell you, I'm your person for these battery-operated cards. They used to make parrot cards years ago. They were called parrot cards because you open it up and you push the button, you could go, "Hi, Elliot, this is Steve, wishing you a very, very happy birthday. See you soon." And then you take your finger off the button. And every time Elliot opened up the card, it would say, "Hi, Elliot, this is Steve, wishing you a happy birthday. See you soon." After about the third time, it used to drive you mad, completely mad. A man was arrested at a railway station after attacking a guard there with a doner kebab. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know if it had the sauce on it or all the vegetables or all the rest of it. Talking about vegetables, Gemma Collins is having a truckload of... she's going to grow her own greens before. She's obviously never been to a supermarket. She goes, "You know what it's like?" She's a bit like that. She's not exactly cultured. I've been on tour because she stopped all these burger vans. No, dear, just you. Just you. That's the one. When she went to America to film this ghastly series of hers where they were trying to pretend that she was somebody of any note, whereas she's not, they sort of stopped off. I think we've got to stop off and get some burgers and milkshakes because she was shoving it in her face and she wondered why she got to that size. Santander, I don't know if your bank's doing this, slamming the door on customers at 3 p.m. So in other words, if you haven't managed to get your act together by 3 p.m, forget it. Forget it. Summer holiday fears, I'm afraid, as BA axes more flights. It's not good, is it? All those people get... See, I never understood the sort of wanting to get away bit. You know, Darren's different because he works, in this business, and so he's jetting off to Reykjavik. I don't even know how much a flight to Reykjavik is. I bet it's not that expensive, actually. It's only a little bit longer than sort of going to Edinburgh. Edinburgh's about an hour, because I used to, so it must be about a couple of hours, which actually is barely time to get up there, eat your food that they give you, so there you go. Cheap flights from London to Reykjavik, £37 return. What? This is on Iceland Air. £37 return. That is so cheap, isn't it? That's so cheap. I mean, as I said to him, will he be sitting with the rear gunner? And I wonder really whether or not they just sort of open the door and just push you out with a parachute and go, it's down, Reykjavik's down there somewhere. Good luck. Good luck with making it. What was the other one? Base jumping is still taking place. I mean, seriously, it's an accident waiting to happen. The royals, we're told, are very wearied by Harry and his constant carping. He's the most ungrateful child in the universe, isn't he? Born into a life of privilege. I don't want to do that. I want to do what I want to do. I want to take all my clothes off in Las Vegas. I want to dress as a Nazi. I want to kick out photographers. Yes, dear, well, you go and do all of that, but don't do it at our expense. Thank you very much indeed. Singer George Ezra has donated £85,000 for tree planting to the National Trust, one of the richest charities in the entire country. 85,000. I mean, how many trees do you get for 85,000? Do you know you can actually buy fully matured trees? There are nurseries that produce fully matured trees. They arrive on the back of a lorry, and there's a crane. You have to dig out the right size hole, and they drop it in. It's got sacking around it and everything. Full-size trees. You don't have to wait for the thing to grow. Really amazing. I always fancy that. If you had a house and you think, I think we're going to put trees in the garden, you can actually put in full-size trees, oak, ash, elm, whatever you want, sycamore. The only thing you don't want is weeping willows. Roots run for miles underneath your house, pop up in the bathroom, in the toilet, just lift the lid and there it is, growing up there. Not so good, is it? Mike says it annoys me that the Americans call trousers pants. Pants are pants. They go on first, then your trousers. No, they call trousers pants. It's like they actually call the boot of the car the trunk. They call it... They've got lots of different words. And the sidewalk for the pavement. And let's face it, we actually taught them English in the first place. It's not our fault they've sort of spoken about it in a derogatory term. Kim says, I've heard you speak of the old Nardicots. Where on earth do you get them? And says, go commando. Oh, I think not. Oh, no, definitely not. No, we don't want to go commando. No, never. I would never do that, actually. Richard Madeley said he went commando. I became quite upset by that, really. I wasn't too sure. About £1 a tree. What do you mean, £1 a tree? Oh, to plant a tree, it's £1, is it? Yeah, but I'm saying how much are those big, fully grown things? They go to thousands. Because they've been growing. I tell you, my favourite place to go to, every year they have the Hampton Court Flower Show. Haven't been to Chelsea because it's a bit of a smaller ground and you just walk around in a crocodile. And they always do the bonsai trees. And they have a marquee at the Hampton Court Flower Show, which is full of bonsai, the most beautiful things. It's the tree in miniature. And so there's an art to it. You cut them. They need watering because they're proper trees, and the trunk is all gnarled. It's quite an art form doing it. But whenever you see a bonsai kit in a garden centre, please avoid it. Do not buy it, okay? You'll be waiting till God creates another heaven and earth. It won't ever happen in your lifetime because it's a little you get the little kit and you get the little tray, and it's very sweet. But when you look at some of these in Japan, they are just incredible. And to see them up close, it's like looking at a forest. It's seriously, have you ever seen them before? They're just absolutely stunningly beautiful. And when you watch people, doing, I think Mr. Miyagi in The Karate Kid, I think he used to sort of mess around with bonsai. And I remember thinking, how lovely, if you've got them, but bearing in mind, if you buy a bonsai like that, and you won't get it on your budget, I promise you, they're much more expensive. They're outdoors. You don't put them indoors. It's a tree. It grows outdoors. You get little cheapo bonsais, which you can put indoors on your window ledge in the kitchen or something like that. But the majority of them are meant for outside because it's the tree, and that's where people make the mistake. Oh, I like that. The Tabor Iron Tree Seat, Fleur-de-Lis living. I love seats that go round trees. £343.99 seems very reasonable, doesn't it? I do like a seat. I like a seat, especially in a garden. Apparently, to plant palm trees on Caribbean islands is 10,000 a tree. Yeah. I've always fancied a coconut palm. I like watching the guys going up the coconut palm just with a piece of rope, and they pull them, and you think to yourself, that's an art, and then they knock the coconuts down. There's a guy in Richmond who pops up in the summer. He's got a sack of coconuts, and he literally just with a machete chops the top off and sticks a straw in it. And then you can drink the coconut water, which is very nice. I do like coconut water. It's not for everybody, but there again. I had beef burgers yesterday. I wasn't going to have beef burgers, but I decided to have them, and they were delicious. They were Aberdeen Angus beef burgers, and I had 3 with sprouts, and what else I have them with? Asparagus. I love asparagus. Just makes your wee smell a bit, but I mean, apart from that, that's a minor detail. And what else I have? I was trying to look around for cut onions, and they didn't have any in Marks and Spencer's, and I couldn't really be bothered to walk all the way around the corner to Waitrose, because they do bags of either red onions already cut up. I mean, it's not that I can't cut up, but dear Lord above, if they make them in a bag, then they make them in a bag, and it's for people like me. You know, I am the typical student. Apparently, says Michael in Woolwich, Iceland's cheap to get to, Steve, but my God, very expensive once. It is very expensive. And I don't think the food's great. I don't think they're noted for their food. I know one of the things that they do is rotted shark, which apparently stinks to high heaven. I can't think of anything more disgusting. 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. If you're a house-proud person, do you know you can burn 3,000 calories a week cleaning? 3,000 calories a week. It's not bad, is it, really? There's a battle to save an 80-foot cedar tree. Unfortunately, the local council has nothing to do with it, as per usual. And you know why there's a battle to save it? Because there's a company, I think, called Bellway Homes. They want to cut it down because they're putting up housing estates. That's what we need more of in this country, isn't it? Bloody housing estates. And for that, they take away trees. They ride roughshod through everything. I mean, it's really dreadful. Really dreadful. Steve, £37 to Reykjavik. Cost me £38 by train to Dartford from Richmond, says Roger. Does it? I pay that for a car in the morning. £42. 42 my car is in the morning. And the driver doesn't get all of that. The driver only gets a percentage of it. But it's much easier. Cara says, as an American, Steve, who's had a keen interest in the royal family for 30 years, I must tell you, I don't care for Harry or Meghan in the slightest. The embarrassment that he has caused Her Majesty and others in the family, apart from Randy Andy, is appalling. There are so many over here who only started to care once Meghan married Harry and talk out of their rear ends whilst knowing exactly nothing of their history. Oh, she lied through her teeth. She claimed that she didn't know anything about him at all. I thought, yes, you did, darling. Yes, you did. Don't be stupid. We've already had people coming out the woodwork saying you knew exactly what you were doing. But I just find her deeply unpleasant. And now he comes up with the biggest amount of claptrap. You know why? Because as a child, his mother died young. All right, so that's awful. But so his father didn't really have very much to do with him, or William. You know, they were just members of the royal family. They're expected to, to make them strong, to fend for themselves, because Prince Charles was the same. Prince Charles was exactly the same. He had nannies looking after him, and Harry didn't really have anybody. So there was nobody to tell him off. His father was never going to tell him off. So consequently, he's always behaved badly. Prince Andrew, exactly the same. There is an arrogance. Why anybody would ever think that he was a pleasant person is totally beyond me. I just can't understand it. And then at the end, when we've finally seen him off, he crawls back in to Her Majesty's favour, and he gives 12 million to a woman he claims never to have met. I wish he'd never met me. I could have 12 million as well. Shane says, we have 2 big gum trees in our backyard. They grow tall. One is taller than my block of flats where I live. Well, this is a very, very, very big tree. It's 80 foot. There was a lovely one down in Richmond as you went on the train over Richmond Bridge. On the left-hand side, there's a beautiful octagonal house, and it used to have this blooming enormous tree in it. And I think they were worried that if there was a bad storm, it would come down, it would destroy the house. So they cut it down. And I love big trees. Big trees. I'm just sort of quite impressed. You don't get, because you get huge logs, don't you? When you sort of cut it down and then people can use it, or they make it into furniture or something like that. I think that's quite nice. But with some things, when we've seen sequoias, where they've cut arches through the middle of them and you can drive through them because they're so big, which I love. My wife and I, says Rob in Hadfield, will be travelling down to London for the day from Hatfield, South Yorkshire. It's cost us £48 return for 2. Leave Doncaster at 0800, return at 19:30. We'll be visiting Greenwich, walking around, visiting local pubs, bars, just chilling out. Oh, you'll like Greenwich. You've got the Cutty Sark down there, haven't you? I think. Is it Greenwich? Cutty Sark? Pretty certain. Mind you, sometimes I've been wrong. I get my places a bit mixed up, actually. But no, it's lovely to go down there. You know what you do? When you actually sort of come into London, you must go and get the riverboat down to Greenwich, because that's even better. You can look at all the sites on the river and then go all the way down to Greenwich. And it's lovely. There you go. There's the Cutty Sark in Greenwich, which is lovely. And if you take the boat down, you get a lovely... You can have a cup of tea on the boat, because they've got bars on there and everything else. And then you can go all the way down there. You can get a pizza down there. You can go into... what else is Greenwich famous for? Is it the Royal Hospital, which is where Nelson's body was laid in state? I'm pretty certain you can go there, provided they're not filming. Sometimes they film and they don't tell you in advance, which is a bit of a shame, but it's still lovely to go to. And then you can get the boat back later, and it will drop you at Charing Cross Pier, and then you can get the train. Sorted. And on the way down, you have to look out for the pub, the Prospect of Whitby, which is the oldest pub in London. The oldest pub, and it's actually on the river. You'll pass Execution Dock. That was an entertainment. Oh, they loved that. They loved a good old execution. What they would do, people who've been convicted of dreadful crimes were chained up in the Thames where the tide was out, and the people will be drinking in the pub, and they would see the crims, tied up to these stakes, and then the tide would come in and they would drown. And nobody thought there was anything bad in that. Mind you, they were talking the other day about the burnings in London of the Protestants. I think in one day it was something horrendous amount of people. And it's amazing how many people went to their end without screaming and everything else as the flames licked around them. And they literally, it was a bit like Joan of Arc. They tie them to a stake. So what they used to do for a lot of people in London, if you were rich, you would buy little packets of gunpowder, and you would put them in your pockets. And as the flames licked up your body, the gunpowder would explode, thus killing you instantly. And so that's what people used to do, because they couldn't bear the idea that you'd be... I mean, I don't know, I can't even imagine how awful that must be. Absolutely awful at all. What else we got? Yeah, so there you go. So, £48 return for two. Mind you, nearly as cheap to go to Reykjavik, isn't it? But that's not bad, £48 return, I think. And also, I love a train journey. So you're coming from South Yorkshire down to London. It's not bad, is it? Not bad. You enjoy it. You really should. The largest blue diamond ever sold. Said, I do like diamonds, but nowadays you've got to be very careful when you buy stuff from the jewellery channels. Is it heat treated, which is an enhancement that they put onto things? And failing that, was it grown in a laboratory? They have to tell you legally, but they've stopped telling you whether it's heat treated. So they're going, oh, this is marvellous and all the rest of it, and they encourage you to go and get them valued. But this one, I forget how many carats it is. It's set to fetch 36 million. However, if two people want it, it could go through the roof, because it's beautiful. I mean, where would you wear it? I know, give it to Amir Khan, shall we? And then he can have a quick wander about in the East End, see how long he lasts with that one. As if. We've got a rare handwritten letter from Stephen Hawking to be sold. And they reckon it'll fetch about £100,000. About £100,000. And a student bullied at school for being ginger, hoping to represent the UK at Miss World. So I don't see this problem that people have with ginger. Why would you be bullied at school for being ginger? There must be loads of... In a school, about 400, 500, 1,000 pupils. I mean, but the law of average has got to be it allows 15 or 20 people who are ginger or red-headed. What's the problem with that? I've got a producer who's ginger, although he calls it strawberry blonde. Not sure whether he's right. And you sort of think to yourself, I mean, is it just a bit of pre-publicity so that she can, I mean, was she really bullied at school? I don't know. I mean, I went to a school with loads of people who were ginger, and I don't think we didn't take any notice. Really didn't think about it at all. We were far too educated to start messing about with, what colour's your hair, for goodness sake. I was platinum, so I was well ahead of it. Kerry Katona's having more surgery. Yawn. Who cares, dear? Who cares? And Homes Under the Hammer host Martin Roberts rushed to hospital for an emergency operation, and he thanked God and the angels.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
I would have thought actually thanking the staff who worked on him would be more appropriate. I don't think God had anything to do with it. Also, a driver has been fined. It's in London because his car's shadow was in a disabled space. So, I mean, he's got a picture of the car. He sent it off and they went, no, we're not buying that one. And so that's, I mean, surely you can't be fined because the sun moves around and then the shadow that it creates on your motor vehicle is in a disabled space. That's about the most stupid thing I've ever heard. But there you go. Steve, the Waltham Abbey school caretaker, says, on the first day of arriving at our Airbnb, we decided to get a quick takeaway. So popped into the local KFC in Selfoss, Iceland, £169 for 2 buckets of chicken and a portion of popcorn chicken. After several attempts on self-service order computer, we left. Thought we must have been mistaken on the currency conversion, but on checking, we found a 2017 TripAdvisor post-warning of expensive buckets of chicken at 65 quid. It is very, very expensive. When we went to the Arctic Circle, like you do, everything was terribly expensive. You know why? Because it's middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. And I should imagine, actually, local KFC, I mean, it's all available at a price. You've got to get the chicken out there. They've got to look after it unless they breed their own, which I don't think they do. I mean, all I said, before to somebody about Iceland is it's full of volcanoes. You can see them running down the middle of the island. And if you remember some years ago when one of them blew its top, the resulting dust stopped flights for ages. People were trying to detour because it just goes up so many miles into the sky, and then we all have to suffer as a result of it. So, but that does seem a bit expensive, £169, Steve. Even by my standards. See, I mean, it's like cigarettes. Somebody was complaining to me the other day. They wrote me a letter and said, I went to go and buy a packet of cigarettes. They were looking for 16 quid. Could that be right? And possibly, I don't know. I haven't bought a packet of cigarettes for donkey's years. When I was smoking them, they were about £5, I think, 5 or 6 quid. And we all thought that was a bit expensive. So I started smoking duty-free because I had lots of friends who worked for the airlines and they would buy them for me and I would buy them off them. So it was perfect. I'd go home with sort of like 1,000 cigarettes. Because if you were buying Dunhill International, it started costing you an awful lot of money. Gemma Collins plans to plant vegetables. That's the only publicity she can get for herself now. A lorry's going to turn up and she's going to plant them. Like she's obviously never been in a supermarket. You can buy all these things. And apparently in her mansion, have you seen it? Pokey little place. Hardly a mansion. Hardly a mansion. Big Brother could return to our screens. More inane rubbish, I'm afraid. And Amanda Holden is hiding a secret skill, and it's the fact she can do impressions. Can you do any impressions, Elliot? Try doing one of a producer. What sort of do you do impressions? Can you do any? You can do accents. Oh, right, you can't do impressions. That was a shame. What sort of accents do you do? You do Australian. Oh, right. Scottish as well. Marvellous. Oh, no, American from where? Oh, right, you do all... right. You do Kansas. Yeah, I don't think you could. Actually, I don't think you've got the faintest idea what a Kansas accent is. Can I have a tea as well? Thank you. So I'd ask, I bought you lollipops. I know, just for you. Because I could see you were on that major diet. And you're lucky with these ones. Because as long as you don't eat the whole lollipop, no problem. No problem. You're just licking it. Whoever told you that you could get, bigger by licking a lollipop? You can't. You can't. So I bought them as well for Tall Boy, who does accents, apparently. Very useful in this job, isn't it? You're very well young. Oh, don't you? I'll still have a cup of tea. So wearing designer labels. My godson was crackers for designer labels, like his dad. Absolutely crackers for designer labels. In fact, if it didn't have the designer label on it, he didn't want it. And that was when he was very young. He was very young. In Epping, they had a shop that sold designer labels for kids and everything else, and he knew exactly what was what. So they did an experiment at a school, and they took the kids' jeans and stuff like that, and they swapped the labels. They bought them from Primark, and then they bought all the other main labels, and they just cut the label off and put it onto something else, and the kids went for the label every time, and they go to them but actually that's from Primark, and they go, no, it's not. They refused to believe that somebody had swapped the labels over, and so consequently they only wanted the label. They weren't interested in, Primark, pfft, who are they? But if it had, whatever it is, I can't even think of any makes of jean, because sometimes you find jeans that really fit you really well, and other times you get jeans and you think, oh, I don't know, my bum look big in these. And the answer is no, it doesn't. I'm very lucky, actually. Very, very lucky. Let's take the news headline, shall we, at 4:30 with Lottie Morley.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to April the 22nd, which was lovely, isn't it? We made it through this week, but it was only a short week, so we can't have much to complain about. Do you know that bearded blokes are 62% hotter than hairless fellows? My Auntie Enid's fairly hairy. I wonder whether that sort of counts for her. And the A-listers are rising for the Queen's television show for the Jubilee. Romeo and Duet is a disaster. It's got Oti Mabuse on it, who's, very sort of pleasing to look at, dances, but, just no other talent. That's not from me. That's from the TV critics. Apparently ancient British kings ate mainly vegetables rather than meat. Well, I always thought that they had these big banquets. I'm pretty certain Henry VIII had big banquets. People paid to watch him eat. In Hampton Court Palace, you would pay your penny or tuppence or whatever it was to watch the king eat, because he ate. He was big. So they would have a table set up in a room, and everybody would crowd into the room, and they'd all be there. They'd all paid their admission fee. And consequently, he would then sort of come in, and they would start serving these huge banquets. And then he'd go back to his quarters in Hampton Court Palace, because very rarely did he mix with the oi polloi. But you could pay to watch him eating. I don't know how appealing that was to people, because the kitchens there were turning out, tons of food. So that's why when they say they ate mainly vegetables, I thought that they ate swan and all the rest of it. I've just seen these images in my mind of what they put on the table. I personally couldn't eat swan. I personally couldn't eat anything like that. I'm really not remotely interested. Oh, no. Why would you want it? And yet in Kingston, down the road from Hampton Court Palace, well, loads of swans on the Thames. They breed like there's no tomorrow, but apparently swans breed for life. So once they've formed a relationship, they're there for ages. Frankly, I'd be bored witless. Can you imagine being with the same swan day in, day out? Very, very tedious. Kevin the Milkman says, nothing wrong with gingers. My dad was a ginger, my ex-wife was a ginger, and we made 2 ginger sons. He said, gingers have always been my weakness. If you're listening, Nicola Roberts, Steve can forward you my text number. Well, he says a man can hope. Go on, exit stage left. Pushing it for Nicola Roberts. You see, I've got, as I say, I've got a producer who's ginger, but he thinks he's strawberry blonde. I've got other friends who are ginger. It never even crosses my mind. I really don't. What colour do you think your hair is, Elliot? What colour do you think that says on the bottle? Sorry. It just says brown. It's that uninteresting. Brown. That's it. Were you always brown as a child? Yeah. Go on, Sam. What colour do you think you're... Who was platinum blonde? I was platinum blonde too. If you look at a picture of me when I was born, even up until the age of about 2 or 3, I was platinum. Yeah, it was fantastic, I tell you. I quite liked it. And then it just changed colour for some reason. And then I went through a phase of having it highlighted with... That's funny, is it? Oh, we think that's funny. Oh, well, fine. Because somebody said to me, blondes have more fun, so I thought, well, I'll try it. So I used to get sort of highlights put in, and I thought it looked fantastic. But of course, if you've got blonde hair anyway, mine was light, it's weak hair. It's not as strong as dark hair. So consequently, you'll probably find Elliot will keep that hair for the rest of his life. He's going to look ridiculous at 70 in it with hair like that. Look like he's been dragged through a hedge backwards. But most of us, if you're blonde or one of those weaker hair things, you lose your hair quicker than anybody else. To be honest with you, it didn't really bother me. People used to say, does it not bother you that you're losing your hair? No, not in the slightest. I never got sort of paranoid. I didn't get paranoid. I promise you I didn't get paranoid. I really didn't about losing my hair. Wearing designer labels is bad for your career prospects. Well, I can't. I wouldn't know if I'm looking at the boys here whether or not any of the clothes that they were wearing were designer labels or whether they were just bog standard things. They bog standard. Bog standard. From where? I'll let you know whether they're bog standard. Here we go. Ted Baker. North Face. Very bog. And, very... Where are you, Sam? H&M, yeah. I mean, ever Ted Baker? Tommy Hilfiger? People, you got a Ted Baker belt? Oh, right. That doesn't really count. That doesn't really count, actually, a Ted Baker belt. I've got a belt, and I can't remember where it's from. It's from... I can't remember. It's sort of... They're quite expensive. I wanted to go and change it, because I've had it for years. And every so often I have to keep putting an extra notch into it as I lose a bit of weight. And then you could sort of tighten... Because otherwise, I have walked down the street before and sort of systematically lost my jeans as they've slipped gracefully to the ground. It's never a good, attractive look, and people tend to call the police. But, I mean, apart from that, everything's going okay. But what the name of the belt is, I've got no idea. But I know that you can get it in Kingston. The Cruel Milkman, oh, sorry, Kev, caught kicking a hedgehog in the doorway. They were caught on somebody's CCTV camera. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you don't kick hedgehogs. I don't care who you are. Well, it doesn't matter whether you're a milkman or a, refuse collector or something like that. Actually... I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, hedgehogs, they don't do any harm, do they? They just live their little life. They scuttle around, they eat slugs for you. You put out water. Don't give them milk. Just water, please. Thank you very much indeed. And the other story was about grieving relatives who were told that the ashes that they thought were from their grandmother may have been from somebody else, or even, dare I suggest it, the contents of the vacuum cleaner. Because when you get your ashes back, and I don't know how they could have made a mistake on this one, because they are labelled, they come out of the oven thing, and then they're put into a machine which grinds them down, and they can pick out any things like rings and stuff like that, fillings. Anything else will be taken out, and then you're presented with the ashes. And as far as I know, they're always grey. I've never seen any other colour ashes. They just look like grey, and then people go and collect them. But this one, they think it could be from a different person. They might have got mixed up somewhere in the crematorium, and you think to yourself, does it really? It doesn't make any difference. You're still going to do exactly the same, whether you've got Granny's ashes or you've got, the next one but two. Where you get Mrs. Clutterbuck down there, and, she sort of passed on, and so you've done her ashes, because it turns out that somebody would have done your granny's ashes as well, and so there's nothing you can do about it. It's, once you've committed them, to whatever it is. And some people hang on to the ashes for ages. They just sort of sit on a shelf, because it makes people feel better about things, or you can scatter them. We have in Twickenham the funeral boat. And you see it operated mainly in the summer, actually. And a lot of Indian families go down there carrying the ashes. They go onto the little boat, and it takes them around the back of Eel Pie Island, and then they scatter them on the water. It's lovely. I remember seeing it years and years ago, and I used to you stand there and watch. I don't know why. It's just one of those sort of things. Where would I be scattered? Well, I thought just Richmond Bridge. But, got to make sure the wind's in the right direction. You don't want to sort of, throw them off and they all come back in your face again. That's not going to be the ideal scenario, is it? So, I don't know. I don't know, actually. Listen, I'm not going to be there anyway, so it doesn't really make any difference to me. But I would like to think that my last will and testament, I've got to do that, actually. I wonder if you put that in your will. I'm going to be scattered or... because most people know what's going to happen to them at the end of life, don't they? They know you're either going to be cremated or you're going to be buried. I don't think I want to be buried. I don't like the idea of that. I really don't. The Victorians used to put a little bell on the top of the coffin, and with a bit of string inside. So if you actually weren't dead, you could ring the thing like mad. And then somebody would go, "What's that ringing?" "Tinnitus." "Okay, carry on digging," and they kind of ignore you. But no, I think I'm going to be cremated. Because listen, if you have a grave, as long as you're in the area, you'll go and visit. The moment you move out of the area, are you going to make visits back to the cemetery all the time? You're not. Because if you believe in anything spiritual, you don't believe that the person is actually there. The physical remains were left there, but their spirit's gone elsewhere, hasn't it? Well, that's what I think. I mean, I might be wrong, for goodness sake. But I told you when I went to a DJ, Mike Allen's funeral, he was going to be cremated, but he was in a basket. They do these sort of living funeral kind of things. But he had stipulated in his will that at the end of the service, we all left the little chapel and they left him in there. Normally they take the coffin out or it goes down into the basement for the cremation. But he said he wanted, to be left in there. And then we all went out and then they shut the doors. So we left him in there, which I thought was an unusual one, actually. I don't know why. But it was a good house, as they say, full house. I'd like to think there was a good turnout. It was a lovely turnout the other day for Tom Parker for his funeral. I think that was nice, and I think that might have given his widow some crumb of comfort to think that you're not alone. You've got the group there, you know, and you've got all the fans, and it doesn't matter because at that particular moment everybody comes together, you know, and that's why this Boris. Where's this Boris thing going to go to? I really don't know. They're going to have this investigation, and we wait and see, because frankly at the moment it's tossing it backwards and forwards, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So now we know that Kevin the Milkman has got a weakness for gingers, and is quite a fan of Nicola Roberts. I love it. I love it. Big Brother could return to the screens. Oh, God, I do hope not. I hope to God we don't have to put it with Rylan again. Can we have somebody else, please? Somebody else, you know? And also the audience. They need certifying. The audience that they put in there when they do the after show thing after the programme, they all sit down and discuss. These people look like they need medical help. I've never seen so many weirdos in one room. I thought it was just Camden. But no, you find them all over the place. You know, they've all got the dyed hair and the earrings and the piercings and, you know, and it's a right old mixed age group. Steve, Hale and Pace did a song called It's Utterly, Utterly Rotten to Be Ginger. Oh. See, I don't think nowadays you could get away with that. I think there would be laws that would say, you can't say that, that's discrimination against somebody who, excuse me, that's discrimination against somebody who's ginger. I mean, you don't have a choice. You don't sort of go, oh, the baby's going to be born and it's ginger. You know, and then they go, oh, well, we haven't got any other gingers in the family. It's like poor old Harry, he's ginger. Nobody else in the family is ginger. And then there were all these rumours. So who is his father? And this went around. This did the rounds for years and years and oh, God, yeah. Did it ever? Until somebody said, no, it's definitely who we thought it was. Moz and Sam say, taking our wonderful partner to St. Omer in northern France for her birthday. The weekend, listening to you all the way. No, you mustn't listen all the way. You can podcast. Please podcast, please. First we had the Fonz, then the Hoff. And now, says Jimmy in Fulham, the GC. Do you think Gemma is still the only person out there that refers to herself in the first person? Well, she's mad as a fruitcake. We all know that. My favourite bit was still when she fell down the hole on stage. She was giving out an award at the Teen Awards, and nobody had told her that the trap had opened, and she fell right into it. Ha, 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 ha. They showed it on the television the other day, great sort of celebrity so-called faux pas, and then they played it again just to reinforce how funny it was. She went furious. Oh, no, I'm going to be doing this and doing that. And you think to yourself, you don't really have any talent, do you, dear? It's a lot of hot air. I watched the GC, the Diva thing, and that was just pitifully embarrassing. But there you go. I'm sure she's going to be very happy when she gets married. If indeed she gets married. We'll have to wait and see. And they put Arj on the television again the other day because he's lost weight. This is apparently some big deal if you come from Towie, you lose weight and they stick you up on the television and go, oh, you've lost weight. He had a gastric band fitted. He didn't lose weight at all. It was all done artificially. You know, the day that you might find him doing something might be sort of the miracle of all miracles. What these people need to do is find themselves a proper job. That's what they need to do. You know, the more they fanny around doing, oh, I'm doing this, I'm having my boobs done and all the rest of it, the longer, you know, we're being dragged out of this tedium. It's awful. 4:45.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to, oh, thank goodness it's the weekend. Thank goodness we can put our feet up. Thank goodness. Oh, is there another bank holiday? There is another bank holiday. Not just yet, but there will be another bank holiday. Can't remember which one it is, actually, now. We've had Easter. The kids have been off. There must be one coming up because my neighbours are going away, and they always go to the same place. They go up to the Lake District. Wait a minute. Oh, did we get it? I was just trying to sort of check on the... Do you know, thank God for computers where you can find out these things. So what we're looking for is bank holidays in England and Wales and presumably Scotland and Ireland. I think. I don't know whether or not you can all be lumped into the same thing, but I'm pretty certain there is another one coming up. Would it be... wait a minute. Is it the August bank holiday? Oh, there you go. The next bank holiday, the 2nd of May. Really? Wow. So 2nd of May is a Monday, early May bank holiday. 2nd of June, spring bank holiday. 3rd of June, Platinum Jubilee bank holiday. 29th of August, summer bank holiday. 26th of December, Boxing Day. And 27th, Christmas Day. It's a substitute day, isn't it? So it could be the 25th, I suppose. And then in January, you've got the 2nd of January, which is New Year's Day. and then the 7th of April and so on. We seem to have so many of these things, don't we? But apparently your employer doesn't have to give you paid leave for some of these bank holidays. Because they always ask here, they're always very good and say, you know, do you want to work over Christmas or do you want to work over New Year? And I think normally the situation is, well, especially here, I think, if you work one, you get the other off. You know, you can't have them both off because, you know, you've got to sort of juggle staffing around and account for all sorts of bits and pieces. But it doesn't bother me. Even my driver this morning, John, he said, you always work Christmas. I said, absolutely. Why would I not? You know, and he said, you don't take holidays. I said, every day's a holiday. Every day's it's just that I'm not lying on a beach on a sun lounger, you know, which, believe you me, is something quite preferable. I think you can only lie on a beach on a sun lounger, you know, provided you've got one of those sort of bodies. You don't want people to feel sympathy for you. You know, if you've got your bucket and spade down by your side, I don't want people to drop money in it as they go past. I want them to be sort of thinking I'm some sort of beached whale or something like that. Steve, auburn, copper, fire red, absolutely gorgeous, combined with green or blue eyes. I love ginger hair, says Sheba. Auburn hair, green eyes, and beautiful bottle green dress combo. So you're now getting carried away, aren't you? You're now off in the land of the pixies, I can tell. Yeah, you're getting overexcited about all these different colourings. In America, says Kevin, in Luton, I love the way they call it London Luton, the airport there, don't they? And people get off at Luton and they go, are we in London? They go, no, it's a coach trip, I'm afraid. It's quite a long way away. Quite a long way away. But anyway, and it says, I think in America, says Kevin in Luton, you could be cremated and ashes made into some sort of precious type of... Yes, they can do that. And they can put you in a rocket and send you up as a firework. You can have that done in America, yeah. And in America, they have, if your pet dies, you can have it freeze-dried, which means that after it's died, it's a bit like taxidermy, only this is freeze-dried, and it'll be in its favourite position. So if it was always sitting at your feet, then they can make it so it sits at your feet. I find that fairly creepy. Slightly creepy. I'm not too sure about that, actually. But they do it a lot. But no, you can be made into... jewellery, they can do that. I don't know how much it costs because I've never died. And Steve, I think they cremate more than one person at a time. Absolutely, Pat, they do not. Absolutely not. The crematoria are made for individual people. I've seen the sales pitch and everything else. No, the ovens are just designed for one person. You go in the coffin. They don't take you out of the coffin, and then they put you in there. It's all automated. The whole thing. All you've got to do is put somebody in the coffin, on the actual rollers. The oven door's open and then it goes in, the door's shut and a hatch comes down, and then they can see by looking through the window what stage it is, but no, only one in at a time. Marcia says, with all this plastic surgery business, no ashes, just a ball of plastic. Well, what about the only bit that doesn't burn, apparently, when you're cremated is your hips. People who've had or knee implants and things like that. That's the things that they have sort of problems with. But as I say, why worry about it? Not your problem. Not your problem. But no, if you want to know about cremation, you can go to YouTube and it will show you how it works. But, you know. Niall says, I scattered my dad's ashes around a tree in Portugal. Then a stray dog walked up and peed all over him. They don't know, do they, dogs? They don't care. They really don't. Matthew says, that kicking of a hedgehog has made me feel quite upset. I don't know why people would do things like that. I mean, I really can't quite get to grips with it. Mind you, I can't understand why anybody would ever abuse animals anyway, and I've seen so many cases of people who just, you know, I don't know what the punishment would be for them. Mel in Leeds. Leeds, why were we talking about Leeds yet? Oh, it's Student Town. Leeds is Student Town. I went to scatter my partner's ashes over a bridge near where he used to go fishing, and the wind blew them back at me. I looked like somebody had thrown a bag of flour. Just slightly different colour because it's sort of grey, isn't it? But that worries me, actually. Apparently, James Doohan, who played Scotty on the original Star Trek, had his ashes sent into space, says Bruce. Well, he'd have to be. He was on Star Trek. Is that IA Captain? Is that... I used to like it. I like the original Star Treks. But I'm not really a fan of those sort of programmes. I used to like Space 1999. That was a very good one. Very popular. That was made by, I think, Jerry Anderson who did Thunderbirds. Space. You've never seen Space 99? Well, it's back on the television at the moment. They've sort of got something. All sorts of people were in it. There they are. There's the cast. And it was sort of a combination of puppetry and real people. Real people. Tony Anholt was in it. Barbara Bain, one of my favourites, Martin Landau, Prentice Hancock. It was very good. They all had to wear these sort of tight-fitting suits and everything else. For some reason, if you went into space, you all had to look as though you were you'd off the Paris catwalk or something. It was very funny. Very funny. But still, it's back on the television again, and it was a TV series that ran from 75 to 77. 1975 to 1977. And it was good. You can get the box set now, should you be so inclined, you know. If you don't want it, don't get it. It's as simple as that. But, so there you go. Now you know James Doohan, who played Scotty. Aye, aye, Captain. I remember, actually, which one was it where they brought back the captain of the Enterprise? Who was the captain of Star Trek, the Enterprise? The first one, who was Captain Kirk, Captain James T. Kirk. Then they brought him back when they were doing it again. I remember seeing a Star Trek film. Oh, he's Admiral James T. Kirk. How old is he now? He's getting on a bit, isn't he? He's about 90-something, I think. And he, here we go. He was in The Man Trap, first original series. He's 91. He went to, yes, I remember him going to space. I interviewed him over the telephone, which was very good. So he was born on the 22nd of March. He's 91 years old, and he's got 1, 2, 3 children, and he's brought out albums as well. So he's the best known out of all of them, I suppose, isn't he, really? But they brought him back to pilot the Enterprise. They'd sort of done it all up again, and they'd reassembled the crew for him, and he was then in charge again, and they had it inside a giant aircraft hangar, and he sort of went on board, and it was quite nice. Because I asked that bloke who does space things on the television, I know it seems really ridiculous. I thought it was a fairly interesting question. I think he probably thought I was mad. Because I said to him, when you go into space, how far does it go? In other words, and he said, infinite. He said, it just, I said, but there must be an ending to it. And he said, no, he said, it just keeps going. I said, well, how far can we go? He said, well, technically, in terms, we can't go that far, but you can go out there. So it's constantly getting bigger, and it just keeps going. So I thought it was going to be like, there'd be a sign saying, 2 miles to the end, please park your vehicle here and arrange money for getting a hamburger or something. The restaurant at the end of the universe, which I thought would be very good. But it was a case of how far is it out there? And so that's why people argue that there is something in space. There might be something else out there. I think it's highly unlikely. And Kevin says, do you know if anybody can be buried at sea, or is it just in the films?
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
I don't know, actually. I don't know. I mean, I've seen people being buried at sea. I think in a war situation, I think people... Well, I don't know whether it's I don't know. You can have your ashes scattered, but there again, you'd have to take them out on the boat, because they can't cremate somebody on the boat. And I don't know. That's an interesting question. We shall find out the answer, because I'd quite like to know. Not that I'd want to be buried at sea. I'm not too sure about whether or not that would be the sort of thing I'd want to go for. And Janet, who's in Bull Creek in Western Australia, says, I'm always behind on the podcast, but I heard you talk about young husbands and older wives yesterday. A friend who interviewed Joan back in the day tells the story that when asked about the age difference, her response was a shrug, and she said, well, if he dies, he dies. That reminds me of another joke, which I can't tell you all this morning. Steve, I've always loved the opening of Space 1999. Fantastic theme music, says Doug. Yeah, I'm trying to explain what it is to the producers, who are about 12 years old today. So they haven't seen anything that I've seen. Apparently, according to Google, anybody can be buried at sea. I think you have to check with people. I think you've got to be in a coffin that's sort of going to take you right down to the bottom. So it's going to have... it'll float. Well, you don't want to be bobbing around on the beautiful briny sea, do you? They make you very seasick. I don't like that. There is a place in the world where they leave the bodies out in the open air, and they can be pecked to death by seagulls or whatever it is. There's a place, I think it's either an Indian tradition or something like that, and they leave them out there, and the bodies sort of decompose by themselves. Oh, it's all far too morbid, isn't it? It's a Friday, for goodness sake. We're supposed to be talking about happy things. Like Mr. Johnson saying Rishi is safe in his job. I wouldn't work on that one too much. Mike Tyson battered a drunk fan who wouldn't stop talking to him. Megan Barton Hansen hits out at Instagram, who have shadow banned her. We'll have to find something else, actually. Oh, George Ezra donating this money for tree planting. We should all plant a tree, shouldn't we? I think that'd be quite nice. I like the idea of having lots and lots of trees out there. That would be a very good idea. And this handwritten Hawking letter to be sold for £100,000. Well, that is like a lot of money, but it's very, very rare.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. To have your company nice. It's Friday, April the 22nd. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you until 7 this morning, and then Nick Ferrari will be here. I can't remember, says Sidcup Julie, the space program, which included a family that landed in space. It was called Lost in Space. And it featured a Dr. Zachary Smith, I think, who was a rather fey character. And it had, I think it was Robbie the Robot. Which was this giant robot, which obviously had somebody inside it, and it was a very good season. I liked it, actually. It had all sorts of people in it, and it was a family. I think there was mum and dad, and I think there were kids as well. But it was this robot. Warning, warning! Used to go this giant robot, and it was, they were supposed to set off on a 5-year mission, but Dr. Zachary Smith managed to get him trapped aboard the spaceship, and he was a right pain in the rear end. It really is. But loads of people did the music for it. Angela Cartwright, I think, was in it. Now, Angela Cartwright, if memory serves, was in The Sound of Music. I'm pretty certain. Yes, she was. She was Brigitte in The Sound of Music. Amazing how I interviewed all the kids once from The Sound of Music. It was such a thrill, because they're sort of people that you've sort of grown up with. But it was interesting. There you go. I mean, you look at all the different films that were, and what everybody was in. Charmian Carr, Christopher Plummer, he didn't like The Sound of Music at all. He didn't like, and I think his voice was dubbed when he sang. Somebody else sang for him. And Nicholas Hammond was in it. Peggy Wood played the Mother Abbess. And if you climb every mountain, it was all very powerful stuff. Brigitte, Louisa, Liesel, and Julie Andrews, of course, was just fab. It's very good. As I say, it's a sort of film you can watch again and again. That's the sign of a good film, I think, nowadays, where you can sort of watch it and it doesn't matter because you keep discovering different things in it. Different things. And I always remember that when poor old Julie Andrews was doing the opening sequence for The Sound of Music, where she sort of runs up the hill, and then she goes into the hills are alive, and they had a little pond and a little river. Well, the farmer who owned the field kept digging holes in the rubber, and so by the time they came to film, it was completely bone dry. So they had to sort that one out. And also the other problem she had, as she ran up the hill, the helicopter that was filming her, the power of the blades used to flatten her to the ground, so they had to do it. They had terrible weather. And they were all due to come back. They'd said, basically, we can't record anymore. There's nothing. The weather is atrocious. And they wanted to show Austria in its finest. And then finally, I think on the last day, all of a sudden the sun broke through and they went, now, get it, run up the hill, run. And so that's when they got the opening shots. Apparently, Ashley says there's a company that mix your ashes with concrete and use the ashes and concrete to make coral and fish reefs. Oh, I'm not sure I want that. Not sure. Bruce says James O'Brien likes Sir Patrick Stewart's Captain Picard, the best of all the Star Trek captains. Oh, right. And another one that says Forces TV shows Space 1999 for time to time. Forces TV are wonderful. They keep unearthing TV programmes and sitcoms from ages ago. Quantum mechanics and fiction. with Douglas Adams' fact-stroke-fiction hilariously true series. Thank you for the referee, says Jeffrey. And this is an interesting story because I'd not followed this one at all. This is Harry Maguire. He's the Red Devils skipper. He told pals last night he'd not be forced out of Man United after a cowardly fan made a bomb threat against him and his family. I mean, there's 2 pages on this in the papers today. The 6th threat was issued on Wednesday, hours after United were beaten 4-0 by arch-rivals Liverpool at Anfield on Tuesday night. Specialist police officers quickly arrived at his property and made a thorough search. No device was found, but they returned with sniffer dogs. And they think the threat has been made by a United fan. They will find this person. I promise you, they will find them. They'll have made a mistake, and they will find... You can't make bomb threats. You know, I mean, the police have been there and swept his house twice, but he said he won't be forced out. This person, you know, anyway, he lives in Wilmslow, in Cheshire, which is where all the posh people live. And, well, they think they're all posh people. They live there. But anyway, if you make a threat against somebody and it's something like that, they're going to find you, whoever you are. Seriously, and they're going to send you to prison, with a bit of luck. Supermodel Kate Moss is too old and boring. Who says that? Her own daughter. Her own daughter says that. A few people around here. Lila opened up about life with her famous mother and admitted she's taken advantage of her enviable wardrobe collection. I suppose, you know, if your mum just sort of models for a living, it's a pretty boring, tedious thing to do, isn't it, really? And here's Mike Tyson battering a fellow passenger, annoying him on a US flight. The bloke kept talking in his ear. Tyson snapped when he... continued and threw several punches that left the lad's head bloodied. A voice on a phone footage says, "My boy just got beat up by Mike Tyson." Well, you know, you're on an aeroplane. What do you do? What do you do? I mean, I don't know. Spy drones have located a tank graveyard 10 miles inside Russia, further underlining the scale of Vladimir Putin's battlefield losses. He's lost the plot completely, hasn't he? He really has now. I mean, it's going nowhere. Absolutely nowhere at all, apart from people losing their lives. And at the end of the day, you know, when he's charged with war crimes, which he undoubtedly will be. And Steve, lost in space was Richard Harris's father, says Danny, who's in a place called Kirkintilloch. I don't know where it is, but it sounds fab, doesn't it? I'm assuming the Highlands. I'm only guessing. Steve says, Kim, I love your Mother Abbess tremolo impression. She did do that. It was very, very, very much like that. Just climb every mountain. And they had her sort of silhouetted. It was all very lovely stuff. Ali Ross today says a very mixed bag on the opening weekend of Britain's Got Talent, where random acts included a man dressed as a crow, Dunoon's answer to Tony Hadley, and an illusionist called the Phantom, who attempted to short-circuit the series by becoming invisible. Yes, not looking so promising, is it? But he does say... what was the bit that he said, actually? He was talking about some particular celebrity, and I can't remember what it was, actually. Bombshell statement of the week, Channel 4's orgy show, Open House, the great sex experiment. Liam, Stacey lost her virginity to a chicken korma. I was watching Naked Attraction. I mean, I only watch it for research purposes, I want you to understand. And I did keep thinking that anything that Mary Whitehouse was talking about has actually come true. I mean, at what level have we sunk to where there are people appearing on television, taking all their clothes off and standing there so that somebody can look at their bits? I mean, it's like gynecology classes. It really is. It's just, God knows what. I mean, do parents let their kids watch these things? I mean, I don't know. I don't think my parents would have allowed it on our television. Tipping point, unexpected morons in the bagging area. Ben Shepherd. Courtney, Kim and Chloe, the daughters of TV personality Kris Jenner, all have first names beginning with which letter? Andrew. Cockney. I know, you can't understand the dumbness of some of the people. The Chase is Bradley Walsh. What animal's tail is used to make a traditional British soup? Josh. Cats? Seriously? Ben Shepherd. Which novel by Raven Leilani won the 2021 Dylan Thomas Prize? Catherine. Charles Dickens. Ben Shepherd. What was the first name of the HMS Victory commander, Lord Nelson? Julia. Admiral? I mean, it's almost as daft as, Hitler's first name, Heil. You just can't believe. How do these people get on television programmes? Do they go through some test? And somebody says, listen, can we just try and prove to everybody how stupid you really are? Because some of these people, they just can't get it at all. And yet they manage to get on there. And you think to yourself that perhaps they bluff it. Perhaps they bluff these things. I can't think of any other word for doing it. Simon Cowell on why he's downsizing his work life. Well, I mean, come on. He's, he wants to spend more time with Eric. He's 62, and he's shunning what he calls his unhealthy addiction to work. I don't think there's ever an unhealthy addiction to work. Homes Under the Hammer's Martin Roberts has told he was rushed to hospital with hours to live after experiencing chest pains. He revealed he needed emergency surgery to drain a massive amount of fluid, which was stopping his heart working. He tweeted a video from his hospital. He said, had they not got rid of it, then it's quite serious, like hours to live kind of stuff. So here I am, still around, thank goodness, thanks the guardian angels. Lots of other complicated things that have happened as a result, but we will work through them. So there you go. They just can't wait to tell the press, can they? I'm just gone into hospital, and this is what it is, and thank God for the angels. I'm assuming he means nurses, only guessing. What was the other one? Legoland. Oh, and a quantity surveyor. Blimey. You don't normally get stories about quantity surveyors, because they're not the most attractive people, are they? This one was fired whilst off work with morning sickness, has now won a payout. Rachel Richardson had missed a client meeting for a pregnancy scan before 9 days off ill. She was said to have a strained relationship with colleagues at a nuclear engineering firm where she worked for 8 months. Bosses claimed they let her go because she'd not met her objectives, but a tribunal ruled the firm failed to show her dismissal was not due to her pregnancy. So she was only there for 8 months and she gets £185,000. £185,000. See, that's what people do nowadays. They've been doing this in America for ages. We've only just started doing things like that. And what's this one here? Wayne the Trolley Dolly. Wayne the Trolley Dolly. Oh, he's had a picture taken. Oh, with Ian Dale. Did you pay for that? Was that a paid picture? Look at that, looking very smart, Wayne. Very smart. I'm liking the suit. Watch looks quite nice as well. He said, wanted to send you a picture of the other night at Ian Dale's night at the Hippodrome. It was so good to chat with Corey about the original Groovy Gang days. Looking forward to the next live event too. Yes, I spoke to Corey yesterday, actually. I spoke to him yesterday. And because we keep in touch, actually, which is something nice, isn't it? Because we're all sort of chums in this business. Kevin says, one of your listeners phoned in and said there's a company that mixes your ashes with concrete. He said, I think they were called the Crays. Yes, something to do with, even if you hadn't been cremated, the Crays were more than happy to brick you up. But sadly, both dead now, aren't they, really? Steve says, have you seen Interstellar with Matthew McConaughey? No, I've never even heard of it. Is it a space thing? Is it? Oh, right, okay. So don't get the impression that I'm into space things. I'm not really. I'm not, I watched a few of them, but really haven't sort of bothered with them. Here's the milkman, David Herring, filmed at night on a security cam, booting the creature he thought was a rat. Although, to be honest with you, rats move fairly quickly. Hedgehogs move very, very slowly. Animal lover Ellen and her husband Trevor were horrified when they saw the film at their home in Long Melford in Suffolk. So she complained to the dairy, which is H. Byam and Son, and gave a statement to the RSPCA. Herring was actually charged with animal cruelty, which he admitted, and he was fined just under £3,000. He was told to pay £300 in costs. H. Byam and Sons Limited, the place who employs him, refused to comment. Can't imagine why. I wonder why that would be. 5:15. Let's get the LBC travel, shall we? This morning for you with Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice to have your company. I'm going to check out that Matthew McConaughey film, which Steve has recommended. But as I say, I'm not normally into films like that. At the moment, I'm going through sort of weepy time and Christmas stuff and bits and pieces. What else we got? What else we got in the paper? Jane Torville, she took part in DNA Journey. And we like Jane. In fact, we like both of them, actually. I don't like the programme. I've had enough of them. They axed it because they couldn't find any celebrities, and they haven't actually changed. When Ant Middleton left SAS Who Dares Wins, he claimed the show had gone soft. So you might not want to watch this weekend's episode, which features one of the most brutal moments. in the Channel 4 series History. They've got this Rudy Reyes, who was an actor. And to be honest with you, it's a bit weak. It is a bit weak, and I'm not particularly, interested in some of the people who are on it at all. The Only Way is Essex will be getting a tropical twist for the next series. It'll be filmed in the Dominican Republic. The Lucky Cast will be flown out at the start of June for the programme's first overseas trip in more than 2 years, and no expense has been spared, probably on the amount of makeup they use, I should imagine. It is the most over-made-up show I've ever seen in my entire life. A source said it's coming back with a bang. It's always been there with a bang. That's the trouble with it. They still seem to survive at the end. It's the most flash trip they've ever done. Well, none of them will have known what the Dominican Republic is. You could ask anybody in Towie. I'm sorry, we're going to the Dominican Republic. Not a clue. They won't know. They don't know these sort of things. But, as I say, you can't really improve on it, because all it is now people arguing, and it's become a bit tedious. They should have axed most of the original cast, in fact, if not all of the original cast. They're too old now. To see poor old Chloe Sims or whatever. I mean, what is she, 90 now? 93? Whatever it is, they're way too old for it. They should be doing something different. She should have made something of herself. My star sign today says you can talk calmly and quietly about big issues instead of hiding them, and this takes you deeper into the passion zone. It so does. Isn't that unbelievable? It says here, you know when you are loved, you are the perfect partner. Well, whatever. I quite like that idea. Steve, I've woken up, says Claire. A little bit late, Claire, but there you go. As long as we get a letter from you or your parents. Heard you talking about Lost in Space. There's a great Netflix remake of it with Toby Stephens playing the father, John Robinson. Wow. And Janet from Bull Creek again. Heard on yesterday's podcast, so I looked up Adam Lambert. There's a very good YouTube of him with James Corden on the Late Night Live. James Corden was saying he should have been the front man for Queen, so they had a singing competition. Queen was there too with the backup. It was good fun, and James Corden's got a good voice. He has. But you should look up Adam Lambert singing with Cher in the audience. They're doing it's an AIDS benefit in the States, and he comes on and does I can't remember what the blooming song is. It's not Do You Believe... It might be Do You Believe in Love at First Sight? And he sings it so perfectly, it reduces Cher to tears. Because and she stands up and claps and the audience go wild. An amazing voice. Absolutely amazing voice. So you should check that one out as well, Janet. And then we shall be happy. And it was very good. I can't remember. It was in America. Have you found it? It's Adam Lambert singing. I don't know what this benefit is for. I think it's an AIDS benefit. I'm pretty certain. Steve, a few weeks ago you mentioned a TV programme about a family-run business that has classic car auction called Bangers and Cash. So I thought I'd take a look. It's fantastic. Oh, it is. It's very good. Some of the cars I'd totally forgotten about. Although the man who bought his wife a Christmas present of a Morris Marina was a little strange, says Kevin. There's another one in America with a bloke who's obviously very rich and he's got a big bushy moustache. And he buys cars and then they take them round to these. These are sort of, cars that could be 200,000, 400,000, 800,000 pounds. And he remakes them and gets them. And he's very interesting. And he's obviously known by all the dealers over in America. And I can't remember what that one's called, but he's very good. But he's got this big bushy moustache. Looks a little bit like Dick Swarbridge, but very good. It was Believe. Oh, yeah. Do you believe in love? But he sings it slow. Because Cher did the speed of, do you believe in love for a night? I believe it when you can. And it's very good, but she loves it. She absolutely loves it. Mind you, a bit difficult to tell with her, actually, really, whether or not she loved something or not, because the face has been rearranged in so many different ways. And another one here. And buzzing for the weekend. I like the idea of buzzing for the weekend. Just so it doesn't... Actually, I don't mind if it rains. I've decided I couldn't really care less. If it rains, it rains. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Because I don't know. But it's deciding what to have to eat. I don't know what to have to eat. I get sort of interested, sort of notions, and I thought, I'll have that. And then I think, no, I don't want that, really. So...
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
I didn't try the Costa bacon roll, no, because I had... What did I have? Because they've still closed this bus stop outside Twickenham Station, so whatever I get to eat at Twickenham... So I didn't yesterday. I stupidly got the bus from Richmond, full of little oiks. School children, I believe they call them. And, they're all over there. Nobody wearing masks. There was one girl, she was basically in my face. You know, I'm sort of wedged up into the corner. I'm holding my bag and all the rest. I've got my mask on, my sunglasses, because I'm a celebrity. And she was there sort of... and I remember looking at her thinking, why don't you get out of my space? You know when somebody's right basically in it, and school children are so noisy. So it's a shame they aren't concentrating more at school, but, give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure they'll all achieve something. But the buses are packed with these people, and they're sort of hanging from the rafters, and they've got their school bags, and they've got all their other bits and pieces. Then they're on their phone, and then they see a school friend. Maria, come up here. And I'm thinking, oh, God, just let me get off the bus. Anything for a quiet life. So I don't know, because they've closed the bus stop outside Twickenham Station, and I don't know quite why they've done it. But it's very inconvenient for anybody who's disabled, because you've got to walk all the way down the hill to Waitrose before you can get the bus. Obviously, nobody's thought about that, which is not so good, is it? What else we got here? We've got Macron of France sparring with an amateur boxer. He would lose, of course. The HRT betrayal forces women to buy on the black market. I've heard of this before, actually. I've heard of it. Plus... the annual Spring Garden Show at Loseley Park in Guildford. Are they the people who make ice cream? Loseley Park, I'm sure it's where they make ice cream, pretty certain. But first time since it was forced to close by the pandemic. So, we're seeing good news there. Zahawi says, smacking, my wife does it to our girl. I'm not going to get into the smacking debate because, it sort of incites people. They're all going, oh, no, we shouldn't be smacking. It's abuse, it's this and all the rest of it. I think, whatever people choose to do, that's your business. The moment you start discussing on it, if you don't want to smack somebody, don't smack them. If you do want to smack somebody, that's your business. But just remember, if they're of an age where, they might be showing bruises and they go to school and somebody's going to ask what's going on there, you could find yourself in court. It's moved that far. Jamie Vardy and his wife Rebecca. I can't stand Rebecca Vardy. I've got no idea why I can't stand it. It's that smug face of sort of, oh, look at me, I'm a wag and all this. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't even care. I'm not remotely bothered in this Wagatha court case. As far as I'm concerned, they both need to grow up and get over themselves. It just drives me mad. These people seem to think that there's somebody special. Like anybody on a reality show. And you go, sorry, who are you? I'm on a reality show. Well, what's your name? Well, you know who I am. I don't know who you are. I'm Arge. Oh, God, are you really? How boring. How terribly tedious. Buyers struggling for homes for sale, falling by a third. They have said, haven't they, that the bottom's going to drop out the market in the homes thing. You know what will happen? All the people who've got loads of money are just going to buy loads of property very cheaply all of a sudden. And then when, of course, it goes up in price, they're going to capitalise on it. So you kind of lose on all of these things. Another one here, which is the Home Office anger over racist Rwanda plan. I'm not sure how this one's going to work at all. I don't see it working. Even if you look at it logically. It's just not going to work at all, I don't think. What was this other one? Small is deadly in scorpions. There was a girl on the television the other day and she was talking about, I'd love a spider. Oh, no, she hates spiders. She was in hospital. It's one of these A&E programs. And she said, I don't like spiders. And the nurse, paediatric nurse, said, well, I don't like spiders either. She said, but I wouldn't mind a pet scorpion. And you think, what, you don't want a spider and yet you'll have a pet scorpion? And she went, oh, just a little one. You think, they're just as deadly. I mean, I wouldn't put anything like that on my hand. And yet you see people, to conquer their fear, they say, just put it on your hand. No. Why don't you just pop this snake around your neck? No. I'm sorry, we can't do anything like that. Far too dangerous. Hottest places to buy in the UK. And what is it tonight on the lottery? 103 million or something? Sorry, is what? 107, is it? Whatever it is, it's a lot of money. That would change your life, wouldn't it? Just think how many lollipops you could buy, Elliot. You could buy a lot of lollipops for 107 million. And it's the war of the Wazzocks. Front page of the Daily Star. This is Big Baby Farage accuses Piers of betraying Trump. Big Baby Piers accuses Farage of chat stitch-up. And Big Baby Trump accuses Piers of fake news. I can't do the impression. Nick Abbott does a very good impression of Donald Trump. Adrian Chiles has installed an urinal in his flat and reckons it's one of the best things he's ever done. He's recreated the pub loo look by having the trough fitted below a stained glass window. Who would ever have an urinal fitted? He says, I'm a great enthusiast for urinals in the home. How bizarre. It's not normal, is it, really? Kerry Katone is hoping to have more surgery. Well, go and do it, dear, but stop droning on about it. Nobody cares. Because she's admitted big boobs have ruined her life. Really? That's what you're blaming it on, big boobs. In which case, I've got a great excuse for you won't have heard before. And she says, as you all know... no, we don't all know, dear. You just assume people all know. And I want these things out. I want to join the itty-bitty titty club. I mean, seriously, I don't... What is the matter with these people? They become addicted, don't they? It's an addiction. And then they have to tell you all about it. There was a Sainsbury's in Woodford Green, Steve, Broadway, in the 70s, where I remember the cheese being cut by hand and wrapped in paper. Well, it was. They used to put paper underneath it. They put the cheese on, they turned the handle, and it sliced it, and then they folded it over and they weighed it, and they told you how much it costs. It's all plastic now. You know, you have to sort of unzip it, and then they say you can redo it up again. It's all very confusing. I had some smoked salmon this morning before I came out to work, and you've got to... It's very nice, but you have to peel the plastic back. So I just get a pair of scissors and just cut it off because it's beginning to get on my nerves. But I do like it, actually. I'm convincing myself it's good for me. But I don't know how much is good for you. And I must have a banana today. I've not had a banana for ages. I like a banana. But they've got to be semi-green. They've got to be hard. I'm not having anything squidgy. Not anything, you know, when you peel back... And you think, no, I'm not. Sorry, that is not going in my mouth. I'm going to wait. I'm going to get the green ones, which are a little bit harder. Look at that time, honestly, 5:30 already. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
This is LBC.
Experience. It comes in handy when planning to go on an all-inclusive cruise. It's knowing that all-inclusive can mean too inclusive. Having to get your wallet out every 10 minutes. Included. Endless queues. Included. Being crammed into a dining room. Included. Well, here's an alternative all-inclusive experience on a Saga Boutique cruise. Specialty dining. Included. Gratuities. Included. Your own balcony. Included. Dining en masse, definitely not included.
2023 season now on sale. Search Saga Boutique Cruises. Saga. Experiences everything. Over 50s only.
From Gold Bank London, the safe and sound way to buy gold. Part 2. Not all gold is the same.
Every gold bar or coin is unique. So it takes a gold expert to help you have faith in what you're buying. At Gold Bank, we have the knowledge and know-how to make your gold buying experience a rewarding one.
Gold Bank London, kept safe
for your future
and sound
with solid guidance.
Visit goldbank.co.uk.
Good evening, late-night revellers. This is the last bus home. Calling ears still ringing and tired dancing feet via warm fries or a cheeky cheeseburger. Our final destination, as always, is home. Plenty of McDonald's restaurants are open late tonight. See mcdonalds.com for opening times.
Put a smile on someone's face with Zing Flowers. A little gesture that makes a big difference. Zingflowers.com. Amazing every time.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, honestly, some of the stories you read in the paper, I'm not sure whether people sit round in a huddle in the pub and then go... oh, let's run with that story. Nobody will take any notice of it. And this one is Michael Jackson. He's been accused now of hating the animals he kept in his Neverland Zoo. I mean, it's the most ridiculous story. The king of pop boasted he loved his tigers, elephants and chimps, such as Bubbles, as much as he loved children. But in a new TV documentary... they claim that Jacko ignored vet bills at the California ranch while squandering millions on shopping sprees. Carol Davis, the former director of the U.S. Companion Animal Protection Society, blasts his treatment of the creatures on searching for Michael Jackson's zoo. She said it's wrong to own exotic wild pets. They don't belong in cage... Oh, she's one of those people. She's one of those people. She doesn't... It's not the case if he doesn't love his pets. It's because they don't belong in cages or in captivity. But then London Zoo here in London has a very good animal breeding programme so that we don't lose animals. And many of the animals that they've got in, and in most... I admit that there are people who mistreat animals in zoos and in parks and things like that. But I think Michael Jackson was so much a child, I think he liked them for their aesthetic value. I don't think, as Carol Davis, former director, of course it's got to be a former director, hasn't it? She said it's wrong to own exotic wild pets. Well, there are millions. Go to Dubai, you'll see people driving cars with cheetahs on the back seat. Seriously, this becomes a status symbol. People want to have these things. Go to Las Vegas and tell me how many animal acts there are over there. Siegfried and Roy were famous for their animal acts. In Texas, there are more tigers. Yeah, more tigers than all the wild of the world. More in Texas because people want to own them. How many times who was that tiger bloke? I can't remember what his name was. Tiger King, that one. And I remember looking at them, and then there are places that breed them for hunting in South Africa, surprisingly. So maybe we shouldn't send I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here or Big Brother over. They do. They breed them on these parks so that people can go out there, stupid people, and shoot them. And it drives me mad. Steve, you just said, do you know who I am? Says Ashley. It reminded me of Ronnie Pickering. Who are you? Ronnie Pickering. Who's Ronnie Pickering? I am. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. It was so funny. Yesterday, Ashley says I bought a watering can from Screwfix. 15 quid. Ugh. I was looking at a watering can the other day because I've lost the rose that goes on the top of it. So I thought I'll buy myself another watering can. And the cheapest I found was $9.99. So your £15 one, Ashley, is a bit too expensive for me. I can only afford $9.99. I've already got 2 watering cans, but it's the rose I want. And you can't buy the roses separate. Well, not as far as I know. If you can buy them separately, perhaps I shall order one, I think. Shane says, I took your advice. I've just come back from Woolworths. I bought salmon. I'll have that particular. It's so good for you. Sliced salmon. Sliced salmon. Oh, you can. Look, Wilko, medium plastic rose for watering can. Ah. It's the size, though, isn't it? What size is it? You see, I don't know what size my attachment is going to be on it. Oh, you can get they're all over the place. There's another one, £3.49. I might have to go to Wilko. And there's a Wilko, I think, in Hounslow. I could go there today. That's an adventure for me, isn't it? I love getting out and doing these trips. £1. That's a bargain. That is a bargain, £1, because that's what I need, and then I can transfer it from watering can to watering can, because I'm going to put some of the little plants in. And I think that's going to make me feel a little bit better about everything. I just want to see them start growing. I want to give them a good start in life. They've got a good parent. And I shall look after it properly. But I do not believe that Michael Jackson hated his pets. I don't think this woman, Carol Davis, has got any indication that he pet. She's probably never even been there. Never even been there. So, I don't believe things like that. It's just somebody capitalising on somebody's death from years ago. Everybody knew about the animals he kept. He certainly wasn't short of money, and he didn't waste millions. He bought what he wanted. But you'll find wild animals everywhere. Snakes. You find, as I say, Vegas was overrun with animal acts. You'll find the great universal European circuses. They've all got animal acts. Martin Lacey breeds his own tigers and lions and everything else. And, it's one of the best animal acts, if you could say, I like animal acts, that, is around. And they love him. At one point, he sticks his head in the lion's mouth. Frightens the life out of me. That car show was Chasing Classic Cars, says Alfie. Can you just put that up for me and show me Chasing Classic Cars, just so I'll know if it's the bloke. It is. It's this bloke. There he is. This is a guy called Wayne Carini, I think. He's really entertaining, but he obviously loves his cars, and he'll take these things in, and they go around the world. Some of the auctioneers on some of these big American things, they're British. They're from the Great Antiques Hunt and all the rest of it. I've seen them on there. And these cars, sometimes they go over £1 million because he restores them. Sometimes he changes the colour of them, but they're as perfect as they're going to get. And he goes to all these car shows. America is mad for them. We get bangers and cash. Not quite in the same league, but it's still a great programme because you look at it and you think these people are passionate. And I know it's set up north, and I know it's it's very easy down south to go, oh, it's up north and all this kind of stuff. But I think it's brilliant. I love the family. I love the show. It was like Return to the Chateau with Dick and Angel. And, that's just captivating. Absolutely captivating. And the kids, as I said the other day, they're growing up now. They're almost unrecognisable. They just they get to an age and they start shooting up. And somebody said, it's spoiling them because they're living in a multi-million-pound chateau. They paid less than £250,000 for this chateau. He's done all the work himself with a little bit of help from other people. They've done everything. They had pigeons all over the place. They've got rid of it. They've replaced the windows. It's now a much sought-after wedding venue. And it's all due to their hard work. All due to their hard work. So the kids aren't spoilt at all. They know exactly what's going on because they've always lived there. It's like Harry, miserable little so-and-so. He's the one who just didn't appreciate everything. Born into a life of, don't have to do very much, just pop a uniform on, love. Did you have to iron it? No, of course, somebody else does it for you. Steve, I'm so glad I listened to you last year regarding hanging baskets and Tomorite. Producer loves it when I mention Tomorite. He's so excited. He's thinking of getting some himself. As the price of my local garden centre has gone up dramatically, I'm not sure it's available on Amazon. I'm paying for 1.5 litres, about £3 something. So I've ordered 6 bottles of it. It does vary. It does vary. So there's one here. This is get it May the 5th, £4.95, or another one. Get it tomorrow for $11.99. It's roughly the same size, 1.3 litres. But they do offer deals on it. And the reason I like it is because it's got a lot of potassium in it. And potassium makes things bigger. And so what you have to do is you just fill up your watering can, do a good dollop of Tomorite in it. In fact, I pour it in as I'm turning the tap on the water butt to fill it up. And then it mixes it all for you and just water. And I promise you, you will be amazed at the growth. Amazed. It's very good. I mean, there are other brands on the market, and I've tried all of them over the years. I've tried the, Miracle Grow. The only one I haven't tried is Richard Jackson's, but that's probably on my shopping list, I should imagine, because he has one called Plant Power. And again, people send in pictures where everything, small basket, Joe's to, whoa, socking great big basket. And it's well worth it, because what you want, you're looking for size and coverage. And once you've got that, happiness all round. I think it's as simple as that. Here we go. What have we got here? When the going gets tough, celebs go. The lack of public loos. They don't. I've not seen public loos out for ages. You just don't find them now because what you expect to do. And ours were closed down, ages and ages ago. I think we had about 3 within the Twickenham area, and they closed them down because obviously somebody's got to be out there. It's a full-time job. Opening them up, closing them down and all the rest of it. And then, after you've closed them down at, say, 4:30, 5 o'clock, where are people supposed to go to a loo? Side of a wall. That's what people do nowadays. Especially in the early hours of the morning. You don't find people wandering around the high street going, wonder where the toilet is. Because there aren't any. So you always get people who sort of, will wee up the side of walls. It is an offence, punishable by a fine. Because it's just wrong, but people do it. In fact, they've had to put up a sign on one of our shops here. Would you mind not urinating here? Young people are in this shop. It's that bad. It's terrible. Mind you, on one of our Thai massage parlours, they've had to put a notice on the door saying it's not one of those massage parlours. Try anything like that, we'll call the police. So, you have to go elsewhere for that sort of thing. I think people see massage. A friend of mine used to do, his flatmate used to do massage, sports massage. And people thought it was some, little sort of thing. And he had to keep, when people phoned up, he said, you do know that this is a sports massage. It's for people who've got, sore tendons and all the rest of it. And they went, oh, right, okay, thank you, bye. Put the phone down. You think, goodness sake, honestly, it's getting worse. Because I was going to open up the Steve Allen massage parlour. And I thought to myself, I could sort of dress in a kimono or something like that, make myself look fairly exotic. And I thought, maybe not, actually. I've got better things to do. So now I know I can go to Wilko and get that head that goes on the top of the watering cans. That's changed my life today. That'll be very, very good. An ice cream firm is looking to scoop up any workers with half a brain. Apparently, staff shortages have forced Pembrokeshire Ice Cream Company in Tenby to load a tongue-in-cheek Facebook advert. The boss, Herbie, says 2 hands are preferred and the will to turn up as we're so short. P.S. Take the job, we beg. I'd love to be an ice cream man, wouldn't you? Take the van out, park up, going, yeah, flake, chocolate sauce, crushed nuts, yeah, all right, all those sort of things. I'd love it. Yes, Really? What? Oh, he gives... Do you know there is money to be made in ice creams? There really is. I mean, if you had one and it was down in London, and you had a licence, there's lots of illegal ones, of course, you can make a small fortune selling ice cream, because on a hot day, what do people want? Ice cream. Ice cream. And they do want the thing that looks like a seashell. You open it up and you squirt the ice cream inside of it. And all sorts of lollies, cherry lollies. But, I mean, do you know how much they're charging for a cherry ice lolly? £2.50 by the museums. Because I said to a friend of mine, we were out the other day, and I said, oh, I'd love a nice lolly. He said, they're £2.50. He said, you're not having a nice lolly. I said, I've got £2.50. He said, you're not having it. So I didn't have it. Went home in a very bad mood. £2.50, though, for a cherry ice lolly. It must cost like tuppence to make. It's only a stick, you know, going into a bit of frozen water with some colouring in it. But as I say, that's how much money you can make. And as for the actual squeezy stuff that comes out of the machine, you just buy a box of it, pour it into the machine, and it churns it up, and it looks like... I could get the hang of that. We did it on the cruise ship. You could do your own frozen yoghurt, and that was really popular. The kids used to love doing it because you pushed a button and then turned the ice thing around inside it. Very nice. 5:45. Let's get you to work quickly and safely. The LBC Travels with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Typical, isn't it? The paper's full today of nearly 1 in 10 of us saying that the monthly outgoings are at least £500 higher than a year ago. Amazing, isn't it? People who are retired have typically seen their living costs increase by an average of £163 a month. 1 in 7 are struggling to pay for heating, while 10% are finding it difficult to buy food. It's unbelievable, isn't it? And they've said it's going to get worse. I wish I could offer you a crumb of comfort. I mean, I've got the heating off because I've discovered I can actually cope, because my place is really warm. It doesn't get cold, and and if you do get cold, you climb into bed, and you pull the duvet over yourself, and you're warm as toast. Warm as toast, never bothers me. Gary says, do you remember Freddie Barrett Faith Davis? Yes, I do remember him, actually. No, you won't remember him round here. They don't remember things like that at all. But, yes, on Amazon America, Tomerite is sold as vermiculite. Yeah. I tried to order something from Amazon America once because I discovered it, and they wouldn't send it to here. And yet they seem to send it from everywhere else in the blooming world. I can't understand why. You know, Vietnam... and different sort of places. And I have ordered stuff from America, not through Amazon, but on other things as well, because this shopping by post is addictive. It's absolutely addictive. You sit there at the computer and you go, I mean, I do it on the train going home, and I go on to Amazon and I think, oh, I'll look for something. So I find something, and then it goes, people who bought this also bought this. So before you know where you are, you've ordered it, because it's just the click of a switch. That's all you have to do. You just sort of touch the thing, and I bought it. And they go, arrives today or arrives tomorrow or something like that. I mean, I've ordered some new face masks, but I didn't want I'm using one at the moment, which is, you know, the blue ones that they use. I wanted a material, a linen one, because I find them a bit more comfortable. And I bought a pack of those, and I think I've got 10 for 15 quid or something, but they're all washable. And so I bought those, and then I bought something, and before I know where I am, you know, and it said to me, in fact, my phone tells me, or perhaps it's the banking app, how much I spent on Amazon the previous month. That's depressing. Last month you spent £320 on Amazon. You think, did I? On what? I spend less than that on food. You know, I'm going out there looking at food now, but it's definitely all going up. Definitely going up. Steve, if your watering can rose is too big for your can, put tape on the watering can, and if the rose is too tight, run the rose under hot water to soften the end of it, says Paul. I've done that before. And so you can and I also put a bit of glue around it, because I'm not going to be taking it off and interchanging it. I just want to have a watering can that sort of, as opposed to dumping tons of water on there, sort of sprays it out like the roses do, which are very good. But I do recommend a water butt. I've got a big one, which I cut a downpipe off the building, cut it halfway up, and the water flows off the... Because otherwise you're wasting all this water. When it rains, you know, coming off the... I can fill the water butt in one downpour, and then I've got the water to last. And I've got one of those expanding hoses as well. You know, it goes from like sort of 6 inches up to about 1,500 feet or something. But they're actually very good. Fat Cat Nestle executives, used to be Nestles, now it's Nestle, are giving 2 fingers to snack fans. They're threatening to increase the price of Kit Kats yet again. The chocolate giant, worth 140 billion, is blaming the soaring cost of ingredients and transport for raising the break time snack by more than 10%. I like all the 10%, more expensive. But they do lots of different ones. They do an orange Kit Kat. They do a white chocolate Kit Kat. I've had Christmas pudding Kit Kat, peppermint Kit Kat. They do loads of them. So last year, Nestlé's products and profits surged nearly 40%. Thanks to the partial sale. Do you know that Nestlé, makes chocolate bars? They had a 40% stake in L'Oreal. It's unbelievable. All these different companies are all interlinked. You know, people buy all sorts of things nowadays. And they like pet food. Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? I suppose they just go anywhere where they can do it. Look at that. Kit Kat fruit parfait. Woo! I think this is only available in Japan. They've got Japanese chili powder, sweet bean jelly, red bean soup, soy sauce, brandy and orange. That sounds a bit cool, doesn't it? Brandy and orange. And there's a whole box of them you can get, which has got all the different ones in. The Japanese Kit Kats, it's on eBay. $17.99 gets you about, 12 different flavours. I'm not sure I could cope with things like that. Because I'm not really a chocolate person, but I like the idea of sort of having different flavours on things. Especially, I quite like the Christmas pudding one they brought out a few years ago. But can you imagine? If you were addicted to chocolate, it must be a nightmare for you with things going up. Seriously. Here we go. Lovely Heather, my Norwich nurse, says thank you to you, little Julie and her Facebook spikers, for all the lovely birthday wishes. I had a fabulous day. I had the day off. And the sun shone, which made it even better. Got lots of wonderful gifts, including several bottles of Tomarite. Yeah! See, I knew we were having an effect on the market. But in between that and Prosecco, Heather, we're doing all right. I do like my Prosecco. I bought a big gold bottle the other day. Marks and Spencer's do a big gold bottle, which I think is about a litre and a half or something, for 20 quid. And it's nice, but you try pouring that into a cup. The thing, apart from that, you've got to hang on to the top of it, because when you undo the wire on the top, unless you're clinging onto the top, there's a very good chance you could have a geyser going on in the kitchen or wherever else you do it. Steve, did you see on Insta that your friend Andy Peters had pulled pork, was it bao buns? Bao buns. For dinner last night. Have you tried them yet, says Brian? No. And I didn't see on Instagram. I don't have Instagram. But Andy would have been listening to the programme the other day when we were talking about it and thinking, that sounds nice, because he eats healthy. So there's got to be something healthy to them, because if ever you've seen Andy in the flesh, as it were, there's not an ounce of fat on him. He's very super duper fit. So the pulled pork bao bun, he obviously thought, that sounds a bit nice. We should go and try that. So, but I haven't tried it yet. I will get round to these things. I'm just a bit slow, I'm afraid, in the update. Today it's going to be Wilko. And somebody said there was one in Kingston. Where is the one in Kingston? I didn't know there was one in Kingston. I know where the one is in Hounslow, but Wilko in Kingston. I know where it is. Oh, sorry, I got so excited then. I upset myself. Woo! It's where, if you stand outside it and look to the... Do you know Kingston? No, of course not. And you look up, there's a bar, but above it, it says in big letters about, yo big, Kingston Empire. And that was the famous Kingston Empire, which then they turned it into a bar. And it's not an all-bar one, but it's something like that, like a Wetherspoons type place. But they've left the big sign up saying Kingston Empire. A little bit of a reminder of the good old days, You could go out and get a good bit of family entertainment for sixpence, which is nice. Apparently sunflower oil supplies are days from running out because it comes from the Ukraine. So that's why. Supermarket bosses, Waitrose, Morrison's and Iceland are rationing the cooking staple, much of which is produced in Ukraine, but even that will only be lasting for a few days before the shelves are empty. I saw some people staggering back over the road the other day because all the Chinese takeaways, in fact, all of the Chinese restaurants and all the other restaurants, they all use cooking oil, all of them. And so they're using sunflower oil, and you can't get it. There must be other places it comes. It can't be just Ukraine, can it? There must be other places that supply this. But that's not good. And there's a man in the paper today. You'll love looking at the picture. He's in the Daily Star. He's called Sylvain Helene. And he's 37. He's a tattoo obsessive. His entire body is tattooed. He has been dubbed the world's most terrifying teacher because of his extreme inkings. He's also got his scalp done, his legs, his eyes, his tongue. He's taught in London and Paris. He's been told he can no longer work with kids under 6. Apparently one boy had a nightmare after seeing me, he says. His parents complained to my hierarchy. He is covered in tattoos. Every inch, and I mean every inch, of his body is covered in tattoos. And to be honest with you, I don't think you can have tattoos like this. All over his face, his entire face is covered in tattoos. You know, I don't mind somebody having it on their body, but if you're teaching little children, I don't think that's right. You know, what do I know? What do I know? What was the other story that I quite liked? There's a picture of, Charlie Simpson. He's back with his first solo effort in 6 years, but he hasn't forgotten about Busted, because he was in Busted years ago, and then he sort of dropped out. Do you know that the 20th anniversary is coming up for Busted? And what their first hit single was, That's What I Go to School For, which I thought was great. 20 years. 20 years. Where has the time gone, ladies and gentlemen? And Steve, says Andy Peters, I love a bow bun. So many ways to fill them. Look at that. Thank you, Andy. I knew you'd be out there. I knew you'd be listening. You know. But he does. He's one of these lucky people. I don't think he's ever been fat in his life. I don't think he's ever, you know, which is really annoying, you know, because most of us seem to fluctuate, mainly in the wrong direction. So where do you have to tell us, Andy, where you get them from? Are you getting them from the supermarkets? Are they frozen? Are they filled? Or do you buy the bun? And I don't know whether or not you toast it and put butter on it. You eat it as it is. So it's like you steam it. Why'd you steam? So you've now got to go and buy a steamer. Where'd you get that from? You just use a pan and a collet. It's an awful lot of effort for a bow bun, isn't it? Oh, goodness sake, honestly. Couldn't you just sort of cut it in half, stick it in the toaster, and then butter it, and then put some cheese in there or something like that? Or is it not meant for that? Is it only meant for pulled pork? And... Oh, right. Well, I went to Costco the other day, and what do? They do a platter, and what it is shredded duck, the pancakes, 2 packets of pancakes, the hoisin, and the greenery that goes with it. And it was £9 for all of it. I mean, it would feed, I would think, good 3 people. I made it last just for me. And, I thought, come on, you know, why not? And so in the end, I just dispensed with the pancakes and the hoisin sauce, because the hoisin sauce is very sugary. And I just had the shredded duck. It was quite nice. I might go and get some more today. Or I've got to go to Costa to go and get the bacon roll. I don't know how this is going to fit in between, sort of stressful on the buses with all these blooming kids. You know, I'm not sure I can cope with it. I'm not sure my blood pressure's up to it. Although it wasn't too bad this morning, actually. It's actually gone down, which is very, very nice. Oh, look, news at 6. Back with you in 3.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to Whoopee. It's the weekend. Welcome to Whoopee. It's the weekend. And why not? Let's enjoy the most of it. The papers are full of all the sort of things you can imagine. MPs backing the lies inquiry on the days of humiliation for the Prime Minister. And, of course, he's not here, so, you know, they're still going ahead with everything. Mark says, when I came up to London the other week, Steve, for a show, I went to the Wetherspoons in Leicester Square. So cheap. Large rosé and a lager, £9.50. Yeah, I've got no idea how much that would cost anyway. Is that about right? I don't know. Where is the Wetherspoons here? Have we got one? I mean, we seem to have everything else in Leicester Square. Well, we're here, so that's all that matters, really. By the cinema, is it? Oh, OK. So £9.50 for a large rosé and a lager. Not bad. Kim says a Mivvy or a Fab was my wee fix, Steve. My mum used to make her own ice lollies, courtesy of the Tupperware woman. Yeah, they used to sell a thing, didn't they? It was like a little plastic thing that you sort of put the liquid in and then you stuck a spoon in, which sort of, not a spoon, a lolly stick, and then stuck them in the freezer. And that was quite nice. Laura the Trolley Dolly in Narnia says our heating and electric system played up, forcing us to engage an electrician. We struck gold with a gentleman called John, who not only worked with us honestly and integrity, but he also wears Aventus. Oh, goes without saying. Pure class, like your show. Oh, that's nice. Steve, have you tried the company called the Pished Fish? The Pished Fish. Their smoked salmon is infused, says Mark, who's a Sainsbury's trucker. No, but it sounds quite... I do know about it, actually, because I've encountered the company before. And they do all sorts of things. They've got smoked salmon, and it's lovely. I like oak smoked salmon. I don't like too strong. There's a strong salmon, but they do one with beetroot, fennel and Pernod. You see, I don't think you should really mess around with fish and start putting Pernod on it. Vodka and blueberries. I mean, it's a nice idea, but I'm afraid I'm a bit... I mean, honey and bourbon. Actually, that might work. Honey and bourbon sounds okay. I've changed my mind now completely. They also do whiskey and maple. Oh, to hell with it. Let's buy the entire stock. Let's just buy... Because I think you can eat salmon at any time, any smoked salmon. I'd quite like to see the factory of how they make these things. You know, when they say oak smoked, and I've seen them hanging them all up. It's like kippers. You see, I've never eaten kippers in my life, and I've got this image in my mind of them doing it. And they do them in these old sheds and things like that, where they put all these bits of wood in there, which are soaked in whiskey and stuff. They use old beer barrels and whiskey barrels and stuff, and then they burn them, and that infuses into the fish. I feel a bit sorry for salmon, actually, because, I'm kind of sort of, raising the market, I think. Richie says, have you had any problems with Creed Aventus? No, I haven't had any How would you get problems with it? In fact, I only bought two new bottles the other week. Which expandable hose did you buy? I bought the X hose. The X hose, and I've joined two together. They don't last for as long as we think. They, sometimes they do, because they're expanding and contracting all the time. But I just find it easy because I've got to get 150 foot. So I bought two 70s, and I bought them on Amazon. Oh, right. Sam bought a hose that was marked down because it was water damaged. I tell you what I've learnt, though, unless you use these X hoses where you can get it all into a flower pot, the other ones you use, I mean, trying to get them back on the reels is the biggest pain that you've ever had in your life. And, I just want an X one, which is much better. Vicky from near Norwich. Obviously, Vicky not too sure where she lives. She just knows that somewhere over there it's Norwich. It said, I've forgotten, is it bow buns? Bow buns are lovely. Tesco do frozen hoisin duck ones, cooked from frozen in the microwave. You put them in a little paper bag so they steam. Easy peasy. Wow. And Steve, Tattoo Man sounds horrendous. Like Elaine Davidson from Edinburgh, who holds the Guinness World Record for most piercings in a lifetime. Oh, you got any piercings, boys? No? Got any piercings? You've got a nose piercing. Sam's got a nose piercing. That's the only one you've got. Okay. And Elliot's got no. You got any tattoos, Elliot? No? Any Sam's got tattoos as well now. Here we go. We're going down the avenue of no return, I'm afraid. We've got tattoos and we've got a piercing. Where are the tattoos? On your back. Why do people have tattoos put on their back? Explain this to me. The only time you're ever going to see them is when you look in the mirror. Shouldn't you have them on your chest and then you can look down and see them? Will that not be... Or am I getting the wrong end of the stick here? There's some reason why they're on the back. I haven't got any tattoo. My brother's got a little tiny tattoo. I haven't got any at all, but we don't know anything about Elaine Davidson from Edinburgh, so we're going to get a picture of her up just so we can have a look, because she's got the most piercings. I used to have a friend years ago. I say a friend because I knew him from another business. He was covered in... Oh, my Lord above. Oh, my goodness me. Is that her? You'll have to look for it for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't even begin to comment on that. She has got every inch of her pierced. That's a wee bit scary, actually. She's a Brazilian-Scottish former nurse. She's got, she's got 462 piercings, nearly 200 in her face. That's an addiction, isn't it? That is really an addiction. I mean, blimey, that really is an addiction. I've never even heard of that before. But they say she's famous because, I mean, you imagine a nurse turning up at your bedside and she looks like that. You certainly couldn't put her in school, but the most piercings in a lifetime. So 192 in her face alone. I mean, is that safe? I don't know how you wash your face or do anything else like that. She's got her tongue, her nose, her ears. In fact, really, most of her face you can't see. You can't see it at all. She's also a clairvoyant and a fortune teller. Yes, if I was a fortune teller, I'd be telling her what I thought. That's amazing, isn't it? That's an awful... Put it away, if you're frightened easily, do not look for stuff like that. People living in Britain over 1,000 years, until Victorian days, were riddled with worms, apparently. Have you heard of tapeworm? I've heard of it, but I wasn't really sure what it was until I saw a picture of one that had been taken out of somebody's body. And I remember thinking, where'd you get these from? I didn't like the sound of that at all. Scientists say intestinal worm eggs found in skeletons at burial sites show parasites plagued Britain, because apparently the condition has been a common problem for people living in Britain. Well, I've never even heard of that before. I didn't know, but now you know. Now you know. And here we go, Charlie Mullins. He used to own Pimlico Plumbers, and he sold it, and so the Daily Star decided to give him a column. And he talks about, I couldn't believe the cheek of the publicity-shy chap this week when he told the NBC Today show in America he dropped in to see the Queen to make sure she had the right people around her. Because you remember this one, don't you? Seriously, he says, the bloke who abandoned his family and country for America now wants us to believe that he had his elderly grandmother's best interests at heart. Well, writes Charlie, that doesn't wash with me, and I don't think with many others either. In the same interview, he admitted he expected California to remain his home for the time being, which I'd suggest is a good idea, since I'd wager his latest comments haven't done his public image any favour this side of the Atlantic. Throw in his lawsuit against the government over his police protection in the UK, and the no-show for his grandfather, the Duke of Edinburgh's memorial service last month, it's hard to see him returning home anytime soon. We don't want him. We really don't want him. Fancy not turning up for your grandfather's memorial. I think that is absolutely the most awful thing that could ever happen. I really do. Sir David Attenborough has been named a champion of the earth. Do you know I dreamt about him last night? It's an odd one, isn't it? I don't know why I was dreaming about it. Perhaps I'd heard something on the radio or the television and it stuck in my brain, because I think that's how it works. Perhaps it was on the TV. And perhaps I remembered it or something. But anyway, the 95-year-old broadcaster was given the award by the UN's Environment Programme bosses. It's in recognition of the Green Planet legend's commitment to sharing stories about the natural world and climate change. Inga Anderson from the UN says, if we stand a chance of averting climate and biodiversity breakdowns, it's because millions of us fell in love with the planet that he captured on film. So David said, we know what the problems are. All we lack is unified action. Oh, it'll go forever, this. The story will run forever and ever and ever. We won't ever get it sorted out. You know, the people who are doing their sort of biodiversity and gluing themselves to the road and all the rest of it, they're in fact just making it worse. They're not making it any better. Gemma Collins has taken delivery of a lorry load of plants. Well, of course, they'll all be dead, won't they, before the weekend? You can tell she won't know how to plant anything. It's not in her. She's revealed she's revamping the garden of her mansion in Essex with herbs and yummy greens as part of a health kick. She's obviously never been in a supermarket. Must be hilarious. Excited about her new organic lifestyle. She's only planting things. She hasn't got an organic lifestyle. She's keen to lose weight after confessing to eating too many burgers. You see, I told you. You know, you lose the weight, you put it all back on again. It's, you know, admitted eating too many burgers. And you think, seriously, planting a load of old vegetables in your garden, dear, is going to help you? I don't think so. She spent 150 quid on a slender drip. What in God's name is a slender drip? You don't think she's still having these slimming injections where you get an injection? I've never heard of a slender drip and it's 150 quid. It sounds dodgy to me. It sounds like one of these things that you really shouldn't be having. There you go. She gets this. There you go. It's a slender drip to lose weight. What did I tell you? It's got nothing at all. And they say it's designed to help your body break down adipose tissue faster while boosting... Oh, a load of old cobblers, isn't it? I mean, really is rubbish. Don't ever touch these things. They're not meant for you at all. If you're going to lose weight, little and often and a bit of exercise, love, that might help you. She said, this is going to get me from being sluggish to being slender. No, it won't. OK, simple as that. I can tell you that for a fact. Absolutely not a cat in Hades chance. It just won't happen. Anton Deck in all the papers. I'll tell you why. They've got the secret series of I'm a Celebrity. The Secret Series. The Secret Series is, how do they manage to stay looking so young all the time when they're heading into their 50s? Yeah, I think they're definitely heading, I'm sure they're heading into their 50s. Whatever it is, they look pretty good on it. But there again, they've always looked like that. How old are they? I'm sure I'm pretty certain, actually. They've given up putting their ages on, but I'm pretty certain they are 46 years old. There you go, heading into the 50s. 46. Amazing, isn't it? Must be something in their genes. I wonder what that could be. Let's get the news headline, shall we? With Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I seem to have the answer for the bus stop closure outside Twickenham Station, because it's such a pain. If you don't walk very well, you've got to go over the brow of the hill. But they weren't stopping there the other day, strangely enough. Although one, just as I started walking down, they stopped at the bus stop, which said, this bus stop is closed. It's apparently due to a slight carriageway incursion at the start of the bus cage. There's a temporary bus stop just over the brow of the hill going towards Waitrose. That's due to Richmond Council urban realm work, basically to make the area look pretty. Oh, it's certainly a pain for me, having to walk, which is not so good. Somebody suggested the poor nurse with all the piercings on her face perhaps cleans her face with WD-40. Seems to make perfect sense, doesn't it, really? Stevie. Yeah, maybe the nurse with the piercings washing her face with WD-40. Paul says, my wife's last wish was for Ashes to be launched in firework rockets. So it's all planned for this October, 3 years after her death. It's on her 60th birthday date and 5 days before her death, been delayed due to the pandemic as I planned a small display for the fireworks and timed it in with chosen music. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I do like firework displays done to music because they're really, really nice. And so that's quite good, Paul, who's in Sudbury in Suffolk. I love fireworks, but of course you've got to be so careful nowadays because people have got animals and animals don't like fireworks and all that kind of stuff, which is, it makes it a bit more difficult. But you can still buy them. I've still got some rockets that I bought last year. Yeah, I gave a load to my godson because they've got loads of places down there. But even they've got to be careful because they've got horses. They've got about 4 horses in the paddock. And, you know, you don't want to spook horses, do you, with fireworks going off all over the place? Goodness sake. So, the new I'm a Celebrity series, set to be filmed in South Africa. Apparently, I'm told it's likely to be Kruger National Park. Another possibility is the northern Limpopo province, which I always think sounded quite funny. I just never thought it actually existed, the Limpopo province, which is where the Russian show is set. Oh, there's a Russian version of I'm a Celebrity. Oh, well. ITV's executive, Dame Carolyn McCall, has made it clear the show will not be in Wales. Thank God for that. What's the point of having something when you put it in Wales? It wasn't even that exciting there. She said the show is meant to be in Australia, but it will be either shown in November if plans for filming the live series in Australia fall through. The only problem is finding celebrities. They really have run out ages and ages. Listen, if Britain's Got Talent is having to find people who've been winners on other countries' talent shows, what's the point? What is the point? The whole idea is it's supposed to be something new, but we all know how it's put together. I understand that. I wouldn't. Oh, absolutely not. Oh, no, not for all the tea in China. I'm a celeb. No, thank you very much indeed. Oh, no. The very idea of somebody said, all right, you've got to eat that. No, I'm sorry, you're all going to starve because I'm not eating any of this. The idea of lying there and they pour... Oh, no, definitely not. I can't imagine how desperate you'd have to be to do so. Very, very, very desperate to do so. They're going to lie and they're going to pour snakes all over you. No, can you imagine? Some of the snakes don't know the form and they decide they're going to sort of, strangle you or bite you or something. Oh, my goodness me, no. I'd probably have an allergic reaction immediately. So they're trying to work out a way to stage I'm a Celeb without a live audience voting for Bush Tucker trials. Yeah, because all you got to do is find a celebrity you don't like and you just vote for them all the time. And that's what makes it entertaining. But some people are good. I don't want to eat some of the things that they serve up. I can't think. I just think it's awful. And also, some of them only get about 15,000 quid, which I know, you go, oh, 15,000 quid's good, Steve. But when you think what they've had to go through, the humiliation, and then even worse, to be booted off, the public decide that you're not even interesting enough. I wouldn't do the Bush Tucker trials. I wouldn't. No amount of money. They could offer $1 million and I wouldn't do it. I'm seriously, A, I'm not that desperate. And B, I wouldn't. Oh, no. Some of the disgusting thing, and they lift the platters off and they go, and this is a bull's willy or something. And you think, I'm not eating it. I don't care what you say. And then they go, you've got to dive into this pool, recover a star. No, I'd be fumbling around in the dark. If something touched me, I would be screaming the place down. There's no chance of that ever happening. So rest assured, we're not going to be embarrassing ourselves. I mean, I'd want to see Ant and Dec doing it. I want to see them being held down and forced to eat bull's willies and things like that. And they think they could pre-record it and then try and keep it secret. Well, they won't keep it secret. The reason they won't is they'll want publicity for it, so they'll leak little bits out. That's how it works. The first outing shown drew an audience of 8.4. But last year it shrank by 3 million. The final attracted 7.1 million viewers, 5 million fewer than the previous year. So it's hemorrhaging audience. And, they've got nothing interesting to offer us on television programmes. It's either quizzes, which are, all over the place. And to be honest with you, all you do is they both sit there and then you've got Gogglebox. Well, you've got some of the most weird families you've ever seen before, who the language is atrocious for some of them. It really is very bad. I would never have sworn in front of my parents. Never. And they've got other people there swearing. And I don't know who's the most popular one. I think it's that old lady and the gay guy in the caravan. They seem to be the most popular ones because they just seem to laugh at things. And she comes up with something. She was a landlady in a pub and he was just a customer. And then a few weeks ago, we met his boyfriend, who he's been with for God knows how long. And who else do we like? I can't remember who else we liked, actually. Oh, we quite like the elderly couple in the house. I can't remember what they're called. What they're called? It's not Giles. Giles and Mary. Is it Giles and Mary? I quite like them, actually, although she's quite rude to him sometimes. I've told you, Giles, don't say that. She's a little bit prim and but they've been together for donkey's years. Then you've got the brother and sister. Yes. Barry Chuckle's grandkids, isn't it, or something like that. They're a bit bizarre. Because he's actually now a father. He has a daughter, I think. Or something. How he found out. What these people do for livings, I don't know. Because they don't get paid very much for doing it. And then they do the celebrity version, and that's a bit tedious, isn't it? Where you look at people thinking, you wouldn't be working otherwise, would you? And Jackie says, after recovering from a slipped disc, I know just how important it is with walking distances, especially between bus and train stops. Oh, it absolutely is. My heart dropped when I saw the sign over the bus stop going, bus stop, out of commission. I thought, oh, Godfathers. So that's why I got the bus from Richmond, and that was an even worse journey. Every time he pulls in, they ram these kids onto these buses. I was practically pushed into the corner. If been a fire, God help you all. Very bad. Very, very bad. What else we got? Her Majesty celebrating, and Prince will go to the ball. She's 96. We just love Her Majesty. We just love her. And then she was laughing. When she was 86, she was laughing with Charles, when he said, Your Majesty, Mummy. And we all went, oh, it's so cute. Because I don't think she's ever been called Mummy before. But they've got lots of people who are going to be delivering a glittering tribute, including, for some peculiar reason, Tom Cruise. I wonder why. Has he got some link to the royal family? Dame Helen Mirren, yes, I can understand that, but the event will take place in front of a live audience of 4,000, with royals attending each night, but not Her Majesty. I don't think she's up for anything like that at all. What else do we have? Education Secretary, I've just mentioned that one, Nadeem Zahawi, coming up against a ban on parents smacking their kids, called it nannying. The top Tory said his strong view is that we've got to trust parents on this. Well, you can't. You can't trust parents. Are you mad? Have you seen reports in the newspapers? You can't trust parents. I mean, there's some people. I was watching a programme on YouTube the other day. No, it was this morning. And it was a woman at one of the airports in Spain, and she'd been waiting in the wrong queue. So she thought she had a right to go to the front of another queue, which was where she should have been. And a couple said, no, you need to go to this queue here. And she kicked off big time. You've language like you've never heard. And then when the woman came over who was working on the desk, she said, listen, we will not have language like this. Moderate your language. And then she then tried to turn it around and pretend it was the other couple who seemed perfectly respectable queuing at the front of the desk. She was a foul-mouthed old bag. I'd have had her off the plane immediately. I'd have gone, and tell you what, you're not flying with us, okay? Go fly with somebody else. They did it in another, strange enough, it was another Spanish airport. And this particular guy was kicking off, and he was affecting everybody in the queue. And so the woman who was looking after the desk came over and said, can you come over here and so we can have a little chat? He went, no, I don't want to talk to you. What do I want to talk to you for? I just want to get on the plane, get out of this country. Oh, no, he was leaving from here. That's right, to go on holiday. And in the end, she said, listen, I want you to come over here and just have a little chat with me. Okay, he said, I'm not doing it. So she called the police. And the police said, so to the lady, what do you want to do? And she said, he's not flying. So he then kicks off, and the police escort him out of the airport. And I thought, you're even more stupid than you looked. You argue with people as you're about to get on an aeroplane. You could endanger people's lives. Why would they let you on the plane? So they didn't. I was cheering. I was cheering in front of my computer. Woo, 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 woo. I'm very excited about the whole thing. What else? What else we got? How did anything ever get built before the transistor radio was invented? Do you remember transistor radios? You could get little... I've got an LBC radio. Yeah, LBC brought out a promotional little tiny radio, little tiny thing with the LBC logo on it. Really good. And I've got that. They've also released, the police have, pictures of Amir Khan's stolen watch. Like you'll be seeing that ever again. Highly. The producer said, oh, perhaps somebody will pawn it. I said, they won't pawn it. These things have got numbers. You take a £72,000 watch into somewhere and they go, I'd like to pawn it. And they go, it's a £72,000 watch. And by the way, the number in it is on a wanted list because these things appear on these sort of things. But Detective Constable Ben Glick of the Met says it's a one-off custom-made design and will be easily recognised if it's offered. They won't offer it for sale. They'll be wearing the blooming thing. Why would you offer it for sale? Ridiculous. 6:30. The news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Friday, April the 22nd, and hopefully a weekend to enjoy. Chris Tarrant's got a new book out. It's called It's Not a Proper Job, which actually kind of sums up anybody who works in radio, because when you say to somebody, you know, they say, oh, what do you do for a living? And you say, I work on the radio. And it seems such a lame answer to give somebody. And they go, oh, right. What's your name? And you go, Steve Allen. And they go, never heard of you. You sort of kind of give up. But it's right. It isn't a proper job. You couldn't ever describe this as a 9-to-5 job. I mean, for the newsroom, it would be completely different. But if you're a presenter, you feel a bit guilty telling people how many hours a day you work. And they sort of go, oh, so what time's your show? And you go 4. Oh, right. Till 7. What, PM? No, 7 a.m. 7 a.m. They said, oh, what, just 3 hours? And you go, yeah, but it's fairly intense. You don't have to, you don't just wander in. I mean, there is some preparation. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I mean, there is some preparation. But Chris, strangely enough, the one thing he doesn't talk about in his book is his ex-wife. He doesn't mention her at all in the book, but he does talk about rolling about in custard with Sheena Easton. As I suppose you would do. They'd be asking, I mean, heavens above, if we all told the truth about our jobs, I mean, honestly, the police would be down here in about 5 minutes, I should imagine. And Annie Lennox. And he thought to himself at the time, he said, I get paid for this. Because you can't believe to roll around in custard with Sheena Easton. She was over here when she did, they brought her back to do 42nd Street, of course, one of my favourite shows, and I loved it. And she came in, and she was quite charming. Because she won a show years ago, Sheena Easton. I think it was called something like The Big Show. And I know there was an Esther Ransom link into it. And she won it. And that's all I can remember. Big breaking news last Saturday, though, as Simon Cowell revealed his favourite song of all time is Never Enough. This is Britain's Got Talent. And a singer on there who's already working professionally as a singer. She's singing the song from is it called The Best Showman or The Biggest Showman? Greatest Showman. And all these people. I mean, Anton Deck was still acting like The Nation is Britain Got Talent crazy, because that's what they pay them for. Never Enough is the song she sings. And Simon sort of failed to understand that. Also, the British kids like the Scooter Boys. I mean, these are all sort of acts. I mean, can't they find anybody? It must be very difficult. I mean, you're not going to find somebody who's only just been given some balls and they've learned how to juggle, because you don't get that. So you've got somebody who, I mean, I've got circus DVDs where you've got kids of 15, 16 who can juggle like 10 balls. which I think is, phenomenal. I can't do 3. I used to try with these Satsumas, and you'd spend most of your time picking them up off the floor again because it was just hopeless. And then somebody bought me my own set of balls, and I became very excited about the whole thing. And again, I was still equally, because you have to do it outside. You can't do it inside because you're going to break something. And there's obviously no more talent left in Britain. Like the X Factor, we've seen all the singers. They've been on everything. They won all the prizes, and I don't think he's got Psycho records anymore. So, and at one time, Simon, especially at Christmas, Simon used to dominate the charts. You could see all these groups in there and solo singers, and they would bring out their albums, and they'd be very happy about it. They'd sell a few thousand copies of the album. That'd be it. And we've not heard from Susan Boyle for ages. What's your name, love? Susan Boyle. And that was it. And then she was sort of, in the world of Pixies for most of the time. She's got a small fortune. She lives in the same council house, and she's had it extended. But, when they were pushing her about, they took her to America, they took her all over the place. And then all of a sudden, she's obviously thinking, maybe I don't want to sing. And so she doesn't do it. She just does it, I think, privately now. I think she goes to church and does whatever she wants to do. Because I think it must be quite exhausting if you're doing that, But to find these people, Amanda Holden was the only decent bit of the programme because she's wearing these revealing outfits. You can't beat a bit of Amanda's older, hello. That's what people like, isn't it? Because people complained. First time the poor soul put these outfits on people go, this is disgusting. And you think, wait a minute, you haven't complained about Naked Attraction and they've got nothing on. And especially when you see them at the end of Naked Attraction, they sort of walk off after they've been rejected, and then they turn round, and then they spin round, and then they're wearing their day clothes. Have you ever seen such a badly dressed lot of people? If their best thing is they're, going to take clothes off, I don't think so. It's not my sort of programme. I watch it, but purely in the interests of journalism. I don't watch it for any other reason. The largest blue diamond. I can now tell you how many carats it is. It's 15.10 carats, cut from a rough stone, discovered in the Cullinan mine last year. It was bought by De Beers for 30 million. Can you imagine the person who finds it? Can you imagine you find this beautiful diamond? It goes on sale at Sotheby's Hong Kong on Wednesday. Blue diamonds are among the rarest of the coloured gems. Their hue is usually caused by the presence of the rare element boron. Tobias Cormint, managing director of the online jeweller 77 Diamonds, says it's an object of extraordinary rarity. Cullinan is the source of the largest rough diamond, found in 1905. The crown jewels have 2 gems. Apparently, when they actually split the stone, the bloke doing it passed out because it was it's like you can't afford to make a mistake when you're cutting a diamond, and he did it. But this one looks beautiful. Listen, if they say it's going to fetch 36 million, it could go to 50 million. If 2 people battle it out and they want it, it's very rare, it's very beautiful, but, you can't wear it anywhere. Where do you wear it? I couldn't come into work with a diamond like that on my finger. They'd be chopping your fingers off outside. I think we could lend it to Amir Khan and his wife, because they're very good at losing things, aren't they? Oh, look, I'm just wearing this beautiful $36 million ring. Having told people he thought his watch was worth 100,000. I'm taken by growing fruit. I keep seeing these apple trees. We used to call them years ago ballerina. Now they call them column fruit trees. And they do apple, cherry and pear. And they £7.48 each. They say pick plumptious fruit all year round. And I'm thinking, it looks lovely, but is this a doctored picture? I don't believe that it'll just grow this well. Because I like the idea of picking. The only thing I can grow decently are tomatoes. I told you the other day, they are the easiest things to grow. If you go to the garden centre, you can get, tomatoes, growing tomatoes. Green fingers. I've been trying to get the colour off for ages. I don't know what it is. It's horrible. Probably mildew or something like that, or moss. But no, you can grow tomatoes so easily. They really get a grow bag and a little frame. Just put string up against the wall. They'll grow up it, and you will have bountiful crops of luscious. And you just pop out in the morning, just pop another one in your mouth, and enjoy it. And they do all sorts of tomatoes now. Anything else, I think, is pushing it a little bit. Or if you need more advice, ask Gemma Collins. She'll be an expert by the end of this week, I should imagine. She'll be telling everybody how you can grow just about everything. More stories in the papers about Britons. Do you know we're getting more headaches? Now, I'm lucky. I don't get headaches. I might give people headaches, but I don't get headaches myself. It's odd, isn't it, really? That some people go, oh, I get dreadful. What's the really bad headaches that people get? Migraines. So I've never had anything like that. Ever. Even when I've had a few drinks, and on the odd occasion I have had a few drinks, and I've still never suffered from headaches. And I've seen people, work away, going, oh, my head, I'm never going to drink again. You think, yeah, you will. Of course you will. That's how bad we are. We're very much like that, aren't we? Really. But no, I don't get that at all. I get no headaches at all. But we're getting them as a nation. Presumably, people have got a lot more to worry about. And I'm presuming that must lead to a headache. But I do always carry some sort of paracetamol or something like that, just in case. Just in case. Other stories which are doing the rounds, apart from the inconvenient truth about Harry and the Queen, I think he just makes up stories. I think he's always lived in a fantasy land. But, of course, when he's only telling the Americans, they'll buy any old rubbish. Let's face it, they bought into Paul Burrell. They might as well buy anything else. Boris Johnson warns that Partygate investigations cannot go on and on and on. Well, they might have to. They might have to find out the answers. And also, few of us bothered to make an effort with our appearance when working from home. So in other words, people stopped washing their hair. People stopped, basically tidying up. They're going, who cares? Listen, I'm at home. It's not like being in the office, is it? But it's really embarrassing, apparently. Last year, women around the world were wearing makeup on average 28% less than in 2019. Isn't that amazing? Obviously not all the ones I bump into. Everybody seems to be wearing loads and loads of makeup. In fact, especially in places like Towie, where they seem to have only just heard of the Boots counter, where they just shove as much on as you could possibly see. And women facing a cost of living squeeze are being offered budget bras and knickers. This is in Marks & Spencer's. Britain's biggest underwear retailer will sell items at lower prices under its in-house boutique range. You imagine you go to the counter and you bought something and they go, oh, the boutique range, the cheap range. It's like if ever I see something, in a supermarket and it's got, discounted price, I avoid it like the plague. Because I don't want to buy anything like that. I don't want people to think I can't afford to eat. And also budget underwear. Budget underwear, that has got to be the worst thing ever. You go there and you could see the shop assistant looking, going, poor soul, the boutique range. It just says it all, doesn't it, really? It's like, what was the other one that they did in a supermarket? The essentials range. And they sort of cut out a lot of packaging and stuff like that. The new line will start at £5 for a pair of knickers. I love that. We've been paying £5 for a pair of pants for ages. Ages. £14 for a bra and versus £8 and £18 for the main boutique collection. Because women's underwear is far more decorative than men's. Men's is just a bit sort of functional. Just keep it in one place. So much easier. Let's get the news headline, shall we? On LBC this morning, Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
The more you read about this underwear story, the more bizarre it becomes, because apparently I didn't realise that Marks & Spencer were the biggest sellers of underwear. And apparently the best seller to date has been the tattoo-embellished balcony bra. They've sold 16,000, and the Joy Lace full cup achieved 15,000. So they're obviously very successful, but the boys were telling me that they're into bamboo underwear. You see, that's what I'm working with. Bamboo. And have you ever heard of such a thing in your entire life? I said, no, I've heard of bamboo pillars. And they went, no, they're not really bamboo. I said, I quite understand that. That would just be ridiculous. You'd look ridiculous as you walk towards somebody wearing bamboo underwear. So what it is, they strip it down and then they weave a material. Apparently it's very soft and it's very lovely. Not for me. Not for me at all. But you imagine telling people bamboo underwear. They must think you're mad. I bet it's so expensive. I bet it's really expensive. It's not as cheap, is it? Oh, right. Well, I'm not wearing it. I don't care. I shall continue wearing my M&S ones, which is quite nice. When to eat yoghurts. Apparently half of yoghurt pot, this is what I couldn't understand, half of yoghurt pots are thrown away unopened in 7 out of 10 cases because they were not used in time. 42,000 tonnes of the snack, worth about £100 million, are currently thrown out. The Co-op's Nick Corbould said the acidity of yoghurt acts as a natural defence. So you have to use so you sniff a yoghurt, so you open it. I would have thought, actually, the fact that the product had expanded. I've had smoothies before now. If you don't keep them in the fridge and all the rest of it, and they go, all of a sudden the thing can explode because it's the different cultures. So pots will have a best before date, with shoppers encouraged to use the sniff test. But that works for everything. Fish, meat, all sorts of things now. But yogurts, I can't imagine why we would throw away 42,000 tons of yogurts every year. How do they know this? How do they know? Steve, all my life... Oh, wait a minute, I've just lost my mouse. I've had very fine hair, says Steve. Got COVID in February and my hair has gone very thick. Everybody says, I like your hair. Have you had a perm? No. COVID, I say. I look like Bart Simpson. That's very odd. I'm not saying that's a great look, but, you know. Steve, I love that Alma Cogan record, Pocket Transistor. Very quirky, says Mark in Bletchley. I'm listening to Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass at the moment. I went out in the car specifically yesterday to play my CD, and today I'm going to go out and I'm going to play the Carpenters. Because I'm just like that. I can do whatever I want. I've just bought a boiling water tap. Oh, we've got them here. We have them here, Jeremy, in all our kitchens. And I think on the television they're selling one called Cooker or something. And what it is, they come and install it, and you pay 99 quid, but it's £500 for the installation, and it comes with gas bottles. And you can either have ice-cold water, filtered, fizzy water, and boiling hot water. So you don't need to... I mean, kettles are becoming obsolete. Top gadget in our kitchen, no more waiting for a noisy kettle. I know, I've got a hot water machine, which you fill up with water and then you just push the button, it delivers boiling hot water, so you don't have to wait for the kettle to boil. It does it instantly. And that's always been a bit of a gossip, because who wants to stand there in the kitchen, like twiddling your thumbs, waiting for the kettle to boil? But I've seen these we've got them in every single kitchen in this building. And we've got about, I forget how many kitchens we've got, actually. 16 kitchens, I think, something like that. And they've all got these taps, which is brilliant. So in the middle of summer, you can have ice-cold water, which is filtered, and then you can get the hot water, so you can have an instant cup of tea. Otherwise, we'd never see any of our APs. They disappear for ages. Summer holiday fears, BA axing hundreds more flights. And this is not so good. I don't think they've got the staff. I really don't think they've got the staff. Routes affected, including London to Berlin, Dublin, Geneva, Paris, Stockholm, Athens and Prague. The flagship carrier axed another 200-plus flights over yesterday, and on Wednesday, affecting an estimated 20,000 passengers. It's not good, is it, really? The future of BA boss Sean Doyle was thrown into doubt yesterday after the airline's owners talked about sacking him because of a string of blunders. But it's this shortage of staff that they've got, isn't it? When they're offering, I think, £1,000 to people to defect from other airlines so they could get their own airlines up, in which case that would then affect the other airlines. Not so great. The Rwanda protest staff are told stop moaning and get on with the job. I don't see how that's going to work at all. I really don't. Santander slammed the door on customers at 3 p.m. From July the 18th. July the 18th? Almost all the bank's 450 high street branches will shut their doors at 3 p.m. during the week. 90 minutes. Why? Is that because they've got so much work to do? Saturday opening hours will also be cut. 316 branches will move to half a day. They've got... I always thought... the trouble is nobody uses banks anymore, do they? That's the problem. That's why so many of these branches are closing. I told you we've lost the Royal Bank of Scotland in Richmond. We've just lost the NatWest in Twickenham. That'll be closing very, very shortly. And everybody uses apps. I can do everything on my app. Unless you're borrowing money or something like that, you don't need to worry about it, do you? How many people go into a branch and do something? I've seen a couple of people in the NatWest in Twickenham going in there because they're elderly and they don't understand how to transfer money, and the lady explains it very, very patiently. But the majority of people don't really care about that. They just sit at home and do it. Your money goes in, you transfer it into different accounts, and then you spend it. If you want money, if you want cash, the only reason for going into the bank is if you want more cash than your daily allowance. So everybody's got an allowance on their card. It's either 200 quid or 400 quid. If you want £1,000, you've got to go into the branch and then do it. But there are branches around. It's just that they seem to be getting few and far between, I'm afraid. Not the best. Steve, tell your boys to look out for the actual materials in bamboo, socks, etc. Lots claim to be bamboo, but contain plastic. Well, I don't think we can really ask them to remove their pants and just check at this. Oh, well, if you must, you must. I don't know. I mean, I've got no idea. I only just know there's pillows. There you go. And Anne-Marie says, I've got a bamboo quilt cover. Very soft. Yeah, the boys were saying they're very soft in the pant department. Very soft. Where'd you buy them from? I've never even seen these things on sale. They're online. Oh, right. And they really are bamboo, are they? Oh, right. Because I saw them the other day. There was a bloke on the television called How Do They Do That? And he was making paper in Japan, but specialist paper. You pay a fortune, and it's made out of bamboo. He strips the bamboo. Oh, there we go. So this is 95% viscous from bamboo, 5% elastane, whatever that is. And how much are they? $14.99 for 2 pairs. Very expensive. Very expensive, but I suppose it's because we're worth it. That's why we wear them. And it sounds nice, but it's not tempting me, I'm afraid. I don't care what they're wearing. Catherine says, Steve, I put our kettle on the Arga. Love the whistling sound. I bought a whistling kettle for my godchildren's parents. I ordered it on Amazon and it got delivered because they're in the middle of nowhere. And they've got an Arga. And they've got another cooker as well. And they put the whistling kettle on there because I love the sound of a whistling kettle. I love it. So brings back, says Catherine, happy childhood memories. And Barry says, I'm sat in my bamboo pants driving my van to Bristol. Do you get the feeling we've started a trend? Clive Jones also wears bamboo. Yeah, but he's probably wearing proper bamboo, I should imagine. I've just got this feeling. I think we've taken this conversation in a completely different direction to the one I thought we were going to go at the end of the programme. Imagine, the last thing we remembered Steve Allen saying was, who's got bamboo pants? You know, I mean, it's not the kind of thing you hear all the time, is it really? I hope not, anyway. A popular Russian TV game show host has slammed the war in Ukraine. This is Alexander Gurovich, who posted a comment to his fans declaring this war must be stopped. Stop. For me, it's impossible. Oh, God, probably the last we'll ever hear of him. You don't do things like that. And you know, David Hamilton says with just 2 of our top 40 hits sung by groups, he mourns because he said how today's one-man bands killed the rock group. They don't have rock groups in the charts anymore. Just 2 of the top 40 hits are sung by groups. The rest are single people. That's obviously the way forward. Perhaps groups don't sort of get around too much. I forgot to mention birthdays. One is Lewis Smith and the other is Carol Drinkwater, the actress. So happy birthday to them.